A Weaver's Heart by Novi Kalem. Text copyright 2025 by Novi Kalem. Audiobook copyright 2025 by Novi Kalem. All rights reserved. This audiobook is digitally narrated by a full cast. Dedication. For everyone who needs to feel seen, the magic is in who you are. Prologue. Irava/Caleb. His brow is smooth during sleep, his face untroubled, his long black hair tousled over his shoulders, glossy in the early morning sunlight shining through our bedroom window. My husband, my king. I'm his king, too. And just now, his queen. He wakes slowly, eyelids fluttering, and peers hazily at me with his gray-green eyes. He groans, stretches his shoulders under the covers, then reaches out to brush hair out of my eyes. I capture his hand, it is mine, and kiss it.
"Good morning, Master Weaver,"
he says. "Good morning, court mage." He grins, and flops onto his back as he spreads his hands, the air shimmering above him into a small, illusory falcon. It was the first reality construct I wove in this palace, beyond my illusion at the time as Caleb. He's been determined to make it himself the last week, and he almost has it. The falcon stretches its wings over his hands and flies toward the window, only unraveling at Toravin's will before it reaches the panes of glass. I prop up on one elbow. "That was good,"
"I'm a court mage now,"
he says, shifting to prop up too, facing me again. "As of yesterday." I tap the medallion that he wore to bed, because of course he wore it to bed. I wore mine too. He grins, and I launch at him, tangling my hands in his hair, locking him to me, to myself, to my being. I know we'll be busy today. Me, with helping Master Aldrich sort through a large shipment of books on weaving we sent for from Galenda, and my mother learned of and sent as a wedding gift instead, and Toravin in his endless meetings, trying to wrestle the kingdom into a shape better for its people. We'll be apart for a few hours. And why does that feel like a lifetime? I pull back from him, looking between his eyes. "I want to make something between us," I say. His brow crinkles.
"Like another weaving construct? I probably don't have time this morning."
"No, like the possibility of another person." He stares at me blankly for a moment, then his eyes widen.
"You're sure? It's not too soon? Are you even sure at all we don't have to?"
"We haven't been not trying," I say.
But you're back and forth between your realities as Irava and Caleb."
"Yes, and as soon as I feel a new possibility inside me, I'll stay Irava. I mean, my body will have to. I'll still be Caleb, but my body will have to be an illusion. For a bit." He moves to sit up further, to caress my face.
"Do you want that, Irava?"
I bite my lip. No, I don't. I love my body as Caleb, when I'm Caleb.
I reweave my reality as Caleb around me now, settling into the differences, settling as my inner self moves to Caleb, into myself.
"I will never ask you to do that,"
he says, running his thumb over my cheek.
"We can figure out, well, when Elsira marries, if she has children, they can be my heirs."
I have been thinking about this, I have. Our marriage is a political alliance, and I believe him when he says that we could find a way around this. There have been other kings and queens who married kings and queens in turn, and let inheritance fall to other family members, or brought a surrogate into their marriage. I have thought about it. But I want a child who is his and mine, something beautiful and sacred that we both made together. Our realities synchronized to create this. I want to give this to him. And I want to have this for myself. I want to hold in my arms a miracle that our willpower made together. It's 9 months, I say, and I can wear an illusion of myself just fine. I lean forward to kiss him again. He makes a small sound, leaning into me, his hands in my hair this time. My body stirring with need. Will it be the last time I'm with him for 9 months and my body now is Caleb? I'll find a way around this. Surely there have been other weavers who were pregnant. Maybe not gender fluid like me, but surely it's one of the reasons why I have sent for so many books on weaving. I've never healed myself with my weaving, but I know it's possible too. I reweave my reality into another body all the time. Surely I can reweave more subtleties within my own. So it doesn't have to be 9 months. Surely.
If you're sure,
He asks again, coming up for air. Tonight. If I'm a Rava tonight, then yes. And tomorrow if not. But yes, I'm sure.
Chapter 1. The Letters. Toravan. 5 months later. My hands aren't shaking, but only because I'm willing them not to. It's morning in the great hall, sunlight streaming in through the high windows, casting some of the courtiers and dignitaries in shadows, some in pockets of floating light. And it's hard to stand in the great hall today, this place that's always been a part of my home, and not see potential enemies everywhere. In the nobles milling about in small clusters, sharing the latest court gossip or excitedly talking about the 7 nights of the harvest festival to come. And in the dignitaries from neighboring kingdoms too, in their gowns or their waistcoats or their frills, or in their simple finery too, according to their own customs. A sea of faces and nationalities and friends and possibly foes. All of their voices combine to make a happy roar that echoes to the vaulted ceiling. We hold the Harvest Festival every year in Barella. It's a time when all of our allies, our neutral neighbors, and some of our enemies converge to form new alliances, new trade deals, and shore up existing treaties. It's a time when Barellan nobility come to renew or form their own alliances too, which will last throughout the year. As king, I'll ask the gods' blessing on our kingdom's harvest and on our next year. It's when the whole of us can see each other as people, and not just the interests we represent. This will be my first harvest festival as king. Last year my father died shortly after the harvest, and I'm clasping my hands in front of me tightly to contain my nerves. Not at the festival itself. That would be normal. That would be easy and expected of me as a king still new to the throne. I carefully don't think about the letters tucked into a hidden compartment in one of the meeting rooms nearby. One Caleb seldom goes in, locked into a small box with the only key around my neck, tucked inside my shirt. One letter I received this morning, one the morning before that, and one the day before. And the feel of those letters still numbs the tips of my fingers. I know the nobleman talking to me just now, Lord Navarat, a council member, is saying something I should be hearing. Everything is important when you're the king. Ever more so when you're the king of a kingdom you're trying to change for the better. But I look up at my husband across the hall, who's standing in a gray and gold embroidered coat and burgundy trousers, his light brown hair neatly pulled back to frame his delicate pale face, his spectacles slightly askew. He stands at the center of his 3 apprentices, his hands raised and gracefully plucking on the threads of reality around him. A small crowd of onlookers has gathered to watch, though they've given Caleb and his apprentices a wide circle in which to work. I can see those threads he's weaving now, pulled lazily from the air around him, winding their way into the illusion of a small tree, its top branches reaching just above him, a few autumn leaves falling toward the floor. Caleb stands back, his whole posture satisfied. He says,
There, you see? Not so hard. It's all in the...
Someone closer to me calls to a friend across the hall, and I catch my breath. I'm not there with Caleb. I'm here. I'm here, supposed to be listening to a counsel, Lord, not watching my husband, not with my husband. But I look back to Caleb and watch as his 3 apprentice weavers raise their hands to try the same. Darting looks around them at the watching crowds. They're not used to an audience, and Caleb insisted their last practice before their display at the first feast of the Harvest Festival be here, to help them know what they're getting into. He's not always a patient teacher, that I know. He has too much life in him sometimes to slow down enough for anyone to catch up, but he is a good teacher. He can pull apart concepts so they're easy to grasp. He guides, and he doesn't criticize. Caleb moves around one of his apprentices to point up at the illusion the apprentice is weaving, and he looks up across the room, his eyes meeting mine, and his gaze heats. I rake him in again. All of him, every last inch. But he turns away. And what is showing on my face? Can he hear the racing of my heart from here? I know he can't. And still, it sounds thunderous to me. He will always have all of my heart. Always. But I turn away, back to the council member I've been talking to, or trying to listen to, or not trying. Lord Navarat is saying,
Why, I'm recommending that we send a troop to the border with Akriel to find out what's actually going on.
My attention sharpens. Akriel. It's a large kingdom that shares a small stretch of border with Barella to the north. The kingdom I'm almost certain my mother fled to after she escaped the palace dungeons, though I don't have solid confirmation yet. Akriel doesn't trade or share information well with Barella. Why should we send a troop? I ask. We're not at war with Akriel. Yet. But I already have an idea of what he'll say. I've been tracking the rumors that villagers near the border to Akriel have taken a sharp distaste to weavers in the last month. And weavers aren't common enough for every village to have one. But the fervor has grown to where people are accusing their neighbors of forbidden magic. Of the kind of dark soul weaving that Lord Nikolai Metriel used on me. That he's trying to use again on Caleb. Excuse me, I say to Lord Navarat, because I can't take it anymore. I signal most of my guards to stay here. Because Caleb, I think, is in more danger than I am. If Caleb has noticed that I've assigned more guards to him in the last few days than is normal around a big event like this, he hasn't said. Yet. I've mostly had the guards keep their distance, not be obvious about it. And Caleb's not unaware he isn't. He does know that tensions have been building, but he's been so distracted lately, so busy, that I'm not going to add to his worries. My own personal bodyguards follow me out, and I'll find out what happened this time on the border. I will, and maybe I will send troops. But the letter I received this morning, I have to see it again. I push into one of the side chambers off the main corridor, and my guards, at my signal, stay outside. I shut and lock the door, and for a moment, fight the boyish urge to lean against it, to block out the entire world. But though the crowds gathering in the palace for the festival have been taxing, the threat is in this room. I look around, then gather a breath and look with my weaver's senses. The meeting room has a normal amount of reality, as they all have since Nikolai was arrested, since my mother fled. But Nikolai isn't in our palace dungeon anymore, and he isn't dead. Much as I'd wish it on the man who murdered my father. No, this room is normal, and I don't sense the reality of anyone else in it. Should I have waved my guards back so quickly? What if I had been wrong that the only threat here is in the letters? The autumn sunlight from the arched windows is less hallowed than in the great hall, more immediate in this room. I stride to the wall to my left and press gently on one of the carved panels of wood set between plates of swirling green and gold wallpaper. The panel sticks a little, but I slide it upward carefully, just enough to reach inside the hollow and pull out the box with the letters. My fingers hum again as I touch it. Even not touching the letters themselves yet, my fingertips buzz with the unreality within. I pull the key from my shirt and angle the box so I can unlock it. Then I slide open the box's lid and shake the letters into my hands. I've folded them to fit in the box, and I've opened them when they arrived. But I haven't dared do anything more than read them and inspect them with every weaver's sense I can bring to bear. I pull out the letter I received today and let the others drop back into the box. The letter feels to my senses like it doesn't exist, like it shouldn't, like it was never made, like no one has ever held it, an unreality weaving. I can sense the threads that I still can't see, or rather, the lack of those threads. It's a numbness, an absence in my senses, a heavy sense of wrong. The only other time I felt anything like this before was in my father's bedchamber, the room where he died, and later, as Caleb was teaching me, in my mother's bedchamber, which was the lesser of the two traumas. Maybe. I carefully unfold the plain parchment, the black ink smudged as if it was written in haste. But this letter wasn't prepared in haste. A weaving like that couldn't have been done without thought. There are 8 words on the paper, scrawled in a cramped hand. I don't know if it's Nikolai's hand, but I don't assume. I can't afford to think he's working alone. He wasn't before. I will kill him if you tell him, the letter says. That's it. The same message as the day before, and the day before that. I stare at the words as if staring can make them tell me more. Tell me what the danger is, exactly, to show me how I can unravel it. I can't feel anything more on these letters than the unreality. I can't feel beneath it, like Caleb could. And that's the point. These letters are a taunt. Caleb could unravel this puzzle, but if I tell him, I don't think they're an absent threat. I fold the letter again and tuck it back into the box, tap the box lid shut, shove it back into the wall panel, and slam the panel back down into place. I never needed to ask who he is. Nikolai knew Caleb as Caleb, mostly, not Irava, too. Caleb is who Nikolai hated. First with jealousy when Caleb saved his life from a careless weaving when they were court mage candidates, and then because Caleb stood in his way to controlling me. Caleb stopped him. It was Caleb who stood between me and Nikolai's mind control magic. It was Irava who finally subdued him, yes. But he only saw her for minutes, not the weeks before. I will kill him if you tell him. No more demands than that. Just a threat. I allow myself a moment to shudder, then draw myself up, because I have to go on. And I can't stop the harvest festival now. Too many people have been traveling to Barella for days. Many have already arrived. Some will be arriving this afternoon, before the harvest festival officially starts this evening. I don't even know if the threat is distant or already here. There is no return address on the letters, only the stamp in one corner of having come into the palace. They could come from Nikolai's estates in the north, or they could come from anywhere. They could come from here. But I don't know. I have to tell Caleb of the danger. Caleb is the most powerful mage in this palace. in this kingdom. He can defend himself, and I have my guards around him. I know that. Surely he could defuse whatever traps Nikolai laid for him in those letters, and I should be near him too. I'm not the master weaver he is, not for a long time yet, I think. But he's been teaching me for months now when I have the time. I'm a weapon in my kingdom too. But if I tell him, if there's even a chance Nikolai can back up that threat, oh gods of the autumn rains, I can't tell him. I swallow and stride back out into the corridor. There isn't a council session today, not when everyone is concentrating on the harvest festival, but I tell my guards, get Valterre. Send runners to the council in the palace. We meet in a half-turn of the glass. I hesitate, then call after the guard, turning away. Tell Valterre to get Caleb. At least near me, away from the crowds. He'll be safer, won't he? I used to love the harvest festival, but now I can't ignore my rising dread.
Chapter 2. Practice. Caleb. Torvin's watching me from across the great hall. I know he is. I can feel his eyes on me even when I'm not looking, warming me. He's supposed to be paying attention to the council member who's cornered him, not making eyes at me. Not that I'm objecting, and I'm supposed to be paying attention to my 3 apprentice weavers. Just now they're all making another attempt at the illusions that will display tonight at the first feast of the harvest festival, dazzling the guests with our showy displays. I watch one of my apprentices, Arya, stretch her long arms out, her brow furrowed as she works on her illusion of a tree. So far, so good. The tree she'll weave tonight will be much larger, towering to the ceiling of the great hall. But for now, with everyone here, we're keeping them small. Arya is a few years older than me, the daughter of a high noble. She's willowy with loose black hair, light brown skin, and a dancer's build. She always sways with her magic, as if every weaving is a performance, every plucked thread of reality a note in a symphony. I catch Torvin's eye and bite my lip when his gaze lingers. Then his gray-green eyes rake over me, and I linger on him too. The way the sun from the high windows has half of his light brown face in shadow, the other half in blazing light, putting the planes of his strong brow and chin in all the right angles. All of them. His black hair is bound back today, but a few strands, as usual, have escaped their enclosure. His lips are parting, and I can almost feel his desire growing from across the room. I flush, blink hard, and turn back to my apprentices, one of whom is trying not to smirk at me. His own illusion has fallen apart, but at least he safely pulled the threads back into place.
I raise my brows. Well, try it again, Kian. Eyes on your work this time, please. Your branches have to breathe.
Kian wipes away his grin. He's the oldest son of a high general, gangly, with a halo of coiled hair framing his youthful brown face. He's not quite grown into his height, even at 18.
Yes, Your Majesty.
He does not act his age, and I know it's deliberate. I well know what it's like to grow up with a parent's crushing expectations. Though his stubbornness has proven formidable in his willpower for weaving reality, and I scowl. I don't like when they call me that. And maybe we have all become too familiar for court manners, but they're my apprentices, and I can't teach them to wield their willpower if I'm constantly suppressing it. Still, I glance around to see if anyone heard that subtle dig. And while the palace staff is busy hanging up gold and green banners and draping garlands from the carved stonework around the pillars, I don't think anyone else is near enough to have heard. I smile at one of the noble women watching us and receive a polite series of bows from her and her companions in return. I've been royalty all my life, but it still unnerves me, knowing I'm their king. Well, technically king consort, though Barellan custom doesn't tack that qualifier onto a title. Torvin might be the king, but when I'm Caleb, I am a king too. I glance back toward Torvin. And he is leaving. I just see the swish of his long coat as he marches out through the side doors, followed by a few of his guards. He leaves the bulk of his guards in the Great Hall, though, and probably wise for that. While the conversations I've heard around me have mostly been happy, and mostly been civil, I know the rivalries that will be descending on this palace yet today. My own 2 personal guards are still by the heavy carved oak doors propped open to either side.
Shit.
Kian says.
Arya.
I turn back to my apprentices just as Arya's threads of reality begin to knot and then unravel. She's had trouble holding more complex illusions together before, and maybe she's trying too hard now. Maybe I was too distracted to realize she was taking on too much. But my stomach clenches as the edges of her weaving spark, then roar into a cascading flame. Arya yells and ducks, and I thrust up my hands, grabbing hold of the swiftly unraveling strands, quickly weaving them into a different illusion, a massive butterfly, because it's the only thing I can think of in the moment. The butterfly takes off across the room, bleeding sparks and fire. But the reality around it is stabilizing. Mostly. I watch my rewoven illusion for a moment, tense to reach for it again if it still proves unstable, but I've set it to unweave itself naturally, its threads easing back into the reality around it. Arya is trembling, her hands still stretched up to try to save a weaving that's no longer there. I open my mouth, but my 3rd apprentice, Sabella, gives me a look and approaches Arya, wrapping a sturdy arm around her. Sabella is short and with pale pink skin, prematurely graying but with a handsome round face, and dresses mostly in men's clothes, preferring women. She's also a former kitchen maid, and when she helped another younger servant out of what could have been a drunken tirade by talking him down with sheer, steady will, I asked if she would like to be trained as a weaver, because weaving shouldn't just be a magic that the nobility learns if the commoners don't often have access to books or teachers, because Torovin's efforts to give more power to the people should be echoed in the palace too, and because I need more weavers. We all need more weavers. Nikolai might not be in the palace anymore, but he's still out there.
It's all right.
Sabella says, patting Arya's back.
It's okay. Caleb unwove it. We're all safe. Everything's fine. We can try again later.
They use my name, not my titles, usually, or, gods forbid, Master Caleb. No. Torvin tried that once, and it sounded far too much like Master Aldrich for me not to swat that down. Master Mage or not, I just want to be myself. I bite my lip and start toward Arya too, but catch someone else stepping up beside me. I tense, and I'm not sure why I'm jumpy just now. Yes, that could have been a dangerous unraveling, but it wasn't. I was here. I knew it would be fine. I push my apprentices because I know it will be fine. And I'm sure, too, that Nikolai is training apprentices of his own, gaining more power of his own. He's out there in his family's estates. His influence is growing. I've seen his influence in the unrest about weavers in the countryside. And we can't be caught unaware again. But just now, it's not an enemy who stepped up beside me. Just Valtaire, well, Prime Minister Valtaire, with the enamel gold and emerald seal of office settled over his heart. His eyelids are shimmering with green in his handsome, clean-shaven brown face, his dreadlocks tied back in a thick tail today.
Gods, Caleb, what happened? What did you do to traumatize your weavers?
Valtaire's one of the truest friends I've ever known. I would step in front of a sword for him. I would face Nikolai again right here just for him. I know he would for me. And he can also be an ass. And right now, I'm not in the mood. But he sees it, because that's also Valtaire. His demeanor shifts. His voice lowers.
What happened?
He asks again. I shake my head and watch as both Kian and Sabella help Arya up. One of their weavings unraveled. I had to fix it.
Ah, so that was the fiery butterfly. I'd wondered if you were going to try that at the festival, and I was going to warn you that some of the nobles might take objection to sparks falling in their food.
I glare at him and he shrugs, then touches my arm.
Torvin's asking that you attend council today. Both of us, and I know it's an off day with the festival starting, but we have more news from the border.
He glances around us, and that's all he's going to say here in this crowd. Heat spikes in my stomach. An extremely unwanted bile rises in my throat. My cheeks must twitch because Voltaire leans even closer.
Caleb, are you well? Do you need help on your way out?
I breathe through the nausea and keep glaring at him. Well enough. I step back, putting distance between us, giving myself more room. Arya, no harm was done, I say. You did well. We'll go over what we're doing for the feast again when I get back to the common room.
Can I do the main display?
Kian asks, bouncing on his toes. Gods, do I have time to deal with my apprentices' egos right now? But then egos are part of willpower too. Kian's eyes are sparkling with anticipation, and Arya won't even meet mine.
Kian,
Sabella scolds, then turns to me.
we'll be in the mage's common room.
She ducks a bow and begins to herd them all out. Thank the gods for Sabella, who's unofficially decided to mother it over the rest. It has not been easy trying to marshal 3 very different people with different backgrounds and skill sets and personalities, all with blazingly strong views of themselves and their own wills. I have maybe the tiniest bit more sympathy for my mother, who had to corral my own will for most of my life. The tiniest. I glance up at the empty air where I just unwove the unraveling illusion. But that's a mistake. The crowd gathered around us follows my gaze. So I put on my court smile again, swallowing hard against the bile still simmering in my throat before I say to the people around me, if you attend the feast tonight, you'll witness a demonstration to remember, gods. But that's probably what they're afraid of too. I feel the mood in the great hall changing. What was beautiful and wondrous a few minutes before has now turned the crowd wary. They know the dangers of a weaver who can't control their own magic, too. They know that too well and know what it ultimately led to with Nikolai. Nikolai might have fled to his family's estate, with help from his supporters, and much of the kingdom's opinion might be against him. A weaver who can control minds? A weaver who can create the illusion of someone else within a person, until that illusion overrides that person's will. Those are the weavers of nightmare, of old legends, and they're not the heroes, and I worry. I worry that people are beginning to forget there's a difference. I shrug my shoulders in my coat, straightening as I turn to Voltaire. He raises his brows and waves to the doors.
Ready?
I fall into step beside him. Yes, it rattled me that Arya lost control of her magic, because that means I haven't taught her well enough. And while the people's opinions of me are generally good, their opinions of weavers in general have been growing, troubling. I miss a step and have to pause as my stomach surges again. Shit. The worst of the morning sickness eased a month ago, but my stomach has still not settled. My body certainly hasn't settled to carrying another raging ball of potential reality and possibilities within me. And I'm always aware of it. Always. It's slowly becoming more and more real.
I can tell Tor you're sick,
Voltaire says, looping his arm in mine. Some of the dignitaries not familiar to the court might remark about the husband of the king, walking arm in arm with the court's most notorious rake, even if he's been trying to reform that image now that he's the prime minister. But the Barellan court knows we're only friends. I haven't told anyone but Torvin. his sister Elsira, and Valtaire that I'm pregnant. Valtaire looks troubled, and I wonder if he's thinking about trying to sense the growing child with his elemental magic. But he's the prime minister of Barella. If it was forbidden for him to have elemental magic before as a high noble, it would be a disaster for the court to discover it now. And I pull my mouth tight. Because I got my happy ending. I got Toravin. I got to be fully myself. I got to love him as his king and his queen. I got to be a court mage as both a man and a woman, a master mage, and I'm teaching more weavers to weave the threads of reality too, to protect Barella. To ultimately surpass me, because that's the hope of any teacher, isn't it? I got all of that. But every elementalist born to a high family still has to hide. In the corridor outside the great hall, Valtaire checks my face again, then lets go of my arm and tugs on the ends of his waistcoat, touches the Prime Minister's seal resting over his heart.
All of this is bullshit,
He says beneath his breath. Toravin was absolutely right in choosing him to be the Prime Minister. He's good at it. He's patient. He listens. He doesn't dismiss things out of hand. That doesn't mean Valtaire likes the responsibility. It's necessary bullshit, I say, clapping his shoulder before I step past him and keep walking toward the council chamber. I hear his deep sigh as he catches up.
Chapter 3. The Council Chamber. Toravin. I have to fight to keep my hands from fidgeting as I enter the council chamber. Sunlight shines in from the windows lining the dome overhead, showing a still mostly empty semicircle of tables and chairs around the lectern at the front dais. And behind the tables are the chairs where the general audience would sit. There is no audience today. I only called for the council members, which is happening more often of late, and I don't like that. But I don't want panic from the public on the first eve of the Harvest Festival either. Where once I'd been hesitant to claim my place at the center of my kingdom, I stride without hesitation to the lectern now, gripping its sides, ignoring the curious or guardedly annoyed looks from the council members as they filter in. They're not happy that I've interrupted their festival break, but the wiser souls among them don't show it. Lord Navarat, who I was speaking to earlier, enters and gives me a grim nod, his black mustache twitching. He doesn't take his place at his habitual table, but stands with his arms folded near the edge of the dais. He knows he'll be giving a report. I watch the doors for Valtaire and for Caleb, trying to staunch my impatience. Caleb is not fond of council meetings, though I can't say that I am either. But they're necessary. And my father's work, my work now, to give more power back to the people, is working, if slowly, in fits and starts, and going vastly backwards some days. Not a week ago, I stood here and argued for hours to build a university on the border between two of my kingdom's districts, and representatives of the commoners from one of those districts argued back that they didn't want it. That district holds some of Nikolai's father's lands. I am not willing to see that as a coincidence. Caleb enters like he's on a mission, and on his heels, Valtaire calls.
I have a brunch with a lovely man from Cardolan in an hour, and I'd hate to miss it.
But if he's trying to make light of his tension, of the unease in the room, no one is buying it. Least of all Valtaire himself. Everyone knows I wouldn't call a meeting today if it wasn't urgent. And Valtaire's flippant delivery falls short, too, with the pendant of office he wears. He's been trying hard not to be seen as the court rake, and a slip now betrays his nerves, too. I catch Caleb's eye and almost expect him to roll his eyes, his own break of tension. But he doesn't, which makes the moment seem all the more potent. Valtaire and Caleb don't know about the letters, and even still they're on edge. But then, Even though the atmosphere of the palace is festive, we all know there's more going on than that. Valterre approaches me at the lectern and lowers his voice, all humor gone.
Tor, what's the crisis?
We're about to find out. I glance at Lord Navarrete and feel a twinge of guilt for not truly listening to him earlier, Caleb holding my more urgent attention. But Caleb always holds my attention, in danger or not. And Lord Navarrete's information is urgent too. I have the worming feeling in my gut it might be just as dangerous to the kingdom, if not to my own heart. My hands curl around the sides of the lectern. We'll start soon, I say to Valterre, and he nods, descending the few steps to the floor to take his place at the tables. And it's taking all my willpower not to run back to the room where I hid the letters and look at them again. Look for some way to defuse whatever traps are in them. To see if there are any traps at all. To see how bad the danger is. To tell Caleb about the letters, because he's the only one who might have a chance at unraveling their traps. I swallow. Caleb sits at our table in the front row, beside where I usually sit when I'm not at the lectern. Valterre takes his place one table over, a slight formal distancing here so that he's seen as the head of the council, and not just under my command. He does now have the authority to oppose me with a council vote. I made sure of that when I chose him to be Barella's prime minister. The council wasn't fond of my choice, but they did like the idea of having more say in the decisions of the kingdom. And since Valterre took office 4 months ago, the complaints about handing over a large portion of the government to a court rake have mostly disappeared. He's good at what he does. He helped me manage the kingdom when I was lost in my fog of grief, and he's doing it officially now. Caleb folds his hands together on the table, soft wisps of hair falling loose around the fine angles of his face, bright in the morning sunlight. His brows are drawn in a concentration I'm growing to hate, a concentration to keep his stomach settled. My own gut tightens in sympathy. I desperately wish for all the months between now and when he has our child to be quick. I don't like to see my husband in pain, and I want to meet our child. But that's yet on the horizon, and right now, Caleb sees my grimace and sits back, doing his best to smooth out his features and appear less queasy. Lately, we've met more across a distance than we have been together. We've been busy, but I glance around and decide this is as many council members as we're likely to have, with many preoccupied with dressing for the night, or in the nearby town to make last-minute purchases, whatever their needs. Wait. I see Master Aldrich hurrying in, carrying his staff rather than using it, a notebook tucked under one arm. All right. I was given urgent news this morning, I say to the scattered double handful who came, and I wish the council to hear it. I nod to Lord Navarrete, and he approaches the lectern, bows to me.
I brought this news to you first, Your Majesty.
Lord Navarrete says. Further guilt twinges, but I hold my face impassive as I step back from the lectern. Then, Lord Navarrete, if you will. He bows again, and I descend to the main floor to take my place beside Caleb. Caleb glances to me as I smooth down my coat and sit, then reaches for my hand beneath the table. I give mine back, and he squeezes. The tightness of his grip is the measure of his discomfort right now, and I ache with it. I stroke his thumb with mine and relax a little at his soft sigh, then turn my hand so I can interweave my fingers with his. Valterre, at his own table, isn't making any of the usual disarming gestures he uses to keep people off balance and underestimating him. He does still do that, but just now, he's focused and alert. His eyes meet mine, and his gaze is troubled.
I had word not an hour ago.
Lord Navarat says, leaning against the lectern as his lips twitch with nerves.
A weaver has gone missing at the border to Acreal.
Chapter 4. The Border. Toravan.
As I was telling Your Majesty,
Lord Navarat says,
we've heard the rumors about the unease around weavers near the border to Acreal. I've asked the merchants I work with to send news of any more unrest in the area, and a merchant convoy that just arrived for the festival brought word. It's a second-hand report, but the merchant who came to me talked to a villager himself. A village weaver from the border village of Iren went missing 3 days ago. One Gardelenmar, 17 years of age.
Beside me, Caleb stiffens. His hand clenches mine.
He's not even as old as Kian.
He says under his breath. His apprentice. We share a look. Because the world looks a little different when you have a child on the way. Lord Navarat pauses, waiting for if Caleb wishes to speak. Caleb tilts his chin up.
Is the weaver dead? And was it the villagers who hurt him or the Acreans?
Lord Navarat waves a jeweled hand in a fending off motion. He looks to me, back to Caleb.
We don't know, Your Majesty. The merchant also said he heard there's another man missing from a neighboring village, an older man this time, but that report is less sure. But the rumor is that other missing man is also a weaver, though the merchant thought that might be speculation or accusation, which itself is troubling. The first young man was confirmed to be a weaver, but the second, if it's true, we don't know.
There's a murmur of unease from behind us, from the tables around us. My jaw tenses, and my knee wants to start bouncing again. I keep it still.
And more.
Lord Navarat goes on.
The young weaver's hut was heavily ransacked, but no one in the village seems to know who did it. And there have been frequent sightings of Acrean soldiers crossing the border in small groups, maybe testing how permeable our borders are. These villages are between our own border garrisons. We don't have a strong presence there.
We haven't needed to, but I denied a request for more troops 2 months ago because I didn't want to escalate the tensions with Acreal. If I'd sent more troops to the border then, would these missing villagers still be missing?
So I respectfully suggest, Your Majesties, that we send a full troop to the border to investigate.
Lord Navarat says.
We know the Acrean opinion of weavers of late, or at least suspect it.
And the council knows my suspicions that Acreal is the kingdom where my mother fled, though we still don't have any confirmation of that. Yet.
If Acreal is in any way involved in kidnapping weavers from our kingdom, Your Majesties, those weavers are a valuable asset to our kingdom, as you both know and demonstrated in this very room.
He meets my eyes, just briefly, and my stomach knots. If this is an Acrean attack, it's not subtle. Is my mother done with being subtle? And what about Nikolai? Is Acreal taking weavers now so that Barella can less defend itself when Nikolai does decide to come for me again? But these aren't weavers who are trained for war. They're a young man and an older man who might not have been a weaver at all. Whatever's going on is fear. And I don't know what direction that fear is coming from.
Do the villagers themselves fear the weavers?
Caleb asks, his posture still rigid.
Is it as bad as we've heard?
Lord Navarat shakes his head.
It's not good, I fear. The merchant said the villagers are glad the young weaver is gone. They aren't owning up to having done it themselves, but they were hostile to the idea of the weaver coming back. They would already have taken the weavers home, the merchant said, if they weren't afraid of mind control traps, which makes the ransacking doubly suspicious.
Was this young weaver a soul weaver then?
Calls a new voice from behind me, Lady Seema. I glance back to see her already in her festival finery, her long braids wound up and held by gold and ruby pins. She was one of the council members who Nikolai had under his control on that day. We'd confronted him here in the council chamber. And I remember the feeling of being outside of myself all too well. Of wanting to carry out his will, not mine. I don't ever want to feel that way again.
I don't know,
Lord Navarat says, which isn't the answer I want to hear.
The merchant didn't say there were any signs. But then are there always signs?
He looks to Caleb, and Caleb's mouth is a grim line.
No,
He says.
though I'm always looking.
The tension in the room shifts from unease to an acrid tang of fear. We'll send a troop, I say, keeping my voice calm, pulling my hand from Caleb's to place both of my palms flat on the table.
Perhaps even two.
Lord Navarat says cautiously.
If Acrean troops are crossing the border, we might encounter them.
Done, I say. If I wanted to avoid escalation with Acreal before, they're not trying to avoid it now. And is it coincidence that this is happening now, while the harvest festival is about to start? While Nikolai's letters have been burning my soul every morning for the last 3 days? Valterre taps his table.
Any troop we send should include a weaver,
He looks sideways at me.
but not you, Torvin. Or Caleb. Respectfully.
No, I agree,
I will go.
Master Aldrich says, sitting back where he sits several tables to my right around the circle. His thinning gray hair is bound back in his usual braid today, his jaw set. He's abandoned some of his grandfatherly persona in the last few months, and now just looks haggard. The chamber quiets. Aldrich nods to me, magnanimously respectful as always.
I don't see any other weaver qualified. Forgive me, Caleb, but your apprentices are not ready for any work outside these walls.
Or unspoken in the air, within them. I narrow my eyes at Aldrich, who might give me his respect and even his loyalty, but he's never been my ally. Is he suggesting Caleb is incompetent as a teacher? But then, Aldrich has nothing to say about that, with how he taught me. Caleb opens his mouth to protest, then closes it. No one here thinks the apprentices are ready. Master Aldrich going to the border is probably a good idea. Aldrich is one of the most educated weavers in the kingdom. He knows what the dark threads of soul weaving look like, and he would be an asset. But he is one of the most educated weavers, and I have 3 letters now that I can't show to the most powerful weaver in the kingdom. Gods. I can't let Aldrich go. What if this is a distraction meant to split our weavers apart? Meant to pull my resources away from me when I need them here? And do I need them here? Exactly where is the threat? What if Aldrich leaving means I lose Caleb? What if Aldrich staying means I lose the border? Lose the trust of the people, my enemies eroding at the edges of my kingdom? But Caleb. No, I say, a little too sharply. Caleb turns to me, frowning. He adjusts his spectacles. Aldrich blinks, the picture of courtesy, though I can tell he's annoyed.
Your Majesty.
No, I repeat, more firmly this time. You're most needed here. The festival influx is already straining the palace's resources. I can't spare you. That's not a lie, technically, but it's not enough truth to be an actual reason. But Aldrich slowly lowers himself back into his seat, the tips of his fingers steepled. We'll send a master elementalist instead, I say. If weavers are the ones in danger, we shouldn't send another. Master Getran, I believe, has commanded troops in the field before. Master Getran, a man close to Aldrich's age who wields fire, isn't in council today. Valterre considers me, nods.
I'll ask him and make sure it's done.
He makes a note in his own notebook, slipped from his jacket pocket.
Torvin, we shouldn't keep in session longer than necessary, and I don't believe we have further information to add to this. Most of us have festival preparations to attend to.
And he has his lunch date. Though I doubt he has much of an appetite now. I know I do not. And Valterre's bringing things back to the mundane. Because this is supposed to be a time of celebration, even if the Harvest Festival's always been a place of political tension, too. I hesitate a moment, though I know they're all waiting for me to dismiss the council. If weavers on the border are in danger, should I issue a call for weavers in that district to come to the palace? Should I call in weavers kingdom-wide? Should we train them? Should we prepare for whatever will come? Are the rising threats enough for me to justify that? But weavers descending on the palace would be a sure sign of either fear or aggression on Barella's part. Maybe that's what my mother or Nikolai are hoping to provoke. A reason to move their own plans forward. Caleb's still watching me, troubled. I meet his eyes and rise. Yes, we've finished. Do we have more business for the council? I'm already standing, and so are most of the other council members. If anyone wants to raise more issues now, they won't be well loved for it.
I want a more thorough report of what is happening at the Acreal border,
Lady Seema says, smoothing down her orange and red gown.
Lord Valterre, can you task Master Getran and the commander of the troops with seeing that happens?
Yes, I will. And there will be a delegation from Acreal arriving later today, I believe.
Valterre looks sideways at me.
We should all keep our own watch throughout the festival.
That I can do,
Master Aldrich says. Good. I hold out my arm, and Caleb rises too, his face taking on that queasy cast again. I will see you all at the festival this evening. Chairs that haven't scraped before do now. Hands slide papers and notebooks into cases. Only Valterre casts a final glance my way, the tilt of his head saying he knows something is going on with me, something I haven't told him. Should I tell him? But what if there's the smallest chance that the him in that letters could mean Valterre too? I know it doesn't. But that might not stop Nikolai from using it as an excuse. That might not stop a trap, if there is a trap, from triggering if anyone else opens it but me. Am I overthinking this? Am I foolish to heed this threat at all? Was it just meant to get into my head? I look to Caleb as we make our way toward the doors, but Lady Seema approaches on my other side.
Your Majesty, may I have a word about the university project? I know this is the first day of festival, but I heard from my people that a spiked fence went up one night around the land where we hope to build. It's easily taken down, but not without losing the will of the people from that district.
Gods, why would my people try to fight against the power I wish to give them? Are they all under Nikolai's control, or am I failing at what I set out to do on the eve of my first harvest festival as their king? Caleb's frowning.
I want to see that fence. And I want to see the people who built it. I could tell if this is Nikolai's influence. Can you have one of them brought here?
But Lady Seema's already shaking her head.
No, and Torvin, you know we can't arrest the common people for doing no more than saying no to help.
Well, we could. But that wouldn't win the goodwill of the people. And no one was suggesting Caleb go there himself. Or me. That was too close to Nikolai's influence. I still my restless need to move. This is important. It is. But not as important at the moment as making sure the Harvest Festival is successful. So many of the alliances for the next year will be brokered at this festival. So much of the mood of the kingdom will be set. And this will be the time that many of my subjects, and many of our neighboring kingdoms, see me as the king. And Caleb as my king, too, or queen when he's Irava. Yes, the Barellan court has accepted him readily, accepted him and her, but we will be dealing with other nations tonight and the rest of this week. We may be dealing with people tainted by the opinions of Nikolai's family and their own traditions. And do I dare give Nikolai's family even that small bit more of a foothold in the university project, even on this festival day? I lean toward Caleb. I'll meet you in our chambers before the feast. He licks his lips, something that draws all of my attention for that singular moment. And I know he didn't mean to do that, but he sees it, his lips twisting up in half a grin, half a grimace.
Tonight,
he says, brushing my cheek before he pulls back. And because he knows I'm worried, he adds,
I'll keep my own watch for trouble.
Or maybe he thinks it's still his duty to protect me, not be the one protected. But he strides off after Valterre in a swirl of his knee-length coat, and I'm not about to call after him and correct that assumption, though I want to. Oh, I want to. I watch to make sure his guards follow him out before I turn back to Lady Seema.
Chapter 5. Illusions. Caleb/Irava. I storm out into the corridor behind Valterre, fire churning in my soul. Nikolai's reach keeps haunting us. I thought we'd won that day in the council chamber when we gave Master Aldrich our combined wills, and he made sure Nikolai was subdued. I thought the danger had ended when Torovan arrested his mother. And even when she escaped, and when Nikolai's family's influence was too great for Torovan to hold him to, I thought that distance would matter. I thought my love for Torovan and his love for me would be enough to hold a kingdom together. But now, on this first day of the Harvest Festival, Nikolai's reaching across the distance from his family's estates to our palace. Lady Seema's news might not point directly to him, but why else would the common people refuse the help that Torovan wants to give? And Torovan's mother's reach too, if he's right, and she's behind the reason behind Akriel crossing the border into Barella, and maybe kidnapping weavers. Torovan said Akriel wasn't friendly before, but they weren't hostile either. And everywhere I look, there seems to be a rising fear of us, weavers like Torovan and me. That fear shouldn't be spreading. Nikolai's soul weaving was defeated. We won. But Nikolai's still out there. And Torovan's right. He has to deal with this. He has to deal the only way he can, as the king. And that means talking with Lady Seema. Even though I wanted a stolen moment, just a moment after what happened with Arya's weaving earlier, to ground myself in his nearness, to reassure myself, because I'm off balance today. And I can't be. I can't be anything less than perfect tonight as his king. And when my mother arrives, I catch up with Valterre and lower my voice.
What is up with Tor the last few days?
What do you mean, what is up with Tor?
He asks. Though I know he's seen it too. I saw the look Valterre gave him when he said, emphatically, that Master Aldrich shouldn't go to the border. It wasn't his dislike of Aldrich, or, I think, his fear for Aldrich's safety. And I don't buy his excuse that Aldrich's needed desperately here. It makes sense on the surface, but that's not why he said it.
He's worried,
Valterre says.
He's anxious about the festival. It's a big deal, you know. You haven't been to one yet. It's the biggest feast of the Barellan year, I think equivalent to your New Year's celebration in Galinda. A lot is depending on it going well. A lot of goodwill toward Barella, and from the nobles to Toravan and you, is dependent on how this festival goes.
Which is nothing I don't know, and a whole lot of words to cover Valtaire's own anxieties. I bite my lip and straighten my spectacles. I know Toravan's nervous, I do, but I know what he's like when he's nervous. And this is more than just that. And even though what's happening with the Creole and the weavers at the border is not good, he was anxious before then. Maybe I thought it was just the festival too, but I'm not thinking that now. And I'm worried about him. What is he carrying that he thinks he's protecting me from? I slow and grimace. I'm feeling the tug toward being a Rava right now. And I'm in a public corridor. I can't drop my illusion as Caleb and reweave my illusion as a Rava. Not if I don't want people to see my pregnancy. Valtaire, I need to change my illusion. He looks around us, then heads to a nearby alcove with a statue set into it. I raise my brows but shrug. There's just enough room behind the statue for me to slip behind it, and Valtaire positions himself in front of the alcove, crossing his arms. I slip behind, my sleeve brushing the leg of the green marble goddess, and quickly unweave my illusion as Caleb. I'm wearing the same clothes, though with my illusion, I'd made them look filled out in different ways. My growing belly now is the first thing I see, and I briefly wrap my hand around it, letting myself fully feel the growing possibility inside me that's always in my awareness. My lips twitch, briefly into a smile. Then I weave another illusion of myself.
This time myself as Irava, but myself without my rounded stomach, without the slight puffiness to my face, without the tired rings beneath my eyes. I straighten the gray knee-length coat with its gold embroidery, one of my favorites. Now it appears to fit slimmer and more tailored around my waist, at least in my illusion. It'll be fine as long as no one actually touches or brushes against my stomach, because they'd touch something solid before they reached what looked like the edge of my coat. I've been careful since my pregnancy started showing that no one touches me, though. No one who doesn't know, at least. I've learned how to turn myself away from any potential danger. It wasn't Toravan's idea to hide this, but mine. I know our enemies are out there. I know their influence is growing, even before this news today, and I'm still determined to find a way to reweave my reality as Caleb around this growing child inside me, to be able to bring all of my powers and attention as a weaver to bear. While I'm always maintaining an illusion, my attention will always be partly on that. I learned that during the storm, when using all of myself stripped my illusion away. But I haven't yet found a method of reweaving myself as Caleb that I think is safe. There just haven't been that many pregnant weavers, and so very few women weavers written about at all. No one, that I can tell, who moved between different genders in their realities. If I can find enough time and patience, I want to fix that, to write something of my own. But not yet. I haven't stopped looking, though. And though the stacks of books for me to read through has dwindled, I haven't given up hope. When I show I'm with child, I want it to be fully as myself, as Irava and as Caleb. I want that. I need that. I'm done, I say, and Valtaire looks back, sees me, and steps aside to let me back into the corridor. His eyes go to my stomach, which is annoying. I've let him, with his small, elemental healing talent, check the sense of the growing child twice, but I can feel the growing possibility on my own. I would know if something was wrong, and it's fine. Beyond the queasiness that still hasn't left me, it's fine. I push my spectacles up on my nose and head off again.
Your mother's coming tonight, right?
Valter asks. I shoot him a glare. That's his idea of small talk? Then I slow again. I don't even know where we're going. I was headed to the mage quarters, and yes, we're headed that way, the corridor growing more crowded around us as we near the great hall again. Yes. I'm trying not to think about it. Maybe it did bother me more than I'd thought seeing Arya's weaving unraveling in the great hall today. It was far too close to that first day in the palace when I had to save Nikolai. Not that I can compare her to Nikolai at all. At all. Arya's nothing at all like him. But it rattled me all the same. And maybe it bothers me a lot that Torvin is upset about something he's not telling me about. And it terrifies me that our enemies are successfully turning some of the people's minds against us, against Torvin and me. But right now, the thought that makes my hands go clammy and my heart pound in my throat is my mother. She knows I'm both Caleb and Irava. I did tell her that in a letter after we married. She wrote back, very polite, and addressed the letter to Irava and Caleb. But I know my mother. I know how she likes the people around her to be who she wants them to be. She's a queen, and she likes to rule in her own household too. I know she wasn't happy that we moved up the wedding, and she couldn't attend. I fear she won't be happy about a lot of things.
Well, my father is coming too,
Valter says with a grimace.
He wrote a letter about how pleased he was that I'm now actually one of the most powerful people in the kingdom and not just steering Torvin around.
I make a face. Oh, gods. He said that?
Not in as many words, no, but I know what he's thinking. You've met my father. He is delightful, you know.
I have met Count Valter, the former Minister of Finance, which was one of the highest positions in the kingdom before Torvin formed the position of Prime Minister a few months ago. While Lord Valter takes after his father in his handsome features and natural grace, the Count is aloof, and far too obsessed with things being done the way he thinks they should be. Valter's father, too, likes to rule his own household. I softly tap my fist on Valter's arm. We check in every day. If one of us needs to explode, we explode. He nudges me back.
Deal. I'm going to have to explode at least twice. A day. My father's here all week, just like your mother. No, maybe 3 times a day. We should just schedule it in now.
I snort. Are you walking me back to the mage quarters now? Are you going to help me convince my apprentices they're ready to demonstrate their illusions tonight?
Well, do you think one of them should sit out? What with the difficulties we've been having at the border?
No, I say firmly. The people need to see what weavers can do, that it's accessible.
But they saw a weaver nearly lose control today.
He looks around as someone passes nearby, then signals to our guards to form a wider perimeter around us. Most of them will have only seen a butterfly, I say stubbornly. There were only a handful of people actually watching us.
It was more than that.
Valter, it will be fine. He lowers his voice as we pass out of the main corridor and into the relative calm of the passage leading to the mage's quarters, the common room, and my study.
Irava, I'm concerned that if there's another incident at the feast tonight, especially with the delegates from Akriel there might be trouble.
I touch the Master Weaver's medallion over my heart, rubbing the edges through my fingertips. I'll have illusions ready, I say. If something starts to go wrong, I'll take the weaves and weave my own illusions around them, make it look like nothing is happening.
That sounds too risky to me,
he says beneath his breath, and gives me a pointed look.
If you drop your own illusion, it might be less so.
I speed up my steps. You know my reasons. You know that's my choice, and Torvin's. He shrugs, but it's stiffly, and I know he cares. I know he wouldn't be pushing if he didn't care. Please, let it go. I'm fine. I'll figure out how to do that after the festival, all right? I don't want to distract from the harvest festival.
Gods, Irava, that would hardly be a distraction, or at least it would be an excellent distraction. Maybe we all need that distraction. Some very good news.
And you really think it's a good idea to tell the court now, with what we just heard? To give our enemies more leverage over us. He opens his hands.
Okay, maybe. Point. But
After.
I say.
But I don't say when after. I'll figure out, somehow, how to reweave my reality as Caleb after. I know I will. I have to. And Valterre knows, doesn't he, that I'm the master weaver I am because of my stubbornness and willpower? He sighs dramatically, but nods.
after. I'll see you at dinner tonight, and let us hope both of our parents are late, and we can get in a decent meal before we have to face that.
He waves for words that aren't coming, because the polite ones won't do. I grip his hand, briefly. If Torovin and I are worried about how the festival will go, I know he's worried too. Agreed, I say, before we part at the entrance to the mage's common room. Chapter 6. Apprentices. Irava. I really don't feel like uplifting the willpower and egos of my 3 apprentices just now, not with the worry gnawing in my gut, pushing at the already queasy feeling. But we have to make this show at the Harvest Festival tonight. We have to show our allies, and our enemies, that weavers are just people, that we can do amazing things, that we aren't the corrupted weavers like Nikolai wants everyone to believe we are. Am I fighting the wind? In the mage's common room, Arya is standing with her back braced, arms up and poised, threads of reality flowing gracefully around her. Even her magic is graceful. Sabella watches like a spotter for a tumbler, but though Sabella has formidable willpower and control, she hasn't yet been able to harness that into raw power. Arya has the power, but she can't seem to contain it with her will. And Kian is watching sullenly, leaning against a table, while one of the elementalist court mages reads by the hearth. The elementalist only barely looks up when I stride in. Good, Arya, good, I say. Hold that, and you will do excellent tonight. She looks up, and I twitch, as her control on her weaving starts to falter. But she furrows her brow in concentration, and her weaving steadies. It's still not the towering tree she'll make tonight, but more compact for this lower space. Her concentration slowly turns to a grin, which she flashes at me as I watch. She never grins at me that openly when I'm Caleb. Torovin and Elsira and Valterre don't seem to care, don't treat me any differently between the 2 halves of myself. But I have sometimes seen others' reactions shifting, taking me more seriously when I'm a man, or, like Arya, being less intimidated when I'm a woman. I'm already tense for the day and try to shrug it off, stepping closer as Arya, more confident now, continues her illusion, and it's good. It's very good. The tree branching out to roll across the ceiling, giving the illusion in the moment that there is no ceiling, that there's a sky overhead, the sunlight casting onto Arya's upturned face. We'll need stars tonight, I say softly, and Arya hums, flicking her fingers to pluck the threads of reality into a glittering starry sky. I stare up, for a moment, arrested. Because I know my own power, and by now I know Torovin's too. His own weaving more direct, more practical than mine. But Arya's is as graceful as she is herself. Beautiful, I whisper. She turns to me, and her grin widens, and now her weaving does start to fall apart. Arya dash. She catches it, though, but the fumble is clumsy, and it takes a nervous minute until the threads are all under her control again. The night sky has turned into a glittering fall of stars all around us, the trees' branches unraveling into ribbons of bark. I reach up and gently tug some of the illusions away from her as she struggles to unweave what she can. Sabella's face is pinched.
Irava,
She says slowly, and it always sounds like she's saying my name with hesitation. Like she doesn't deserve to say it. And I hate that.
maybe we should do something simpler,
She says.
like imaginary fireworks, or a flock of birds, or like the butterfly.
Arya cringes, finally dropping her arms as reality flows back into the way it had been before she started weaving.
I'm sorry. Irava, I'm sorry. I've been practicing hours a day.
I know, I say, and you've been doing so well. No. I pass a hand across my forehead and feel the sweat I'm not letting show through my illusion. No, I'm sorry, this is too soon. I pushed you all to do this too soon. I've been teaching them for months. But it took me years to learn to be a competent weaver. And maybe Valter is right. Maybe a display of weaving now isn't the best idea. Not with what's happening at the border to Acreol.
No.
Kian says, launching himself away from the table he'd been leaning against.
No, Irava. We've been practicing.
I hold up my hands. I'm not saying no, I'm not. And I know this public display is important to them. Maybe as important as the mage demonstrations had ultimately been to me. For them, this is a chance to show their progress. And yes, a chance to show that weavers can make beautiful things, and not just do the destruction that Nikolai wrought. That is important, yes, and Master Aldrich said to me when he brought up the idea a few weeks ago, having this reward of public approval will go far to keep their loyalties with me. I hate that he thinks about people like that, as pawns on his board, but I don't think he's wrong. Not with seeing the crease in Torovan's brow. Having loyal weavers right now is a very good thing, but that only works if nothing gets out of hand. So yes, we'll simplify a little for now, and work on practicing our full demonstration for the last day of the feast. Yes, I think that will work, I'll tell Valter. Tonight, let's show a display of, yes, fireworks. We can all make fireworks. That was one of the first things that they'd all taught themselves. Arya first, then Sabella reluctantly before she took to it, and then Kian, as soon as he'd barreled into my training. I'd only had Kian for the last 2 months, though he was already near Arya's level with his illusions, and fireworks were always a hit. We'd had a few demonstrations for the stable hands at night, nothing formal, nothing big enough to draw attention, very close overhead, but high enough that the ceiling of the great hall should do fine as a backdrop. And I can make the ceiling glitter with stars while they all launch their fireworks. Yes, that will work. And be enough of a spectacle that no one will be concentrating too hard on the weavers making the illusions. And Arya can handle fireworks just fine. Arya is biting her lip, but at my look, she draws herself up and nods, and opens her hand to shoot a tiny blue and white umbrella of sparks into the air. Like that, I say. Yes. All right, let's practice how we want this to go. Arya, if you can handle the blooms in the center of the hall, Kian toward the high table, and Sabella toward the far end. We move around the smaller space, with me staying nearer Arya, and I know she knows why I'm staying near, but she doesn't protest, and we get to planning out a fireworks show. After a minor mishap with Arya's and Kian's weavings colliding, in which the elementalist closed his book and made a hasty retreat from the common room, I stand back and watch them run through it again, holding my own illusion of the night sky with little effort. But my illusion falters when I feel a sharp jab inside my stomach. I catch the falter. I don't think Arya and Kian, focused as they are on their bright displays, even notice. but Sabella, between her weavings, does. She turns, and I can't help my hand straying toward my stomach before I jerk it back to my side. I only brushed the edge of where the illusion hides my stomach, but Sabella freezes, her eyes locked on me. Gods. Gods, she can tell. She knows. That small mistake was enough. I know she's putting together the nausea I've had sometimes, though I do my best to cover it. She is a mother, her 12-year-old son an apprentice to an apothecary in a nearby town. She takes a few days to visit him sometimes. Slowly, Sabella pulls her gaze from me, but not before it dips once to my stomach. I swallow. And why do I suddenly feel cold that someone outside of the very few I've told knows now too? I told Valterre I would announce my pregnancy at some point after the end of the Harvest Festival. I hadn't said soon, and I trust Sabella. Of all of my apprentices, she is the most trustworthy, the oldest among them, responsible to a fault. I asked her to train with me, not the other way around. Gods, I'm stressed. I know she won't tell anyone. That's not who she is. This won't go beyond this room until I want it to. But I feel like a piece of my armor has cracked, and my throat is tighter than I'd like. The fireworks display ends, again, and I give my apprentices the praise they're due, because it was excellent, and I know it will go very well tonight. But my anxiety for the day has already soured into a foreboding I can't name.
Chapter 7. More Guards. Toravan. It's 2 hours before the first feast of the Harvest Festival starts. In our bedroom, the waning light casts long shadows across the floor as I rifle through my wardrobe. I already know what I'll wear the first night of the feast. It's been planned for over a month. But I'm still sifting through various coats and shirts and pants, as if something new might appear. Caleb sits on the edge of our bed, undoing the buttons of his coat with careful fingers, which isn't like him. He usually has his coat off in seconds, tossed aside on the bed, waiting to be cleaned up by the staff later, not out of carelessness, but because he simply forgets. I ache with everything in me to pause him with a touch, to run my hands through his hair, to tilt his chin up to me, straighten his spectacles, or take them off altogether. I will kill him if you tell him. I curl my hands tight, force myself to release the tension again, because I know Caleb will see it, and I can't have him asking questions. I can't. And I know the bounds of his body are different beneath his current illusion. I can't see the illusion, even with my weaver's senses, but I know it's there. I love him no matter his body, all of his body, whatever body. But it bothers him not being able to be fully himself when he's Caleb. And God's, though I want this child, our child, with all that I am, though I'm excited for our child to see the world and grow with us, I wish Caleb hadn't had to know pain in the making of this. He looks up at me. I've stopped, and I'm staring down at him. His look back is a little defiant, his shoulders tight, his jaw set. I curl my fingers back into my hands. The Acrean delegation arrived an hour ago, I say, because it's within reach. Valterre's getting them settled in the East Wing, which is where we're lodging most of the foreign delegates. Gods, I run a hand across my mouth, my own nerves spiking. I need this harvest festival to go well. I need there not to be danger in my home and among those I love. Will I ever know a life without enemies? But then I'm a king. And because of me, because he couldn't defeat me, Nikolai is threatening Caleb. Caleb nods, shrugging the rest of the way out of his coat.
Any trouble so far?
Not yet. I finally pull the clothes I'm going to wear tonight from the wardrobe and hang them on the canopy of the bed. I'm assigning you 2 more guards. I want you to keep them close. No dodging them in the corridors or using your illusions to slip away. I look at him askance. I know you do that sometimes. He smirks. We haven't talked about it, because until a few days ago, there hasn't been a need to. I know Caleb, and sometimes Valterre, take it upon themselves to be their own spy masters in my palace too. It was how they discovered the truth about my mother. Caleb stands and begins unbuttoning his shirt, and I have to look away, because we have to go to the feast soon. And I know he's not in the mood. He's watching me intently, though, not quite taunting, in a weird mood.
I don't need more guards,
He says.
I've saved your life 3 times, Torvin. I'm as much your guard as...
I turn back, my temper heating, and because I'm tired, and because tonight is wearing on me, I let it. You stopped being any kind of guard when you married me, Caleb Braze. And when you...
When I started carrying our child? Is that it?
I was going to say when you assumed the duties of a master weaver, but yes, that too. I know it's the wrong thing to say. I know it. His pregnancy has been a sore spot since shortly after it started, and it had started off well enough. We had been so happy. We'd spent moments lingering in the quiet places of the garden. We'd spent hours tangled up in the sheets, just watching each other. Caleb strides up to me, glaring up into my eyes.
I don't need a guard. I don't need more guards. The ones I have are fine. They trail me everywhere. That's all I need. And your guards are all over the palace anyway. And wherever you are, I can protect myself, Tor. And if you're afraid of the threats from the border...
My shoulders twitch. I'm always afraid. Our enemies aren't giving up. They want to see me, and you, Caleb, hurt. They want my plans to fail. They want to condemn weavers. You know this. We just had the council meeting. He steps back, and something I've been seeing more often, and liking less and less, descends over his face. It's a wall. It's a wall he's building between us, and I don't know how to scale it. I don't know why he feels the need to put it up. I love you, I say, spreading my hands. I only want to protect you, because I love you. He's shirtless now, still in his illusion, and turns to his own wardrobe to pull out a black silk undershirt, tugging it on in short, angry motions. I step toward him, because I often help him dress. It's what we've been doing since we asked the servants not to dress us 5 months ago, after he became pregnant. But I stop, because the lines of his body are tight with anger. Just 2 guards, I finally say. Just 2 more. And only until the end of the festival, because of the delegates from Acreol. Not just because, but I can't tell him more than that. I'll assign Reveillon to you, I say into the stretching silence as he pulls on a dark green velvet coat embroidered in gold vines. And Morgan. You like them both. They're highly attentive should anything happen.
I don't need guards,
He says again.
Torvin, it just shows our enemies that we're afraid of them. I'm not. We defeated Nikolai, we both did. The whole court knows about him. He's not going to take us on now. And you're much stronger as a weaver now, too. We're not in any danger from another weaver.
I don't think he actually believes that. I've seen his fear, too. It's part of why he hasn't wanted to show his pregnancy, I know that. But gods, I know my husband has a formidable will, and just now, it's aimed at me. What about the Acrean delegates? I insist.
What are they going to do in your court? With all of your guards? With everyone here?
He struggles with the top button, and I twitch to help, but instead fold my hands in front of me.
Can you get this one?
He asks with a huff, and I cross quickly to him. That's my point, I say quietly. The more guards you have around you, the less chances anyone will have. Even if those chances are small. Caleb, please. This will help me not to worry about you during this festival. So I can concentrate on making it a good festival. My first harvest festival. He purses his lips, and his gaze softens a little. He grips my arm as I finish the last button.
You'll do fine, Tor.
I straighten. I know that. I don't know. Maybe a few days ago this felt like something I could handle just fine. But with the letters sitting hidden in that meeting room, with how weavers are being treated at the border, he presses a warm palm to my cheek, his eyes darting between mine. I lay my hand over his. I don't ask him again, but I ask with my eyes. My heart is pounding, and while I've been able to keep the fear of those letters aside for most of the last few hours, knowing that we'll be at the feast tonight, knowing so many of our allies and some of our enemies will be there too, is like a fire inside me, scorching away any calm.
Okay,
he says finally.
Morgan and Reveillon. That's all?
I lean to kiss him, and he stretches up to kiss me back.
Chapter 8. Crowns and Medallions. Caleb. And now you have to dress, I say, pulling back from Torovin, wetting my lips, tasting his taste. He had something with honey earlier. His lips are still sweet. I move around him because my body's already heating, and I can't deal with that right now. I can't deal with wanting him and not being sure of my body, and being nervous about my apprentice's demonstration tonight, and nervous about my mother, and now nervous about his insistence on more guards for me, because I feel like it's something more than what we learned today about the missing weaver at the border, though that's probably bad enough. But I do know it's more, and that he's keeping something from me. Torovin is not the best liar in the world, and I know him. He thinks he's protecting me from something, and so, okay. Maybe I go along with this. Morgan and Reveillon are fine. Though I wonder at his choice of Morgan. Morgan is an excellent guard, yes. But Torovin told me months ago that he had a man among his guards who'd also been born a woman. He's never said who. That's not who he is. But I know it's Morgan, I know. Does that mean anything with his overprotectiveness just now? He skims out of his coat and trousers, undressing to his underwear and a quick shucking off of the old, preparing for the new. I grab his trousers from where they hang with his coat and shirt. But he takes them from me, his smile tugging up.
We have limited time,
he says, and I heat again, gods, and have to squeeze my hands together to keep from reaching for him as he dresses. He watches me, his own eyes hooded as he carefully and deliberately does up the buttons on his cream silk shirt. He doesn't get anything stuck, then tugs on his deep burgundy coat with its knee-length panels and gold and diamond trim. I move to the stand beside his wardrobe and retrieve his heavier ceremonial crown, a band of gold with rubies and sapphires inset around diamond clusters, fine gold sunbursts ringing all sides in a perfect symmetry. I hold it up and he ducks his head as I carefully settle in on his hair. His black hair is pulled back and secured with a gold clasp. A little must from the day, but I'm not going to tell him to fix it. Those loose strands framing his face are entirely the point. He grimaces and adjusts the crown.
Gods of the harvest, this is heavy. It will dig in all night.
You said you wanted your ceremonial crown for the harvest festival?
This night at least.
He sighs.
I did.
Then he reaches and plucks one of the two crowns sitting on black suede forms beside my own wardrobe. Not as ornate as his, no. One meant for a queen, more delicate gold and emeralds. The other, the one he takes now, with a thicker band, set with rubies like his crown now. He carefully places it on my head, and it digs too. I know it will dig all night. But it's a crown made for a king, made specifically for me, and the weight of it, the meaning of it, settles the part of my soul that's been jittery about my illusion of Caleb these last days. More jittery than usual. Torvin winds his fingers into mine, facing me.
You look amazing,
He says, his eyes roaming over me. He reaches to the bed and grabs my Master Mage's medallion, and then his own mage's medallion. He loops mine over my head, then carefully navigates his own over the crown and settles it over his heart. As I settle mine, we're both weavers, we're both mages, and visibly so. And I know that visibility has been making some of the courtiers more uneasy lately too. Even if they know the history, even if they know that we're weavers, not elementalists. For royalty to be an elementalist in many's eyes would be unthinkable. It's why even Valtaire hides his elemental talent. And I know he's not the only high noble who does this. Weaving is learned, not something you're born with. It's forged with willpower and determination and strength, and it's dangerous for anyone to learn, let alone someone who grew up a princess and someone who is sometimes a king. But that's not why they fear us now. I squeeze his hands. Everything will go fine tonight. Because it has to. He squeezes my hands back.
You're seeing your mother will go fine, too.
He doesn't know that. Oh, he can't promise that. But I nod anyway, letting out a sigh. It's the first harvest, too, that many will see me as the king at Torovin's side. And they will see me as the queen as well, as the harvest festival goes on. Barellans have accepted this, yes. No one blinks at all whether I'm Irava or Caleb, but it won't only be Barellans at the feast. I've felt at home in the two halves of myself mostly since I married Torvin. At home in who I am at least, if not quite my changing body now. But Barella hasn't received dignitaries in force like this since last harvest festival, and more have come this year than usual to welcome Torvin as the new king. I bite my lip as I stare up into his eyes, trying to hold his reassurance as my own. I nod and finally let go. There's a soft rap on the bedroom door. Torovin's valet, who's been mostly barred from dressing him for the last months. The excuse was that I like to dress in privacy, and because I'm sometimes a woman, maybe that excuse works. Maybe. We haven't told him I'm pregnant, but I wonder sometimes if he knows. Now the valet's sturdy voice calls through the door.
Your Majesties, Prime Minister Valtaire is waiting in the king's study.
We are coming,
Torvin calls back. We do a last-minute check of clothes and hair, straighten a few things, and then we both hesitate. He eyes me, and his expression changes. A subtle shift. He steps toward me again, and I find myself bracing myself. And why? Why do I not want him near me right now? I love him. I want to shudder out of all of these clothes again and pin him to the sheets. I want that so badly it burns me all the way through. His fingers reach toward my stomach, then he stops. Maybe he registers that I've frozen. I bare my teeth and grab his hands and bring them to my stomach, to what looks like the empty air covered by my illusion. I feel his touch on my stomach and close my eyes. And the touch itself is healing.
Caleb,
he says gruffly as I lean against him. A tremor runs through me.
I'm sorry,
he says. As if everything now, all of it, is his fault. I'm not. And it's true. I'm not sorry we're making a family together. I will never be sorry for this child, when they are born. Never.
Tell me how to help. Anything.
And what do I tell him? I don't know what I need. Beyond needing to find a way to rebuild my reality as Caleb around this child growing within me, to feel like myself again, but I still haven't found the references I need in all the books I've read. I have more to read yet, and I quietly sent for a few more with Master Aldrich's help. But though I have ideas and vague theories, none of them yet are solid enough to risk a growing life. Though there was one suggestion in a book I read the day before that I've been quietly turning over in the back of my mind. And maybe I've been a little scared to even think about it, to hope it might prove to be an answer. And if I haven't wanted touch the moments before, suddenly I crave it now. I wrap my arms around him, pulling in tight, not caring if I rumple my festival clothes. His fingers clutch into my back, his own anguish, I know, at mine. 4 months, I say as I stretch up to him, my smooth cheek beneath my illusion, brushing against the rough stubble on his. I'm always covered by an illusion now. Always.
Would it help? Should we tell the court about our coming child?
He asks.
Tell them that we're going to be parents? At the harvest festival. Should we make this more of an event?
I can hear the hope in his voice, but also beneath it more fear. It's that fear he's holding back from me. You don't have to protect me, I say hotly, pulling back enough to glare up at him. But he brushes the hair out of my eyes and I lean into the touch. Not yet, I say, which is what I've been saying for the last 2 months, past the quickening, after, when the Acrean delegates are gone, like I said to Valterre. But I'm not sure Torovin will take it as vaguely. He breathes out. In relief? Maybe I've just made a promise. Maybe I'll have to keep it, and maybe it could be a relief for people to know, to not have to hide this part of myself too. Maybe, but he holds me tighter a moment before letting me go. And with a frown, he straightens my collar, and I try to brush a crease out of his coat. His frustrated face must be a mirror to mine, because he vents a small laugh. Valterre is waiting, I say.
Valterre can very well wait. Caleb, I know what happened in the Great Hall today, with your apprentice, Arya.
It won't happen tonight. We change to a simpler demonstration. He nods, trusting me, then trails a hand down my arm before letting go, out to meet with Valterre.
Chapter 9. The Start of a Celebration. Torovin. I stride out through the short hall toward my study. Caleb never moved into my mother's old apartment. I never moved into my father's. My apartment has a second small bedroom we can use for a nursery. But if we have more children than this, we will have to move to one of the larger royal apartments. Have to.
Did I interrupt a tryst?
Valterre calls as I push into my study. He eyes our rumpled clothes as Caleb comes in behind me. No, I say shortly. What do you need? His brows raise.
To accompany you to the feast, and tell you another festival guest reported a second-hand account of another village weaver, a woman this time, who's been missing for more than a week. That weaver's from a village 12 miles within the border.
Valterre's eyes flick to Caleb, who's crossed his arms over his chest and is doing his best to look unbothered. But I know he's not. I'm not. And after the moment we just had in our bedroom, I'm feeling less than steady, less than prepared to handle this just now. But I'm a king. I can't tell a crisis to wait for my own timing. I tighten my hands and release them again. Do I need to see the guest? Who is it?
No, like I said, it was second-hand. He's a minor lord, traveling in the company of a small trading party. He was talking with one of Lord Navarat's traders, who mentioned he's interested in news from the border, and that made its way from there to me.
He pulls a folded sheet of paper from his fine coat and hands it to me.
One of Navarrat's staff recorded the testimony.
I unfold the paper, reading the few lines quickly. And why does my heart pick up? Like I'm afraid this will say something like the letter from Nikolai. But it was written here in this palace, taken from a testimony. And it's exactly as he said. A weaver went missing from a village farther in from the border. And it's a strong rumor, but not a confirmed fact. The minor lord apparently did not know about the other missing weaver, possibly more than one, closer to the border. All of which is troubling, yes, very troubling. But not quite an immediate threat to our harvest festival starting tonight. I hand the paper to Caleb, and my gaze lingers as he reads it too. Our eyes meet. We are, at some point soon, going to have to do something about my mother. Or Nikolai, or both of them still working together. And are they? They have to be. Too much is happening in too many places for this to be a coincidence. My mother wants this kingdom back for herself, but what claim can she lay on it? I will not obey her, and neither will my sister. Nikolai doesn't have the approval of the people, as a known weaver of the darkest soul magic. But then, the people farther from the palace have been turning on even ordinary weavers. And where will that end? I glance at Caleb's stomach, which isn't showing beneath his illusion, and a queasy wave washes through me. I've had a bit of sympathetic morning sickness, but it mostly ended weeks ago. And I never told Caleb. But what if my mother got a hold of our child? How will I ever rest when this child is born? We will have to do something about my mother, if nothing else. And I don't know if that something will mean war. Caleb hands the paper back to Valterre.
My apprentices are improving quickly.
Improving enough for eventual war? That was never the hope in training new weavers. But that was always in mind, knowing our enemies.
Not there yet.
Valterre warns.
Not even close. Not to play on the level of kingdoms.
Caleb pulls his lips tight.
Then I'll have to train them harder.
I'm not sure if that will work. I've found with my own weaving training with Caleb that my biggest leaps tend to come after self-realizations more than any training for control. In letting myself embrace my own willpower and trusting in my place in reality. I anchor myself and make reality bend around me. So does Caleb, in his own specific way. Every weaver is different. And that's why weaving is so hard to teach. Don't push them beyond their means, I say. But yes, we may need more weavers soon. I will talk to the elementalists, too, for a more vigorous training regimen for our newer elementalist court mages, too. Was it a mistake to focus so hard on implementing my father's plans the last months and not on preparing for this? I stopped short of saying we need to be on active watch tonight, at the first night of the festival, because we're all already thinking it. I already assigned Caleb those 2 more guards, and I wish I could give him more, even if he'll be in the Great Hall. Even if we'll be surrounded by people. But the influx of people into the palace is part of the problem. And I don't want to bring more attention from the gods to Nikolai's letters, to the possibilities that might spring from them. I don't want to think the unthinkable might happen. I can't, and still walk into the feast tonight with my husband on my arm and make a show of being cheerful for the harvest. I smooth down the front of my coat, and Valterre's demeanor shifts too.
I'm sorry to bring this on the eve of the first feast, Tor.
You're doing your duty, I say. He frowns. And I'm doing mine. I stride to the door where I know my guards and Caleb's are both positioned. I'll be a moment, Then we'll go to the feast. I step into the corridor. Morgan Reveillon. A word, please. Both guards, who've been part of the four who've been close by my side these last weeks, in the current rotation, glance at each other and approach. Reveillon is tall and built like a wall, his handsome light brown face nicked with a training scar on one cheek, his dreadlocks neatly bound back. Morgan is shorter but solid, his brown hair neatly trimmed short, his pale, sun-tanned face flushed. There's little danger in this corridor, guards posted at every way in or out. But Morgan and Reveillon still give both ends of the corridor a check before approaching. You'll both be accompanying Caleb from here out, and I see the shift in Morgan's dark eyes, the upset, because I trust you both. Guard my husband with your lives. Guard him over mine if need be. I don't tell them that Caleb is carrying our child. We've still told no one but the very few we trust implicitly. And maybe with the threats escalating, that is for the best right now. Maybe. Morgan straightens alongside Reveillon.
Yes, sire.
I see Morgan's brow crease.
Is there a heightened threat, sire, that we should know about?
The letters never said if I told anyone else that Caleb would die. But I'm not taking that chance either. The Acrean delegation will be at the feast tonight, and you're aware of the rising tensions with Acreal. They'd both been within the council chamber earlier. And not all of the other delegations are as friendly to Barella as they might be. The two guards share another look. Yes, sire. Good. Tell Cass you're pulling Xian and Hiran into my personal guard rotation. 4 for me, 4 for Caleb. The door to my study opens again and Caleb steps out, surveying the guards. Surveying me. His lips are pressed thin, but he's not arguing now. And maybe we should tell the guards he's pregnant. Would it make a difference? That extra vigilant edge in keeping him safe? My hands stretch with the need to pull him close. I close them again. Valterre comes out after him. And did they just have a short argument too? Both are looking peeved and not looking at each other. I take a breath. We're all tense tonight, and tonight is supposed to be the start of a celebration. Gods, let it be just that. I hold out my arm and Caleb takes it, and we start down the corridor to collect my sister, Elsira, then join the waiting feast.
Chapter 10. The Harvest Festival. Caleb. I've been watching the staff get the Great Hall ready the last few days, hanging the decorations and setting out the extra lamps. But tonight, on the first feast of the Harvest Festival, stepping into the familiar hall feels like stepping into another world. All the candles on the high chandeliers are lit. All the lamps placed on extra stands around the rooms glow until the space is bright and warm. Garlands of autumn leaves wind around the massive stone pillars, glittering with gold dust. The tables gleam with silver, orange, and gold, tinted glass plates rimmed in silver too. The tables draped in the gold and olive green of Barella. Ah, and Barella is a harvest kingdom, isn't it? This is the most important feast of the year. The time the gods bless the kingdom with the greatest bounty. The time the king pledges the kingdom back to the gods to be bountiful another year. My throat closes, my arm in Torvin's tightens, and he looks at me with a question. But he can't let his focus stay on me because a swell rises from the nobles and dignitaries already seated at the lower tables as Torvin and I enter with Elsira and Valterre behind us. There are grinning faces all around. People happy and excited for the start of the festival. I breathe through my panic, and I don't quite know where it's coming from. The weight of the crown feels heavy on my head, and yes, the edges are digging in. Is that why this hall suddenly feels too bright, too open, too full? I scan the tables. Is my mother here yet? But no, she would be seated at the high table if she was. And the high table is still empty and waiting for us. And my mother's not among those still waiting for the palace staff to seat them either. Some of my panic eases. I manage to paste on a smile. My mother's not here yet. Gods, she's not here. She's late in her travel maybe, or long on the road. Maybe she got a late start. Maybe a carriage wheel broke, or a horse was injured, or anything could have happened. Not every delegation will make the first feast, though many have tried. Should I be worried? No, I decide. I'll be relieved. For now.
Thaddeus.
An older gentleman, stiff in his out-of-date courtly ruffles, hones in on Voltaire behind us. I hear Voltaire's sharp inhale, even in the noise of the crowd. And though I'm still annoyed with him about his pressing me again to postpone the weaving demonstration tonight, I grimace in sympathy for an overbearing parent.
Father,
he says under his breath and fixes his own smile on his face. It's not quite up to his usual charm. And maybe I'm annoyed with him that I think he's right. That another weaver going missing makes this demonstration tonight more dangerous than the good it will do. But I can't disappoint my apprentices now. That's also part of the training of a weaver, I'm finding. You have to show a weaver you know their value, always. Have to. Count Voltaire dips a shallow bow to Toravan and me. His resemblance to his son is strong, though his graying hair is short and thinning at the temples, and the lines on his handsome dark brown face crease more with his scowls than his smiles.
And your majesties, it is good to see you both well.
He clasps Toravan's forearm.
How are you, my boy?
The Count, at least, is smiling now. Toravan's own smile breaks through the tightness he's had all afternoon. He grips the Count's arm back, and I feel my tension easing a little more as his eases too. Toravan might not have his father for this harvest festival, but he does have the Count. And I haven't been paying as much attention as I should to that either, I know. I know Toravan's missing his father. I shift a little closer to him.
And Elsira,
Count Voltaire says, reaching as Toravan's sister slips around him to give the Count a hug.
How have you been? You look more like your mother every time
He stops. His eyes meet Toravan's in a brief, pained grimace. Toravan's hand resting on my arm tightens. Elsira does strongly resemble her mother, with her black hair swept up tonight in a courtly flow of ornaments and pins. Her face, a shade darker than her older twins, carefully placid, though her mother, the Dowager Zenara, was never placid.
I'm well, Count Voltaire,
Elsira says, with perfect poise because she's dealt with the discomfort around her mother for months, which doesn't mean it's not painful.
Is the Countess here as well?
She's already seated. It was a long trip, and she wearies from the travel. We will both call on you tomorrow, however, be assured.
The Count turns his attention on me.
Caleb.
He nods, and I nod back. It's not a snub, it's just how he is. He doesn't know me well enough to linger. Behind me, Voltaire is standing rigid, though I'm painfully aware he's trying not to. I don't know all of what's between Voltaire and his father, but I watch his father's eyes linger on the pendant of the Prime Minister on Voltaire's chest. He gives a nod. Of approval? He's seen his son with the pendant before. Voltaire's not so new to his position as that.
Thaddeus,
the Count says again, moving toward his son.
I would like to meet tomorrow, too. Can we arrange that?
It wasn't a demand, but just barely. Voltaire stiffens and takes his father's hand automatically.
Of course. I will have my secretary arrange it.
And I will let you go to your table.
The Count smiles, lets go, and Voltaire exhales.
Happy Harvest Festival to you all.
Toravan leads us on to the high table, but I watch Voltaire, my earlier annoyance at our argument ebbing. He's still not relaxing, But he sees me watching and makes a visible effort to gather himself as he sits on Torvin's other side. His lips twitch like he wants to say something biting. But his eyes flick to the crowds. And he presses his mouth thin. Then puts his pleasant smile back on and gives me a pointed look to do the same. Right. Because he's wearing his pendant of office and I'm wearing my crown. And it doesn't matter if our families make our stomachs churn, it matters that we show ourselves steady to the watching crowds. This isn't really our festival tonight, it's the people's. Valterre will track me down later and blow up then. Or I'll track him down once my mother arrives. Gods. And my nerves are ratcheting up again. I sit to Torvin's right, Elsira on my other side, and I focus all my attention for a few moments on her. Torvin's younger sister, by all of a few minutes, is wearing a deep blue gown tonight with fine beading down the bodice. She is dazzling as usual, and less tentative than she was when I met her. That also is thanks to her mother. She grips my hand, shooting me a look of empathy. She knows my mother's arriving tonight too, and she knows everything about having to deal with a mother who is also a queen. And worse. For her, so much worse. And I try to tell myself that my mother at least wishes me well. I hope. Then again, she did betroth me to Torvin when there were rumors that he'd killed to gain his throne. Elsira leans into my ear.
The kitchen left 3 glasses with only grape juice. Same color as the wine.
I slowly turn my glass, watching the carved crystal spin. I've been drinking only juice for months now, and both Torvin and Elsira usually join me in that. If the kitchens have speculated over that long-standing request for the 3 of us, maybe they think it's because Torvin and I are weavers and need our wits about us, or maybe that it's a habit of royalty. But we have more eyes on us than usual tonight, and many among the kitchen staff will be new. Thank you, I say, and manage a smile back at her. Though my stomach still turns as the first course is brought in, a lightly spicy fruit and white meat dish. I'll get through this feast without being sick, without showing I'm sick. Without any of that. My nerves aren't helping, though. I catch a glance from Torvin checking on me and I straighten, forcing myself to eat, forcing myself to look as relaxed and festive as I can. While my mind drifts as the meal goes on, as the conversation continues, I listen only vaguely as Elsira talks about a new horse she's having trained. She wants to accompany Torvin on his hunts. I've never found the hunts enjoyable, though Torvin's definitely tried to show me how to enjoy them. He loves the thrill of the chase. He comes alive, becoming a primal force that has nothing to do with his duties or manners around the court. He is beautiful on a hunt, and if I've enjoyed them at all, it's in watching him ride like he and his horse are one being. His eyes intently focused ahead, every bit of him taut and alert. I want to be near him, but not while I have to concentrate on not being sore while riding, the bushes catching at my clothes. Elsira, though, has decided that it's her newest passion. Well, and maybe she wants to spend some actual time with Torvin. I know she hasn't had much lately. We've all been too busy for our own good. All of us really, except Elsira. I shift in my chair and tell myself I should make more time for her, because Torvin and I got busy after he arrested his mother. But Elsira did not. But by the 3rd course, my stomach is threatening to make a scene, and I only nod and respond when it's required now, trying to distract myself by thinking about a passage in a book I read yesterday. If I told Torvin that I'll tell the court about my pregnancy after the festival ends, and that's more than the vague promise I gave Valterre, my time to find a way to reweave my reality of myself as Caleb is shrinking. And no, maybe what I read isn't a full solution to my problem, but the book talked about a weaver encasing an object in their will to protect it from that will, and then wrapping a new weaving of reality around that encasing. I have to try it. I haven't had the time. but I have to try to experiment, not on myself, on inanimate objects, to see if it's even something I can remotely adapt to my situation. And am I fooling myself by even trying? Will I ever dare to risk the child growing within me to see to my own comfort? Could I be that selfish? Torvin's chair scrapes on the dais floor. I look over to him and then freeze as he bangs against the table, knocking over his glass, his arm thrust out in front of him, fingers spread wide. What? Torvin! I follow the length of his arm to see a gleam in front of me, hovering in midair. What am I looking at? What am I looking at? It's silver, rippling, shuddering. A dagger, still humming with its spin, caught within Torvin's bracing threads of reality. I stare for a moment, not comprehending. A dagger. Then I feel hands on my shoulders, dragging me out of my chair, pulling me down. Shouts, and more guards pulling Torvin down.
Get off!
He roars, and wrestles his way back up, then stops fighting his guards and reaches for me.
Caleb!
I grip his hand back, shock giving way to burning, igniting rage. Did someone just try to kill me? Someone just tried to kill me? Or did they try to kill Torvin? No, the silver was in front of me. Someone just threw a knife at me. And Torvin stopped it. Torvin, with his weaving. And whether whoever threw that knife knew it or not, they would have also hurt our child. I hiss, gripping his hand tightly as pandemonium erupts around us. I extend my senses, all of my senses, feeling for any corrupted weaving around us. Any weaving at all, any sense of reality that will tell me what the hell is going on. I feel chaos around me, an eruption of shattered illusion, the illusion of safety. Torvin's eyes are as dark and deadly as I know mine are too. He lets go of me and launches up, fighting down his guards, who try to stop him.
Chapter 11. Threads of Reality. Torvin. My world narrows to the shimmering, shuddering threads of reality I hold, clenched in the fist of my will. I strain to hold the dagger in place, to counteract what the dagger wants to do, the blood the dagger wants to take. Is the dagger's will born of soul weaving, or just the will of its wielder imprinted into its action? It's hovering not a foot away from Caleb's heart, still trying to spin forward. I push the rest of my senses out in a frantic, sweeping wave, looking for more danger, for a second throw, for anything. I hunt through the chaos of the hall, sifting through the panicked threads of hundreds of guests, searching for the slippery rot of soul weaving or the cold, dead void of an unreality construct. I expect to find Nikolai's signature tainting the air, so familiar now from the letters. I brace for it. I find nothing. And do I find nothing because there is nothing to find, or because I'm not yet good enough to find it? I feel the dagger's momentum slowing within my reality weaving, and as I hear a shout and Caleb flies backward, pulled down by the guards, I finally let the dagger drop. It gives a clang as it hits the edge of the table and skids across it. I feel hands pulling me down too, and my shoulder hits the dais hard. I shout at my guards. I don't know what I say, and twist around, looking for Caleb. Oh gods, did Morgan, it was Morgan, pull him down too hard? What about the child? We should have told the guards. They needed to know this to protect him. But Caleb is rolling over, pushing up on his hands. I reach for him. Caleb! I have so much power in my person, in my title, in my will. I stopped that dagger. I saw the glint in the air and reacted without thinking, summoning the full force of my will that said my husband will not be harmed. But I feel powerless now. That this happened at all. I grip Caleb's hand, and he grips it back, his eyes wide, his spectacles askew. His illusion shimmers, goes hazy, then solidifies again. And that lack of control from him rattles me more. Fuels like fire in my veins. Someone tried to kill my husband. That dagger wasn't aimed at me, but at him. Someone tried to kill my husband.
Tor!
He rasps. Whoever tried to kill my husband is about to be fucking dead. I try to shake off my guards, and when that doesn't work, push up against their strength as I rise again, bracing on the table. The great hall, stunned a moment before, has erupted into chaos. I roar into the maelstrom. Seal the hall! No one leaves! Find who threw that dagger.
Caleb. Reality crashes back over me in waves. Someone tried to kill me. Here, surrounded by hundreds of witnesses, foreign dignitaries, our own people, someone hurled a dagger aimed directly at my heart. I touch my Master Weaver's medallion. Would that have stopped it? I don't know. I try to picture how the dagger looked again and know it had been aiming actually for my heart, not the center of my chest. My head swims. The world is a blur of motion and screaming. My elbow throbs from where Morgan slammed me to the dais floor, his weight still holding me down. He'd cushioned the fall with his arm, and I didn't hit my head, but it was still an impact, rage, sharp and hot, burns through the shock. Someone just threw a dagger at me.
At me.
Torvin is rising, a furious, avenging king, and I try to rise with him. We should be facing this together.
Stay down, Your Majesty.
Morgan grunts in my ear. Get off me, I snarl, struggling against him. My magic wants to lash out, to throw him off, but it's a chaotic storm inside me, uncontrolled. We have enemies in this room. I have to...
Which is why you will stay down,
he insists. I twist my head, trying to find a target, a direction for my fury, and see Voltaire across the dais, his face tight as he directs other guards. Our eyes meet, and his are wide with terror, sharp with questions. Then I look back to Torvin. He's staring past me toward the main entrance to the great hall. I see him swallow.
Fuck,
he breathes. That's all it takes. I shove against Morgan with all my strength. Wrestling up enough to see above the table, see what has stolen Torvin's focus. And I gather enough of my scattered will to hold my magic close, ready to strike. I see the guards first, moving through the hall, their voices raised as they question nobles and servants alike. Panic ripples through the crowd, foreign delegates looking alarmed and suspicious of each other. Barellan nobility pressing back against the walls, servers dropping their trays in their haste and fear. Weeks of careful diplomacy undone by one thrown blade. But that's not what has Torvin's attention. Through the growing commotion, I catch sight of a familiar figure near the main entrance. The great doors are being shut, guards herding anyone trying to get out back in. My mother, Queen Savine of Galenda, stands frozen just inside the doorway, still wearing her traveling cloak. Road dust clings to her usually immaculate appearance, and her composed queenly mask has cracked completely as she stares at the scene before her. Her eyes go to Torvin, narrow, then flit to me. Oh gods, I'm Caleb. I'm Caleb right now. Will she recognize me? She does recognize me. I see it in the storm in her eyes. The doors to the great hall slam shut and are barred with a resounding clang. I draw enough breath to shout, Voltaire! I point toward the doors. My mother! Get her out of here. Through the side doors, take her to Torvin's study and stay with her. His lips part a question, and I can see his concern too. But right now, I can't be his friend. I have to be his king. Because this was an assassination attempt on me, and my mother's here. I have to know she's safe. Voltaire nods once, then turns to snap orders, while Torvin starts toward the end of the dais like he wants to wade into the crowd.
Shit.
Morgan says beneath his breath.
Your Majesty, Caleb, stay here. Stay down.
Yes, go. Because yes, I will stay in place, if it means Torvin doesn't throw himself into that mess. I don't know what I can do to help. Not in this chaos. Chiron, one of my two original guards, and Revean pushed themselves in front of me, gently but firmly, herding me back toward the private door behind the dais. Get Torvin to safety, I snap. Because we don't know that I was the only target. We don't even know if I was supposed to be the distraction.
Yes, Your Majesty,
Revean says. But he keeps hurting me. I twist around to look between him and Chiron. Voltaire and a few of the hall guards are escorting my mother at a quick walk to the side doors. And maybe I should have said that she should use the private door here and passage behind the dais, but I need a moment. I'm going to need a moment before I talk to my mother, a long moment. I see Torvin's guards bringing him back toward me and breathe out a small relief. His eyes are razor-focused on me, and then roaming again for threats before they come back to me. He's been nervous the last 3 days. He saw that dagger and stopped it before I even noticed it. Was I that distracted, or was he that attuned to the danger? He saved me. I swallow bile. The private door opens. Elsira, who I'd lost track of and must have gone ahead, beckons. She grips my hand, pulling me inside. Chapter 12. Chaos. Caleb. I barely feel Elsira's cool fingers gripping my arm as she pulls me deeper into the cramped private chamber, shutting out the chaos in the great hall with a decisive thud of the door. I can still hear the frantic shouts, the roar of voices outside this room, but they're muffled now, though I barely hear anything over the pounding of my heart.
Caleb,
Elsira says, her voice trembling.
Are you hurt?
My voice threads and cracks, and I have to clear my throat. I'm fine. Her eyes go to my stomach, and I press a hand there too, my hand wavering my illusion. I let go. I don't feel any pain, and I don't feel any difference in the growing possibility inside me. That means everything's okay, right? That this, at least, is okay, but I'm not fine at all. I can still see the dagger hovering in the air before me, silver glinting in the light of the many candles in the hall, stopped inches from my chest. Stopped only because Torvin's magic caught it, his arm outstretched and teeth bare in his strain. A moment slower and... Elsira looks me over, her breath's coming fast, but she nods.
Stay here with your guards.
My guards are already checking down the passage.
I'll see about Torvin.
Was he behind you? He was. Gods, what's keeping him? Morgan was supposed to be bringing him. My nerves spike all the way up again. I look to Revean and Chiron. I start back for the door. Revean blocks me.
You can't go out there, Your Majesty.
I'm a master mage. Watch him fucking stop me. I extend my weaver's senses, preparing to weave the air into solidity beside him and shove him aside on my way out.
Caleb?
Elsira is rushing to me.
What are you doing?
I stop. Just freeze and tremble. Am I under attack again? Or is my body drenched in adrenaline betraying me? My knees start to buckle, and Elsira catches me. And she shouldn't be that much better off than me. She was beside me. That dagger could just as easily have hit her, though there's no question at all who it was aiming for. I choke, fighting for air in a surge of panic so strong it turns me toward the door again. Tor! My concentration slips, and my illusion falls. And that shocks me back into some semblance of sanity. I look at the guards crammed into the room with us. There are 2 oil lamps on the walls. The light isn't bright, but it's enough to see the bulge of my stomach. My eyes dart to Reveillon, to Chiron. Chiron, I know, has a family, has a wife, knows exactly what a swollen belly means. He looks down, looks up at me, and his eyes narrow in anger. I flinch back. Reveillon looks to me, starts, and then spins as the door bangs open. He doesn't draw his sword in the tight space, but his long dagger leaves its hip sheath. Torvin! I rush toward the door, and he's there, his gray-green eyes flaring, mouth tight in his anger. But he sees me and stops, slows. I'm not Irava right now, though I'm not wearing my illusion. I make a face, and threads of reality swirl around me, my will yanking them back into my illusion as Caleb. The effort winds me, and I bend over my knees, panting.
A healer,
Torvin says, his voice choked.
You need to see a healer.
I need to get you to, or get a healer to. He crosses the few steps to me and crushes me in his arms before remembering he probably shouldn't and eases his grip. He buries his face in my hair, holding me to him, holding himself to me, and I cling back, feeling tears track down my face, trembling again, and I can't stop. The crown on his head and the crown I've almost forgotten is still on mine, both of which made it through our various tackles from the guards, clink together. He growls and pulls his off, then mine, and hands them to Morgan, who came in behind him. Strands of black hair cling to the sweat on his brow. His eyes are raw with panic.
Caleb.
Gods!
Are you?
I manage to shake my head, though my throat feels scraped raw. I'm just... He exhales sharply, shoving back his messy hair. He pulls back in his own shudder.
The hall's sealed.
Guards everywhere.
No one claims to have seen the assassin yet. Though I don't know. I don't know what the guards will find.
I want to protect you, but I need to be out there. I have to find... He glares at Morgan, who glares back, holding both crowns.
A dagger that close.
Torvin hisses.
In my palace.
In my hall. At my feast. You caught it, I say.
I didn't catch who threw it,
he growls. I wasn't paying attention, I say. I knew I should be more vigilant, and I know you've been scared. Is this what you've been so afraid of for the last few days? He rears back as if I've struck him.
No,
he says. Then,
yes.
I shake my head. Do you know who it was? Was it the Acreans?
I don't know.
But is that the truth? Is he lying to me right now? I open my mouth, but he says,
Your mother. I saw your mother. She saw what happened.
Not that she wouldn't have heard of it anyhow when she arrived, but yeah. She was there. She saw it all. And she saw me as Caleb. As this part of myself. Bile shoots up my throat. I'm going to be sick, I manage, but I choke it back down and swallow for several moments. Torvin sways, his own face pinched. I glare up at him. I know you get queasy when I'm queasy, too. His brows twitch down.
I can't help it.
Can you stop trying to protect me? But he gives me an incredulous look, and I deserve that. He just saved my life. I rub my face in my hands, and I feel his arms around me again, closing tight, holding me close. I shudder into his shoulder, inhaling the familiar scent of him. Wood smoke, cedar, and roses. You saved me, I whisper. He shivers. Gods.
But you're safe, he says.
It sounds more like a hope than a fact. You'll tell me what you know, I ask, glaring up at him. He nods, but he doesn't offer anything more. I can't press him on it now, or why he thinks he still has to keep whatever this is from me even now after someone just tried to kill me. Unless this was what he was expecting? But why didn't he warn me? My nerves are too raw, too wide open, and my mother is almost certainly pacing the rug in Torvin's study. And if Valter is with her, gods, poor Valter, I groan and step back. My mother. I can't handle her, but I have to handle her.
Can I talk to her?
Elsira asks.
I handled our mother.
Torvin and I both jump. I'd forgotten Elsira was still here. I rub the illusory stubble on my cheek. No, I have to. I do have to. I need a moment to breathe.
I'm with you, Caleb,
Torvin says, bracing my shoulder.
I'll be with you.
No, I don't need a moment to breathe. Every second now is ratcheting up that different panic. My mother came in at the absolute worst possible time, and I have to deal with her now at the worst possible time, when I'm already unsteady and don't have my defenses in order.
Valter will be there too,
Torvin says. I snort. Try to shrug the tension out of my shoulders, try to steady the shakiness in my hands by squeezing them together. Can I weave the illusion around myself of someone who is not currently losing his shit right now? No. I barely have the concentration to maintain my illusion as Caleb now. And that hurts. That sits with me like a visceral punch, that this can't be my reality just now. My failure to figure out how to be myself, my lack of awareness of what was happening around me, almost got me killed. My mother can't know I'm pregnant. Whatever else happens in the meeting we're about to have, that can't be it. It's too much. It's too close. It's just not for her. Not yet. Not now. Torvin slips our fingers together, holds tight. I look up again and his eyes are steady, if still blazing. You did well, court mage, I say softly. Anything to stall the meeting just a moment more? His lips twitch. Not quite a smile.
Anything for you, Master Weaver.
I shudder again and close my eyes in the pain of knowing that I'd failed tonight. We unwove a vortex together, I say. So why couldn't we have stopped that threat before it became a threat tonight? He stopped it. Torvin stopped it. But not me. I'm supposed to be the one to protect him, not the other way around. That's how it's supposed to be. That's how I want it to be. That's what makes sense.
Caleb, this isn't your fault,
Torvin insists, and I nod. I know. I know he's blaming himself too, that the words are just a cover for his own blame, but he saved me. Gods, the lump in my throat is tightening too hard. Let's go see my mother. Chapter 13. The Queen. Caleb. I don't realize my hands are still shaking until I'm outside Torvin's study, watching my fingers tremble against the seam of my coat. I shouldn't be this nervous, or maybe I'm still shocky from the attack. I was hoping to greet my mother in a way that I could control, not this. To walk her into who I am as Caleb. I wanted her to see me being happy. Not this haphazard meeting while my head is swimming, and I'm struggling to keep myself steady. Valter stands beside the study door, arms folded over his dark emerald coat. His scowl doesn't bode well at all for what I'll find with my mother inside. When he notices my trembling hands, though, his expression softens.
She's inside,
he says, nodding to the heavy carved door. My heart clenches. There's been no time for me to gather myself, let alone figure out how to explain all that's happened in Barella since I left Galenda. All that's happened to me. Even if she knows some of it, I know my mother. She'll need the whole of it from me before she softens any of her snap opinions. I exhale, trying to steady the wild energy still coursing through me. At my side, Torvin is a warm anchor, his palm pressing gently at my lower back. I want to lean into him, to let him carry this conversation. I want to slink off down the corridor and curl up in a ball and hide. I'm thinking of pulling Voltaire into the nearest linen closet for that mutual parental scream we both need right now. I widen my eyes at Voltaire, but he shrugs and looks away. I can feel Torvin's tension, too. This will be the first time he's met my mother officially as a king. They brokered the treaty by correspondence. And the first time since we were married, too, and had the wedding without her.
Thank you, Voltaire,
Torvin says.
Please coordinate with the guards. I want to know everything.
Traitor, he said Voltaire would be here too. I need all the buffer I can get.
But I know that someone needs to handle the chaos below. Torvin's voice is low, but he's calmer than he was in the side chamber. I can still almost taste the coil of fear inside him, though. Nothing about this night is over yet. I inhale sharply. Voltaire, my apprentices. Oh, gods. I forgot. I forgot to even worry about their safety. I am failing this night on every count.
I'll see they're safe,
he says, and looks back to Torvin.
And manage the fallout. You handle the Queen of Galenda.
And then he's gone. His quick boot steps echoing down the corridor. I stare at the closed door for a long moment. Behind those thick wooden panels, Queen Savine of Galenda, my mother, waits with all the regal composure she's built over years of ruling a demanding court. I know it, and I can imagine her exact posture of controlled anger too, but I also know she's a mother who used to brush my hair in the candlelight of her private chambers, her voice soft and exacting as she explained court politics to me. She's cold and logical in one moment, fiercely protective in the next. And now she's just watched me narrowly escape death.
Ready?
Torvin asks in a low voice. I look up at him. No, are you? He gives a small huff, then opens the door. Torvin's study is familiar and homey, but it feels like the space has been invaded, set off from the warmth it usually brings. But the walls are still lined with the shelves of texts about government and history and weaving, local laws, logs from the palace historians. The dimmed lamps flickering on wall sconces still give a warm glow. The fireplace to the left hums with a small, crackling fire. My mother stands near the hearth, half turned toward us. Her traveling cloak lies abandoned in a heap on a chair. Her gown is a vivid crimson that sets off her light brown hair, always elegant, even when she's dusty from the road. She came to the great hall straight from her travels, not even taking the time to clean up. My mother, the queen of her kingdom. And I have to remind myself that I'm a king of mine too. She looks up. Her brown eyes flick from Torvin to me and narrow at my appearance as Caleb. I can almost hear the gears in her mind turning, evaluating every detail. The fact that I'm still standing here as a man, wearing my regal court coat with the master weaver's medallion at my chest, that I know my hair and clothes are a little mussed, that I didn't take the time to fix it. I'm no longer wearing the crown, and I almost wish I hadn't taken it off. Though wearing a crown in her presence now might have felt like a child trying to play at ruling a kingdom. My throat knots. And I know I'd feel small if Torvin wasn't beside me. If he wasn't the anchor to the truth that yes, I do have power here, and no, my mother's temper can't take that from me. Torvin closes the door behind us, and for a moment there's only the low crackle of the hearth, the soft swish of my mother's skirts as she steps closer.
So,
she says. She doesn't look away from me.
this is my son?
The tension in the room goes taut as a drawn bowstring. I can almost feel reality curdling around me. Torvin bristles, stepping forward in that subtle protective way of his, which warms me even as my nerves threaten to spiral.
Caleb is my husband,
Torvin says firmly.
And Irava, when he is Irava,
he glances at me,
is my wife. That was the agreement when you and I signed the treaty between Galenda and Barella. Or did you not agree that I should marry your child?
I stiffen. And yes, that treaty had a happy ending. No, I wouldn't want to be anywhere but here right now with Torvin beside him. But this marriage still was made without my permission, or me playing any part in that treaty at all beyond being bargained for. Torvin sees my anger and grimaces. He knows how I feel about having had my choice taken from me, but he doesn't apologize for bringing that up, not here in front of my mother. My mother, her gaze flicking between us, makes a dismissive wave.
Treaties. My child was nearly murdered tonight. Is that how you protect the treaty, Torvin Braze?
She's treating him like she'd treat one of my brothers, like she'd treat her own wayward child. Is that a good thing? Does that mean that she's accepted him as her son as well? Torvin's jaw tightens, and I hope to everything the storm of his temper won't get the better of him now. Here with my mother, who can absolutely match it. But he pastes on his semi-pleasant court face and says,
I'm sorry you had to see that, Queen Savine. You deserve to know what's been happening here.
My mother considers him.
I've had your letters. Both of your letters. And I've heard the rumors. There was a mind control weaver in your court, and you arrested your own mother for the murder of your father. But reports didn't mention the threat continued to the point that I would walk in to see a dagger suspended midair a hair's breadth from my son's heart.
She presses a hand over her heart as if in echo.
I want all of it. You owe me all of it, both of you.
Her son's heart, she said. I swallow around the rising lump in my throat. She's angry, yes. She has a right to be. I know that. If not quite the right to berate me for the choices I made to counteract hers, but she called me her son. I wet my lips and reach up to resettle my spectacles, which don't really need fixing. Yes, my mother deserves answers, but the sum of all we've faced, Nikolai's weaving, my illusions, the late king's murder and Torvin's mother's betrayal, all of that feels too big right now, too close to the danger we just faced. I just want to crawl into my bed and pull the covers up over my head to curl around my stomach. To have Torvin beside me, his arms wrapped around me, holding me close and safe. His heartbeat at my back in a steady rhythm. My hand fixing my spectacles is still trembling, and my mother sees it and frowns. She steps closer and I flinch. Why do I flinch? She stops, her lips going thin.
Torvin,
my mother says.
Can I have a moment with my son?
I close my eyes, feeling the prickle behind them as my cheeks burn. I don't know why I'm embarrassed. Like her saying I'm her son is something shameful. Even if it still sends warmth through every layer of me. Torvin touches my arm and I want to tell him to stay. But I do need to talk to my mother, and I can see the signs in her face that she's barely holding her composure together.
I'll be in the bedroom,
Torvin says, with a clear warning to my mother that he's still close, and a clear message to me to call if needed. My mother frowns after him, but then turns back to me. She looks me over and I cross my arms, lifting my chin. I feel the weight of the Master Weaver's medallion over my chest. In the illusion, my chest is flat, but that's not my reality just now, and I feel that all the more intensely under her stare. I feel my stomach and the growing possibility within it. I feel what she can't see. She opens her mouth and I don't know what she's going to say. I'm braced for anything.
Do you need to leave?
She asks. That isn't what I was expecting. I sway. What?
Leave Barella,
she says, stopping in front of me.
I can take you home.
I shake my head. The treaty?
To hell with the treaty!
She hisses, and I recoil.
I didn't know I was sending you into this. I didn't know about the danger. I'd met Torovin before, when he was younger and still a prince. I didn't believe he had it in him to kill his father. I would not have betrothed you to a man I thought capable of that. But I certainly never thought Queen Zanara would have done that, either. Irava.
Caleb. I bite out. She frowns.
Caleb. This clearly is not the situation Barella was in when that treaty was signed.
I hold my arms to my sides because holding them to my stomach would betray me. I'm fine, which is becoming my frequent mantra.
You had a dagger hurled at you tonight.
I'm fine, Mother. I can defend myself, and if I can't, Torovin can. He caught the dagger. He's also a weaver, I told you that.
No one should have to see their child mid-assassination attempt.
My mother hisses back, and I shiver, step back. She stops watching me, then holds up her hands.
I want to know everything. I deserve to know what I sent my child into.
She shouldn't have sent me here at all. She didn't send me. I came on my own to try to undo the marriage she'd promised me into. We were only supposed to be married 2 months ago, not almost 6 now. I changed her plans. I changed everything. Torovin was in danger before I came, yes. But my saving Torovin from that danger made 2 powerful enemies, driving them into the shadows. Those shadows are coming back for vengeance, and now my mother's unhappy about that. I want to have that argument with her. I want to yell at her with the full force of my anguish and my willpower about how could she have done this to me when she'd promised I could marry who I want. And how can she try to take me from this now, when my place is here? Even with the danger, I have to stay by his side. I know he'll stay by mine. Yes, I want this marriage now. Yes, I love Torovin with everything in me. But she didn't know it would end up this way. She couldn't have. And she has no idea what she's trying to interrupt now. She pulls me away from Barella, and Barella falls. It's why I can't fail. It's why I have to be better than I am, and not distracted as I have been. It wasn't a mistake to want a child with the man I love and a family together. Gods, I will never regret that. I do not regret that. But it was a mistake to think it wouldn't distract me, that it wouldn't make me less effective of a defense, and my apprentices aren't ready yet, and Torovin is stronger, yes, but he's not the master mage that I am. I'm all that stands between this kingdom and the storm. And tonight, the storm almost won. I'm shivering again. My mother watches me, the corners of her mouth drawing down. She picks up her travel cloak and drapes it around me. I hastily incorporate it into my illusion. Even as she tucks a lock of hair behind my ear, presses a hand against my cheek, like it's her motherly due.
We'll talk tomorrow,
she says. And I don't know if that's a promise or a threat. She hesitates still in front of me, and I can't quite look up and meet her eyes. I'm not going back to Galenda, I say. She runs a hand down my arm, and I wonder if she notices the slight edges of my illusion as Caleb. It hurts to even think she might.
You're a master weaver,
she says. She touches the medallion with one manicured nail. I do look up now. Yes. I dare her to say I shouldn't be.
I never liked that you taught yourself weaving. I shouldn't have had those books in the library. They should have been locked away. It's too dangerous by far.
I saved Torovin's life. 3 times, Mother. She meets my eyes.
And he's saved yours? With his own weaving? I want you to live a life where you don't have to save each other. Either of you.
She sighs and rubs her mouth, her fire cooling until she just looks tired.
But that is not often the life of a queen or a king.
She eyes me, eyes my hair where the crown had been when she first entered the great hall. Then she moves toward the door.
Good night, Caleb.
Chapter 14. Not fine. Caleb. My mother's crimson gown is the last thing I see. As I pull shut the door to Torvin's study, I yank off my spectacles and press the heels of my hands to my eyes. I open my mouth in a wordless scream. My magic responds and ripples the threads of the air around me, a tremor throughout reality. And I rein myself back in because I have to. I have to pull myself together. I carefully put my spectacles back on, straighten them. I take off the travel-worn cloak my mother draped around me and sling it over the back of a chair near the hearth. The cloak puffs as I set it down, giving off a scent that I've never thought was a scent, the mix of pine and perfumes and spices that is the Galendon court. And all of it, all of my anxiety, all of the raw fear from the dagger, all of my struggles with finding a way to be myself again, all of it pools in my throat and stays there, stuck, and for a moment I can't breathe. The inner door to the study bangs open and Torvin looks in.
What happened? What was that?
I exhale in a rush. Gods. Had he been the only one to feel my tremor of reality? I hope. I was upset. I'm fine.
You're not fine, Caleb.
He hovers his hands on either side of me, his face shifting through pain and rage and distress. I drop my hands to my sides and sniff hard and blink back the sting in my eyes. I drop my illusion because it's an effort I can't make right now. I'm still Caleb.
I know.
I know he knows. I collapse into the chair beside the hearth that I draped my mother's cloak on, and Torvin drags over a chair from another corner and we sit. He sighs as he leans his elbows on his knees, head bent as if the weight of everything is entirely too heavy. He reaches across the space between us and I grab his hand. Sniff again. His hand squeezes mine. Why couldn't we have a normal life? I ask, to no one in particular. He lets out a long sigh.
You thought we'd have a normal life, us? With the way we met, the way we carried on, and the way we married each other.
I shrug and let our hands stretch between us as I sit back, until it's a strain and I let go. He makes a dissatisfied sound looking up at me.
I'm sorry.
Why? If he's going to try to say it's his fault again for why I can't be myself right now, I don't have the energy for that yet tonight. I watch him, half of his face edged in firelight. Is he going to tell me what's had him so scared? Or that this attack was what had him so scared? And how he knew about it?
I mean, I'm sorry it's still dangerous. I'm sorry you have to live with that. That we have to live with that. That we're bringing a child into that.
I knew what I was walking into, Torvin.
No, you didn't,
he says, and leans forward again.
I didn't think when I made that treaty. I didn't think about you.
We've had this conversation before, but with Mother here, I know it's inflamed those old wounds. Exhausted, I rest my head in the crease of the chair and watch him. I'm glad you did in the end, I say.
But it wasn't.
He swallows, looks at the fire.
Maybe it was fate, I don't know. That it was you, that you came and had the power to stop Nikolai and my mother. If you hadn't, I might be a puppet. I might be dead.
We both look into the fire at the crackling embers.
I love you,
he says.
Caleb, I can't lose you. I can't.
And I can't save you right now, I say, bile rising in my throat. If that dagger had been aimed at you, Torvin, you would be dead. And saying that, my whole body shudders. That's what I've been afraid to admit.
You're not my guard, Caleb.
But I'm what's standing between you and your mother and Nikolai taking back the kingdom. You know that, Torvin. I know that. We've known that since they both fled. The only reason they're not here now is because of me, because they're afraid of me, and if I'm not, My voice gives out. The lump in my throat is too tight. He shifts to the edge of his chair, reaching for me again. I shake my head. Why don't you just tell me what's going on? I ask. I know you knew about this attack.
I didn't.
Torvin, don't.
I didn't know about this specific attack, he says. But...
He snaps his mouth shut. He straightens like he has to still project his kingly presence here with me. But you won't tell me, I say. You don't trust me.
I can't, Caleb. Can't tell you.
He takes a gulp of air.
And danger is danger, no matter the source. I will find who threw that dagger.
He tries to glare at me, but his eyes are shining.
And you won't go looking for who threw that dagger.
He's still protecting me. And the problem is, maybe he's not wrong to protect me. I hadn't seen the dagger in time. I hadn't felt anything amiss, any shift in the realities or possibilities of the room, because I wasn't watching. I wasn't vigilant. I was distracted by my own problems, my own fears. I close my eyes. I'm a terrible king. I'm not who you need at your side.
Gods, Caleb.
I hear a thunk and open my eyes to see him on his knees in front of my chair, reaching to grab my hands again.
You will always be who I need.
I start to say I'm not the person he married, that I can't be that person right now. I can't be all of who I am. And guilt wraps around me because, yes, even now, I still want this. I still want this child for us to come into this world. Why does it feel like I have to choose between my husband's happiness and my husband's life? Between my happiness and my own self? I close my eyes again. And I'm failing at being pregnant. At being a good parent, I'm failing at... He stands, and I feel his arms slipping beneath my thighs, my back, as he starts to lift me up. My eyes widen. Torvin, I'm not Caleb in reality just now. And I haven't rewoven my illusion yet, but I'm still not light. He staggers a step. Torvin, set me down. You're going to hurt yourself. But he manages to steady and carries me into the hall beyond the study, into the bedroom, banging my foot on the doorway, which he apologizes for. The fool, my fool. He sets me on the bed, then starts tugging me out of my court clothes, stiff and wrinkled now. Not like he wants to be with me, not just now. There isn't any heat in his eyes. The fear is drowning it out. And there's a quiet determination as he pulls off my brown leather boots. Tor, I say softly, and reach to touch his cheek. He's crying again. And that makes my own throat close up again because he so very rarely cries.
Let me take care of you.
He seems to need this, so I let him. He helps me undress down to my underwear, then helps me pull on night clothes. Then goes to his side of the bed to pull off his own ornate coat in short, angry jerks. His shoulders are shaking. His teeth are bared. And he's not saying anything, but I know him too well. It's not your fault either, I say. The dagger. We had this conversation before in the panicked moments after the attack. But some conversations you need to have more than once. And we're having a lot of those tonight. A noise escapes him, a sob.
I'm not good enough,
he says.
I need to be a stronger weaver, and I'm not good enough.
But you caught the dagger.
I have to protect you, Caleb.
He turns only in his pants now, his chest heaving.
I have to protect you. I know you don't always like that, but I have to.
I sigh and reweave my illusion as Caleb around myself. His face twists and he waves at me.
And watching you struggle is not protecting you.
I'll figure it out, I say.
But you haven't yet, and I don't know how to help you.
I bite my lip, my whole chest aching, burning with all the things I'm not sure how to say. Things I don't have names for. Private pains, private joys. Torvin sits down in his own exhaustion.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean I don't want to press.
It's 4 months left, I say. I'll be okay. I'm not worried about me as much as I'm worried about the kingdom. But he shakes his head as if that's nothing.
I trust you. Whatever you need to do to get through these months, do it.
I look away.
I trust you.
He says again.
I trust you with my life and with our child's.
My hands knot together. But I don't. Nikolai isn't my greatest enemy. And neither is Torvin's mother. The only person holding back my power right now, my ability to protect him and all I love too, from any threat against us, is me. Just me. But I have to protect the child growing within me too, and that's the problem. I will protect that child with all I am. I am protecting that child with all I am. It's not a matter of trust, it's a matter of safety, and if I don't know if it will be safe, I can't do what I need to do. Can't he see that? Like he thinks I can just solve this. Can't he see I've been trying with all I have to find a way? After a long moment, Torvin pulls off the rest of his clothes and puts on his own night clothes, then slides into bed beside me. I know he really should be out showing our people that he's fine, and I should be too. I should be beside him, being the steadiness to his turbulence, showing our enemies we will not fear them, showing them the combined strength of our willpower. But we're not in sync right now, and I don't know where it went off. It's not just that I feel off in myself, I feel like he feels off in himself too. And I don't know how to fix that either. He sighs again as he settles, and I feel the softness of his breath near my shoulder. I turn, and he turns his head too. I love him with everything in me. I know he loves me the same. I lean in as he leans in, a slow and searching kiss. Our fires are still ignited, so why can't we flow in the same movements right now? Why do we both seem so caught in private pains? I lean against him and let him hold me close as I drift to sleep.
Chapter 15. Early Morning Visit. Torvin. I wake up in the early morning and can't sleep again. The silence of the palace is broken by the distant sound of carriage wheels in the palace courtyard far below the window to our bedroom. More festival guests arriving in the early hours. Caleb lies sprawled beside me, his illusion holding even in sleep. I want to brush the hair out of his eyes, to reassure myself that he's okay, that I'm okay. But I don't want to wake him. That moment, that flash of light before I realized what was happening, and reached out to stop the dagger plays over and over in my mind. What if I'd not been looking in that direction? What if I'd been turned away? Or worse, what if I hadn't been able to stop it? I still don't know what I did. I reached out, and I made reality stop around the dagger. With something. I will have to talk it out with Caleb sometime. A time that isn't now, and likely isn't soon. He is so ready to take the blame himself. Gods of all the seasons. He thinks he's the only reason that Nikolai and my mother haven't outright attacked to take back the palace. But I don't think he's wrong. I haven't wanted to see it. I've been hoping that somehow I would just outlast my enemies, my betrayers, that the new policies to help the people would strengthen Barella so much that it would prove them irrelevant. I've wanted that so much that I hoped it was true. How could I be so naive? I didn't think that was who I was either. Maybe I've just been too happy. But my enemies are attacking on the level of the people. We're on a battlefield I never thought I'd face. I have to get stronger. But until then, I have to find out who threw a dagger at my husband. He can't carry the weight of a kingdom and also carry its future. Both things together are driving him under, and I can't let him fall. And I don't think his mother helped any of that. I glance at Caleb again in the dim pre-dawn glow from the windows, then finally ease out of bed. He's used to my restlessness some nights and doesn't stir. I don't dress, but pull on a dressing robe against the night's chill and slip out toward my study. The fire is banked. My valet must have been in and out again. The oil lamps are out, but I light one, nurse its flame, and settle heavily behind my desk. It's not enough light to work by, but though my desk is full, as always, of the stacks of papers and correspondence I need to see to, I don't make a move toward any of it. So was the attack from my mother or from Nikolai? Was it the Acreans working for my mother? Was it a hired agent who could be anyone? Caleb knows I'm keeping something from him, and that itself is dangerous. He's been relentless in pursuing answers before. And will his life be in any more danger if I do tell him about the letters? Let him see the unreality there, and maybe actually unravel that part of the threat. I need to tell him. This nightmare has to end. I need my husband. I need him to be safe. Will he ever be safe? Will either of us? Will our child? I can't sit here. And I don't care that I'm only in my nightclothes and a robe. I grab a pair of shoes I'd set near the bookshelves one night and slip off my night slippers, put on the leather shoes, shivering slightly as my feet hit their chill. The letters. I can't yet bring myself to tell Caleb, but I have to tell someone. It's no longer enough for me to know this is happening. I need help. And maybe that help will be able to tell me if I can tell Caleb. Because no, I know that he won't be safe while Nikolai draws breath, while my mother schemes from whatever hole she's crawled into. Not while enemies circle us like wolves, waiting for any sign of weakness. And I've been too busy trying to build my father's dreams while my own have been crumbling around me. I don't know what to do about Caleb drawing in on himself. I'm doing all I know how. But this threat of the letters I need to try to handle. Somehow. I ease open my study door and step into the silent corridor beyond. It's an exhausted-looking Morgan on duty outside the door, and my own Cass. I look between them. I'm going to Master Aldrich's rooms. Stay here. Guard Caleb. Cass says,
Respectfully, sire, I'm coming with you. Morgan can guard Caleb. Please stay here. I'll get 2 of the others down the hall.
I'm too tired to argue and nod as he hurries off. Morgan shuffles beside me, but stills back into a guard's professionalism. Thank you, I say quietly, for pulling him down.
It's my duty, sire.
Thank you all the same. He looks up, his eyes intent, but Cass comes back with 2 more. 1 to stay and 1 to go with us. I can't help but say, guard him with your life. As if that wasn't already their jobs.
Yes, sire.
I reluctantly leave. I want to protect my husband. I don't want to leave him alone. But what I'm doing now is part of that protection too. I need to retrieve something before we go to Aldrich, I say, and lead the way to the meeting room where I've hidden the letters. We pick up another pair of guards at the end of the residence corridor, and we pass a few other people in the corridors as we enter the common areas of the palace. I'm regretting now that I didn't take the time to dress at least in simpler clothes, rather than my nightclothes and robe. But it's my palace. Cass and his partner insist on clearing the meeting room before I enter, but there's no one inside. I leave them out in the corridor, lock the door behind me, then stride to the wall panel where the letters are, and hastily retrieve them. The numbness of the unreality weavings on the letters burns my fingertips. What if the attack tonight was Nikolai's warning? What if it was meant to fail? No, that attack was not meant to fail. I don't open the letters, I certainly don't need to know what's inside. And will I get another letter today? Will that letter gloat? I tuck them into a pocket inside my robe. My guards fall in around me again as I leave the meeting room, striding toward the palace mage quarters. The corridors in this section stretch empty and cold, light from the sparse lamps along the walls casting deep shadows. Our footsteps echo on the stone. And as we near the door at the end of the Master Mage's quarters to Master Aldrich's apartment, a different unease settles in my bones. Aldrich spent years trying to undermine my own willpower in favor of his own. He almost succeeded, which is, in its own way, as evil as Nikolai's attempt to control me too. If not quite as malicious. I haven't forgiven him for it. I don't ever intend to. But I know he's loyal in his own way. He thinks he's doing right by the kingdom. And I'm so glad now I didn't send him off to the border. He was deceived by Nikolai too. He has his own reasons to want Nikolai Mitriel stopped. I rap on Aldrich's door with more force than necessary, urgency overriding courtesy. Silence. Then shuffling sounds from within, a muffled cough. A servant opens the door, his sleep-heavy eyes looking like he's been up, but not for long. He takes a step back when he sees me.
"I'll get the Master Mage,"
he says.
"Do you wish to come inside?"
"Yes, I'll wait inside." The servant hesitates as I step in, then turns up a guttered lamp to give the sitting room some light, and hurries further into the apartment. I wait. The apartment is small, and I hear the sounds of voices further in. The air is musty, smelling faintly of medicinal poultice. Aldrich's used his staff for years as a political prop, but I've seen him leaning more heavily on it of late. I've seen his slight limp. He's aged more than I thought he would since we took down Nikolai, since he lost his status as the most powerful weaver in the kingdom. It's several minutes before Aldrich comes out, wrapped in his own dressing robe. He doesn't have his staff, though his steps are measured.
"Your Majesty,"
he says, his eyes red and puffy, his long gray hair loose and disheveled.
"How can I help you?"
"Forgive my interrupting your sleep," I say, because I know he'll expect that.
"It was nearing time to rise anyway,"
he says, waving that off, but he's growing more alert, his gaze sharpening on me.
"What is it?"
He knows this has to do with the attack last night. How can it not? "I wish to speak alone. Can you dismiss your servants?" Aldrich nods and says a quick word to the servant who opened the door. The younger man goes into the back hall, then comes out with another man in nightclothes who's barely awake, leading him out. I look to my guards, who step back outside. The door shuts. "We are alone?" I ask. Master Aldrich frowns, because his sending his servants out should be enough.
"We are? What's wrong, Torvin? Besides the fact that there's an assassin in the palace, and no, I don't know who it is. I would surely tell you if I did."
I pull the letters from my inner pocket and move the lamp to a table near the hearth. I sit to get closer to the light, and Aldrich, reluctantly, sits on the chair across from me. I unfold one of the letters, scan the 8 words I know by heart again, and then, my hand shaking more than I'd like, hand it to him. Aldrich takes the letter, tilting it to let the lamplight catch it. He goes still as he reads, looks up at me.
"Did you just receive this?"
"No. Yesterday morning I hold up the other 2 letters. and the morning before that, and the morning before that. I hand the other 2 letters over, and he studies them too.
The him in this meaning, Caleb?
He asks. No one else makes sense. He nods, inspecting the paper, the handwriting. All things I've done before. It's not in the paper, I say. It's in the lack of reality within it. Aldrich's breath hitches, and I know he's looking again with his weaver's senses. He knows what unreality feels like, yes, but his senses, while highly trained, are considerably less sensitive than my own. His own weaver's power much less than mine, and far less than Caleb's.
Nikolai,
he says, and he's holding the letters now like they might catch fire in his hands.
Yes, gods, I do feel it, or don't feel it.
Can you see the weavings? Can you find the threads to unravel them? He turns the letters over, his heavy brows drawn down.
I don't dare try. The only person I know who can hope to do that safely is
Caleb, I say, and he looks up. Rests the letters on his knee with a sigh.
Yes.
Aldrich stares down at the letters still in his hands.
I don't want to give these back to you. I don't know what dangers they hold.
And the part of me that was hoping he could tell me what to do with them, that he might possibly have enough experience to see through any traps Nikolai put on them, dies. I reach, and he does give them back. Because his sense of self-preservation is probably stronger than it should be.
Gods, Toravan, you think the attack last night was Nikolai? Nikolai himself?
I don't think it was actually Nikolai throwing the dagger. It was far too blatant an attack. But he could be behind it. Aldrich leans forward.
Is he in the palace? Under an illusion? Could he put himself under an unreality illusion and we'd never see?
He rubs at his eyes.
I'm sorry, Toravan. I don't have the ability to see through the unreality weavings like Caleb can, though I have grown more sensitive to them after studying the weavings in your mother's bedchamber. And I see your problem. The danger is real and present, but so is this threat.
He waves at the letters in my hands.
And politically? Strategically, this is masterful, because he undercuts your effectiveness with paranoia, while taking away your greatest asset in Caleb's ability to stop him.
I know, I say, and I don't know if he's here or not. The letters are delivered each morning with the regular correspondence.
Have you traced back where they came from?
No, I haven't wanted to try in case. He holds up an understanding hand.
All right. So we know Nikolai is actively making threats, and the Dowager likely has a hand in what's happening near Akriol, and now there's been an attempt on Caleb's life.
Yes, I breathe out. And Aldrich, I don't know how to protect him. Except stay by him every moment, but I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't show my own fear, and he wouldn't let me.
And he's carrying your child.
I freeze. But then, Aldrich, even if he isn't a strong weaver, is still a weaver. I can feel the possibility of a new life within Caleb if I'm paying attention. And Master Aldrich has always been aware of the people around him, if only to know how to manipulate them. He holds up a hand.
I haven't told anyone what I've seen. I know you haven't wanted to announce it yet, and that's probably wise.
My shoulders fall. I can't help that, because I don't want it to be true. I don't want Caleb's instincts to be right. I don't want this danger to be my reality. Yes, I say. He's carrying our child. Aldrich looks at the fire, his mouth a grim line. I tuck the letters back into my inner pocket, though having them that close to my heart again makes my skin prickle. Can you help me? I ask. Help me find out where the threat is? Help. Somehow. Find any other signs of a weaver in the palace, because someone had to have put the unreality weavings on those letters, and while this might have been planned in advance, and Nikolai might have sent those letters from afar, and the attack might have been a coincidence. Aldrich shakes his head.
I doubt it was.
Then if Nikolai is here, if he's already in the palace, Aldrich, I can't investigate on my own as the king, and I fear any move will make him take it out on Caleb. We don't know where he is, we don't know where to look, and we don't know what he'll do if we try. I look up. Should I tell Caleb? He rubs his chin in thought.
Caleb already knows there's danger, and he's already vigilant for soul weaving. I think the lesser threat might still be in not telling him. Not yet. You will have to tell him soon, though, Toravan. If Nikolai's in the palace, Caleb's the only one who even stands a chance against him.
I nod, sitting back in my chair, exhausted. But Aldrich leans forward, frowning.
You were right to come to me. And I'll do all I can. I'll watch everything today. Today is the reception in the Great Hall this afternoon, and the trials of strength on the festival grounds this evening. Will Caleb be there, to either event?
To the reception, yes, I think so. But not to the strength trials, no. He'll have to attend to his apprentices anyway, and he's not overly interested in games of sport. I won't be attending either. It's never been a strong tradition that the king attends the first day's more common activities. But then, my father sometimes did. And if I'm supposed to be the champion of the common people, shouldn't I be there too? But I have to stay near Caleb. Aldrich nods.
All right, then I'll remain in the palace too and see what I can find.
His eyes narrow at me.
Be careful, Toravan. Be so careful. That attack might have been aimed at Caleb, but really, it was meant to hurt you.
I know, I say, the words clogging in my throat. Because that's what I can't stop thinking about. Yes, Caleb is the strongest weaver in the kingdom. Yes, he's a threat to our enemies, who want to bring me down. And yes, he's the one thing in the world that if I lost him, it would defeat my spirit entirely, and my own willpower. Nikolai doesn't just want to defeat me, he wants me to suffer. And then there are the weavers going missing, and the common people siding against them, fearing them. I swallow hard and stand. How do we win this? I shouldn't be asking him that. I shouldn't be showing this much vulnerability of myself and my kingdom to this man who once sought to keep me small. But he helped me defeat Nikolai before. He knows what we're up against, and that it will take every weaver on hand to stop Nikolai again. I lost my father, but Aldrich also lost a king to Nikolai and my mother too. He lost a king who favored him. Aldrich does have a stake in this game. His mouth is set in a thin line.
By being vigilant.
He meets my gaze and his hardens.
And by not giving into that bastard's attempts at fear. We'll find him, and when we have a target, Caleb can strike. Nikolai will regret having walked this close to the fire.
I can only hope it will be that simple. But I fear these are the opening blows of a war.
Chapter 16. Support. Irava. He's gone when I wake up. His side of the bed empty, though still slightly warm. I press my hand to the warmth and sigh. I really don't want to venture to the Great Hall this morning, despite that I probably should, to show the people that I'm not afraid, that a thrown dagger will not stop me. But I dress quickly for the day and ask the guards to have the kitchen send breakfast to my study in the mages' quarters. I have to fix this now. I have to sort through my notes again. I have to be at my highest concentration. I can't be so distracted again. Not ever again. But still I reweave my illusion as Irava, covering the roundness of my stomach. And walking the corridors, even with my guards this morning, feels exposed. I've been under threat of danger before. When I first came to the palace, Nikolai had threatened me. The Dowager, too, had threatened me. I collected all my enemies up front. And which one now was behind the attack last night? And does it matter? I know, with the clarity that comes with the early morning chill, that the attack on me was meant to hurt Torvin, and I hate that. I hate that I am something his enemies are trying to use. But they still wanted me dead. Because I am a weapon, and they need to disarm the kingdom before they can take it for themselves. I can't be the weapon Torvin needs unless I'm as sharp as I can be. I narrow my eyes as I reach the mage's common room. I have never taken kindly to threats, and I'm not about to back down or hide myself away now. All 3 of my apprentices are in the common room, and some of the elementalist mages as well. Some brought food from the great hall. The mood seems jittery, faces tight or dour.
Irava!
Kian rushes over to me.
We couldn't see you last night. The guards wouldn't let us.
I glance to Morgan and Revean, who are trailing me now, while my 2 other guards station themselves in the corridor. Both of my new shadows look haggard. I doubt either had any sleep. I don't need to ask if most of the palace guards were up all night. They would have been overturning the palace to find the assassin, I'm sure. I haven't yet worked up the courage to ask if anything or anyone was found, though the frustrated feeling in the air makes me think not. I'm fine, I say to Kian. Truly, I'm fine. Tired. A little tired. One of the elementalists who became a court mage at the same time I did approaches.
We're on watch too, Irava. We'll be on watch for anyone who's trying to harm you.
Thank you, Ronnie, I say, and I want to tell him that it's not necessary. I want to say that I have this under control. But I don't. He gives a wan smile.
Yeah.
Another calls.
You have all of us. We will smoke anyone who tries to hurt you.
And he demonstrates with a puff of flame over his hand. I bite my lip to hold back a smile, and it does my soul good. I hate that it's necessary, but it does my soul good to know they're with me in this.
We didn't get to do our demonstration last night,
Kian says.
So can we show off our weaving in the mage trials in a few days?
Kian,
Arya snaps.
This isn't the time.
But it would help.
Kian protests, a little too loudly.
You're always saying we need to show people that weavers can do excellent things, Irava. So this would show that, too. You're going to be weaving, aren't you?
I rub at my eyes. I don't know. I don't know if that's a good idea now. Ronnie, still standing nearby, says,
I don't think you can back out. My family is minor nobility, and I get the prejudice about people having magic that other people don't like. You can't back down from that.
It's not quite the same thing, but I get his point. It was the same point I argued with Valterre the night before, wanting my apprentices to make their demonstration before the court. If we stop showing what we can do because of our enemies' pressure, then our enemies win. We show that we think what we do is harmful too, don't we? We show that we're ashamed to be who we are.
We'll all be there,
Ronnie says. He looks back at Drayan, another elementalist who became a court mage when I did, who I know he has a crush on.
We'll all be watching for trouble. Stay in the center of us, Irava. But you have to be there as one of our master mages. And I'm sorry, but especially now.
I nod and give him the best ghost of a smile I can muster. All right. I'll still weave in the trials. Torvin's not going to like it. But we hadn't said I shouldn't participate. He's still almost certainly going to participate in the trials of combat near the end of the festival. It's Barellan tradition, and that tradition, I think, is more important now than ever.
So, can we do it too?
Kian insists.
Wouldn't having every weaver who can demonstrate be a good thing? We'll show them they can't stop us. Torvin caught the knife, so...
King Torvin may not be participating in the mage's trial, I say. And we hadn't discussed that either. But in the few times we'd talked about the mage's trial before, he'd as much as said that I would be the one showing royal abilities, not him. Which had sounded smart to me, because of the people's view of magic and royalty. My magic was already established when I came to court. But though Torvin wears a mage's medallion, he hadn't demonstrated his magic in public before last night. After that, should he demonstrate too? I don't know. Gods, I don't know how best to handle this. I'm not a politician like Aldrich. Not a good politician, anyway. But Kian does have a point. Even if apprentices and mage candidates traditionally aren't supposed to compete in the mage's trial, and it's less a trial and more a show for the crowd, we all know that. Whoever has the showiest elemental conjuration or weaver's illusion wins, the vote decided by a panel of the nobility. It's for entertainment, and to subtly show Barella's strength to our allies and our enemies. Kian's eyes are lit, but intent. He knows what this demonstration is for, too, though his ego is certainly driving him on. All right, I say again, holding up my hands. It's in the daytime, so fireworks aren't going to work. We'll have to come up with something else. Kian bounces.
We will. Oh, we will.
Sire,
Morgan says.
The food from the kitchen has arrived.
I look back to see 2 servants carrying heaping trays, and how they think I'll eat all of that food on my own is beyond me. But the kitchens send up the same amount every time I've ever asked. I glance to Kian, who's eyeing the steaming trays now with interest. And Arya's perked up too. Even Sabella, who's hanging back in a dour mood today, cranes her neck to look. Have they eaten? Not likely, if they were hoping to find me here. Come on, I say, and wave them toward my study. We'll eat and go over plans for your demonstrations. If we're going to put on a show, it has to be a good show.
Chapter 17. Sword Forms. Torvin. I should have gone back to sleep. Instead, I left Caleb and borrowed a shirt and trousers from one of my guards who's near my size, and went out into one of the more private palace courtyards to practice my sword forms. I'm not the best swordsman. It's never been the king's or a prince's place to openly carry a sword, but I do know how to use one. And right now, I need the vigorous exercise. I need the biting autumn morning air. I need the silence of movement. And it's here that Valterre finds me. He's looking haggard too, and I wonder if he got even less sleep than I did. I stop when I see him crossing the courtyard to me, and hand my practice sword over to one of my guards, accepting the towel he hands me back to wipe my face. It's too cold to go shirtless, but my thin undershirt clings to me, making the chill more biting when I stop.
Tor, have you had breakfast?
He doesn't open with his usual sarcasm, and that has me handing off my towel, taking the borrowed guard's coat one of them offers me, and following Valterre back inside. No. Are you headed there?
I ordered some to my office. And looks like a lot of people have done the same. The Great Hall was only half full when I passed it a few minutes ago.
He looks at me frowning.
Did you even sleep? Gods, did you sleep in the guards' barracks? Why are you wearing a guard's uniform?
I can see more questions waiting to spill out and say quickly, "No, I just borrowed clothes. I was up early. What's the mood of the court, besides not wanting to be in the Great Hall?" He eyes me a moment more, then shrugs it off.
Not good. There's sympathy for Caleb, of course, and anger about the attack. That I expected. But there's also an ugly sentiment that if Caleb wasn't wearing the medallion of a master mage, that maybe that dagger wouldn't have been thrown.
My blood heats up, and Valterre nods.
Yes, my thoughts exactly. Tor, I'm not sure how much of this is superstition, or the usual unease around weavers that Nikolai inflamed earlier this year, but it's not good, or how much is being stoked by Nikolai's agents, or your mother's.
He stops as a group of courtiers comes too near, and I put on my courtly mask as much as I can just now and nod to them. Never mind that I'm not even remotely presentable just now. It is still my palace. We pass the entrance to the great hall, and it's as Valterre said, only a scattering of people inside. Not the packed bustle it should be on this second day of the Harvest Festival. But we take the stairs on the other side of the hall up to where the council offices are. In Valterre's office, he pulls out a chair at his desk. There's already a large tray heaped with food on the desk, and my stomach growls despite my mood. Thankfully, there's more than one plate. I lift the lids and start heaping mine. We wait until we're both settled to speak again.
There's the reception in the Great Hall today,
Valterre says.
The first official political reception with all the nobility and dignitaries. Then, there's the trials of strength in the festival fields later today. I suggest you go to both, Tor. At very least, Caleb should be with you for the reception, though I think it's less important for the strength trials.
I stuff my mouth full of eggs with minced fillings. I'd told Aldrich that I wouldn't attend the strengths trials, but that was bothering the back of my mind. Because I do need the connection with the common people just now, I absolutely must have that. If Nikolai is trying to fracture that trust, I must work to strengthen it. Fine. Yes, I agree I'll have to talk to Caleb about the reception, but then he knows the schedule too. I need to convince him to stay near his guards while I'm down at the trial. And maybe it's the coward's move, but I ask, can you send to Caleb to make sure he'll be in the Great Hall? At, what, 2 turns after noon? Valterre gives me a look.
Are you fighting?
No, I'm busy.
So busy you took several hours to exercise this morning and you're wearing your guard's clothes?
Valterre, he sighs.
I'm avoiding my father. You're avoiding Caleb. He's avoiding his mother, presumably.
He is, I'm sure.
So, we're all avoiding someone, but you'll have to make a show of it this afternoon, Tor. Have to. The both of you together. No, I'm not going to send to Caleb. You ask him. You figure that out.
My mouth pulls tight, but I don't press. I know he's right, though I don't want him to be. And the assassin?
Dead ends. A few people saw who threw the dagger, a middle-aged man with pale skin and a thick brown mustache, wearing a blue tunic that was well made but worn. That's the description I have. But no one seems to know who this is, or know where he is. I suspect a disguise.
I meet his eyes. An illusion?
I don't know, Tor. Every weaver we know in the palace was accounted for, but there are a lot more people than we know in the palace right now. If it was a weaver, it could have been anyone. Did you sense anything?
I shake my head, spearing a sausage. No, it would have been easier if I had.
Maybe.
Valterre rubs the back of his neck.
We need to increase the palace guards. Should I call in some of the auxiliaries?
Some, I say. Not all. I don't want to cause alarm.
People are already alarmed. I think they'll want to feel safe.
He hesitates, and I look up, knowing I'm not going to like what he says next.
When Caleb saved your life, the people praised that. Of course they did. Caleb is an excellent hero. He's the son, or daughter, of foreign royalty. He's the outsider. He's a person of intrigue. All of that. And handsome.
I raise my brows. And?
And when you saved Caleb, the same isn't also true.
That I'm not handsome? He doesn't even smile. His look is flat and tired.
You're a Barellan king, Torvin. You know what the people think about royalty having magic.
It's weaving. It's learned, not something I'm born with.
I know that. You know that. Mostly everyone does know that, but it's the stigma, isn't it? The God's damned stigma.
I clear the rest of my plate and reach for a small helping more. So?
So there's unease around it. I've had reports of rumors that people are uneasy, that their king has visible magic.
Gods, Voltaire. I've been wearing a mage's medallion for months. Every day. It's not like they haven't known.
But they haven't seen it in action, Torvin, and that's different. You know it's different.
I swipe at my mouth. So what am I supposed to do? Not save my husband when someone tries to assassinate him?
I'm just saying what's happening. I'm not saying you can do anything about it.
While my mother is busy getting a foreign kingdom to kidnap my weavers.
You don't know that's what's happening. You can't make that accusation yet, Tor.
And Nikolai is inciting the people in his district against me and inflaming anti-weaver sentiments. He waves his fork and talks around a mouthful.
That you probably can say.
Gods, Voltaire. Why is it always a tangle? Why can't people see that I'm trying to do good by them? I'm giving everything I have to do good by them. It's put my own life in danger. It killed my father.
I know, Tor.
I hold his gaze.
And I know this harvest is important,
he says.
I know you have to make a good show of things. We all do. Our enemies don't want that, and they want our best defenses uncoordinated and pressed into being ineffective. I don't know the best way forward, but it's not in fear, and it's not in hiding, and it's not in giving in. But we have to be aware.
Which was more or less what Aldrich said, too. My jaw flexes as I grit my teeth, looking past him to the sky outside his window. All of me, the entire whole of me, wants to punch something. To make people see that what they're fearing isn't what's actually going on. That they're being manipulated by a dark weaver, not in any danger from me, or Caleb, or the weavers of this court. Or any ordinary village mage, for that matter.
I think your mother and Nikolai both have agents in this court,
Voltaire says.
No, I know they do. We know. We have known. And maybe it was a mistake to not more aggressively find them before.
I take a breath. I've talked with Aldrich. He's keeping an eye out for weavers of any kind.
Good. You and Caleb should do the same. Not actively, I think, but...
Yes.
And I suspect ordinary people either paid or coerced. Those will be the most dangerous, I think. Already are. Tor, some of the court sentiments this morning are too regular not to have been seeded somewhere and then nurtured into thorns, even on this short notice.
I grimace. Gods. This is the part of politics and being a king that I hate. I am good at action. I am good at straightforward responses. But this is where Voltaire excels. He does understand the nuance and what to do about it. Handle it, I say, rising. You're already handling it. He stands too.
Be at the reception, you and Caleb both.
He tilts his head, considering.
Don't wear your ceremonial crowns. Actually, don't wear your crowns at all. You must be more relatable today.
Fine. Yes. It's heavy anyway. His mouth lifts in half a smile.
We'll figure this out, Torvin, we will.
He hesitates again, like he wants to say more. And does he see what Caleb saw, that I've been afraid of more than I'm saying? If I told Aldrich, can I tell Valterre too? But my chest tightens, and I keep my mouth shut. At least Aldrich knows, and it was a risk to say even that. Yes, we will figure this out. We'll find Nikolai's agents. We'll find my mother's. We'll get them out of my court. I don't exactly have a plan how, but at least I'm in motion. I nod to Valterre. I'll see you at the reception.
Chapter 18. Fault. Caleb. Sometime in the late morning, I reweave my illusion as Caleb. And while I talked and planned with my apprentices for several hours, now I have as many open books as I can fit across my messy desktop, and I'm reading passages I've read before, searching for something new. Anything, some connection I didn't see before, anything to convince myself that even attempting to weave around the growing child within me won't be dangerous. I even try what I'd been thinking about the night before, weaving a shell around an object, one of my books, before weaving an illusion around that. It does work. It even stays. And maybe that does have promise, but I have to dig deeper. Torvin says he trusts me, but he's not the one with another life in his hands. And he would never forgive me if something went wrong. I would never forgive me. My eyes are half crossing as I reread and read again another passage in a book I studied and set aside months ago, which hardly told me anything at all. There's a tap on the door, tentative, not one of the guards then. I look up, rubbing at the bridge of my nose beneath my spectacles. Come in. The door opens slightly and Arya peeks in, her loose hair hanging down as she cranes through the doorway. I sent them all to practice in the common room and hoped they'd be at it for another hour at least. But maybe, gods, I'd been studying all the rest of the morning and it's almost noon. Do I dare brave the great hall for lunch? There's a breakfast roll left on the discarded and mostly eaten food tray. I can eat that. Arya slips all the way inside and looks at the books scattered across my desk.
I can help with that, with whatever you're doing,
she says.
Which might not be a bad idea, but a few of the books, the very oldest books, do talk about mind and soul weaving in a way that hasn't always made it sound bad. I'm not sure I'm ready to expose my apprentices to that yet.
Or ever. Maybe, I say, then lean my arms on my desk. What do you need? She shrugs, slipping into the chair across from me. I'm Caleb just now. I know she's more comfortable around me when I'm Irava, but I'm not going to reweave my illusion just for that. Arya doesn't look at me when she says in a rush,
It's my fault, I'm so sorry.
I sit back. What's your fault?
That you were attacked?
She's looking at me now and she's serious.
If I hadn't lost control of my weaving...
Oh, gods. No, that's not your fault. And how much do I share with my apprentices of just how deeply our enemies have been manipulating the people, of how subtle and insidious the danger to weavers is? But then, she is in danger as a weaver in this palace, too. My apprentices are all aware. Weavers have to be. There's enemies of Barella who are trying to make the people afraid of weavers, I say.
I know that.
She juts up her chin.
We've already talked about that. That's why we needed to do the demonstration in the first place, and why my losing control. I know that was like what happened with Nikolai's, Lord Metrial's, demonstration before the king. The demonstration that you stopped. I know that made the people more afraid.
I breathe out. Well, I've been trying to protect them, to shield them from the worst of it while they're still in training. But they aren't unaware. And maybe I'd best stop trying, like I've been asking Torvin to stop trying to shield me. There are weavers going missing on the border, I say. There's unrest in Nikolai's family's district. And there's obviously now someone in the palace who either works for Nikolai or Torovin's mother, or another party who wants to see me dead.
And it's my fault.
Arya says again, hitting each word separately as if that will make me believe it this time. I bite my lip. My apprentice, Sabella, saw my pregnancy yesterday. Rivain and Chiron, 2 of my guards, saw it too, though I don't think they'll have shared that information anywhere. That's not the men Torovin picks to be his guards. Dare I add one more to that list? I am bone weary of secrets. I stand and drop my illusion. Arya just watches me, used to my shifts in appearance. Then her gaze drops to my stomach, to the roundness that definitely wasn't there before. That is why it's not your fault, I say, waving down at my stomach. I was distracted last night, otherwise... Arya's gaze snaps back up to mine.
But that doesn't make it your fault,
she says.
The attack wouldn't have happened if I'd kept my magic under control.
I pull my illusion as Caleb back around myself, frowning. It was likely planned, I say. Arya... She's crying now. She plops back in the chair, her face in her hands.
I'm never going to be able to control my weaving, not like you can, or like Kian can. I can't protect you.
I don't need you to protect me.
You do. That's why you're training us, I know it. I know you have enemies. It took weeks to convince my parents to let me train with you, Caleb. But I did. I know what's at stake. I know I have to get better.
And maybe I haven't successfully kept anything from my apprentices at all. Then we'll train, I say, you and me. We'll train after hours. We'll work until we find your blocks and get past them. She nods.
Yes, yes, please. I want to help Barella, not hurt it.
Arya, you didn't... But she waves her hands.
I made things worse. I know I did. You can't tell me I didn't. But I want to make it better.
There's steel in her eyes.
Teach me how to protect the kingdom, Caleb, please. And I will.
I know she will. I know that. I nod. Let me get through this day. Maybe this week, because my schedule with the festival happening is tight. I straighten. Oh no, I almost forgot there's supposed to be a political reception today, and I'm supposed to attend it. It's in, 2 hours? Less? I need to dress for it. There's another knock at my door, this one firm, and I already know who it's going to be before he pushes open the door. Torovin looks inside. He's wearing a guard's uniform. He's sweaty. He must have borrowed clothes because he hadn't come back this morning to dress. His hair's disheveled in a way that makes me want to run my hands through it right now. And I kind of like the uniform, even though it's a little short in the sleeves.
Caleb, you'll be attending the reception? I'm going to get ready.
Implying I should do that too. I exhale. Yes, I'm coming. I glance at Arya. You 3 need to get ready too. Please tell Kian and Sabella. This is formal and you have an official place in this court. Be ready within an hour and be at the Great Hall at the second turn of the glass. Arya straightens and eyes Torovin, but says to me,
Yes, Your Majesty.
And makes a courtly bow, and again to Torovin.
Your Majesty.
Torovin frowns, but he doesn't contradict me. He steps back into the corridor, and when I follow, he falls into step beside me, and he keeps looking at me again like I'm breakable, like he didn't leave me in the middle of the night to wake up to a cold bed this morning. To go do what? Practice in a guard's uniform in the courtyard? What? I snap. His face pinches.
Are you ready to face the court today?
I give him a sidelong glance. It's not like I haven't faced the court after danger before. Or disaster. He tenses, and I slip my hand in his. I'm sorry, I say. Yesterday was a lot. And I'm pretty sure my mother will be there. He hisses through his teeth.
This week is supposed to be enjoyable. That's what a festival is supposed to be.
It was fun when you were a prince, not a king, I say.
Huh. Yes. Yes. Were festivals actually fun in Galenda when you were a princess?
Sometimes. I give a half a smile. I never really behaved enough for the fun to outweigh the consequences. He snorts.
I do believe that.
He stops near the back stairs leading up to the royal apartments and turns to face me. He's looking between my eyes, his face intent.
Can you trust me? Trust that everything I'm doing right now is to protect you and the kingdom.
My stomach churns, but then maybe I'm not the one to judge keeping secrets. I stretch up to kiss him, and he huffs out a breath between kisses.
I'm a mess,
he says.
I need to clean up. No time for a bath either.
I've seen you worse, I say, around him, kissing me back. I've made you sweatier than this. He makes a noise deep in his throat, a noise that I like. Gods. I don't want whatever snarls have come between us. I want this, right here. I want my king's hands tangled in my hair. I want us close, not always dancing off each other's rhythms. Can I still have that? I trust him, yes, but that's not really the issue. It's that for whatever reason, he doesn't trust me. He pulls back.
Stay close today.
I try not to bristle, but I know how distracted I've been lately. And I know the danger. Yeah, I will. Chapter 19, The Reception. Caleb, I don't want to be at this reception. I know I told Torvin that I'm used to the crowds looking at me like I'm different, a magnet to danger as a master weaver, but I never said it was comfortable. More comfortable in the last months, as the Barellan court is used to me now, and there hasn't been any visible danger for them to worry about. But it's not just Barellans here today. I'm by Torvin's side as we walk in, but the eyes on us today don't hold as much warmth as they did the night before. It's less of a welcome and more silence than I'd like. Because the people are reminded of why someone might have wanted to kill me, because Torvin showed his weaving. I glance behind us at my 3 apprentices, who we stopped to collect again before coming here. They're all dressed in the best they have. And even Sabella is wearing the court-worthy coat and trousers I quietly gifted her last month. Because I know what it feels like, too, to be the village mage in a court of glittering people. I'd said to them in the mage's quarters, "You will be polite, you will present yourselves as courtiers, as my apprentices. You will not do weaving of any kind, none. This is a diplomatic function only." This with an eye to Kian. But they all nodded solemnly and gave off a ripple of,
"Yes, Caleb."
After talking with Arya earlier, I think they all know the weight of this reception today. And the parallel to my own early days at the court isn't lost on me. How Aldrich warned us mage candidates to be seen and not heard, to avoid drawing attention or causing disruption. But I do want my apprentices to be seen. That is the point. I want people to see them as ordinary, likable people. I want them to mingle and gain more of their own connections. Not just to their families and not just to me. Sabella especially. She is not a servant of this court anymore. My mother is here, I say to Torvin, spotting her talking across the hall. She's wearing a pearl blue gown today, her light brown hair pulled up in rolling curls, a lightweight crown sitting atop it all, the very picture of a queen. Torvin and I aren't wearing crowns today. He said Voltaire said it would be better to look relatable. But seeing my mother, is that a mistake? The long tables haven't been moved, but the chairs are all pushed in, and only light snack food is set on platters around the hall. Knots of courtiers and foreign guests are clustered everywhere.
We can make a circuit in the other direction,
Torvin says.
Away from your mother.
She'll notice that.
Well, would you rather we walk toward her?
We share a look, and I follow him in the opposite direction from my mother. I move with Torvin from conversation to conversation, smiling, practiced by now in the manners and ways of the Barellan court. And most of the people we're talking with are those I've met before, some I see often, but their nervousness is palpable at being close to me today. Do they think by being near me that makes them a target by just talking to me? Or are they nervous too about Torvin? Just how deep does the fear of weavers run here? I thought this court saw me as its protector, but then they saw last night that I hadn't protected even myself. Some, though, aren't afraid. Count Voltaire is booming in high form about a country game he's trying to build a stadium for on his estate. His cologne today is also in high form and isn't at all helping my unsettled stomach. I spot Lord Voltaire across the hall and he tips his head to me, in irony or sympathy maybe, or both. And through it all, my weaver's senses are as open as I can stand, feeling all the currents of willpower around me. People shifting their own inner weights to draw others toward them, or to repel others away. The shimmering threads of reality and possibility dance around this hall, sometimes with eagerness, sometimes with friction. I don't usually keep my senses this open with so many people around, but I'm scanning, constantly looking for any signs of weaving or soul weaving, or even pockets of malevolent intent, which I've found sometimes I can see before it's acted on. A stable boy pushing another down, a noble parent berating their child. I see some of that here, yes, and my gaze lingers on members of the Acrean delegation, longer than is politic or polite. One woman from that delegation turns to look at me, her pale face stern, her black hair pulled back with a tightness that makes my scalp ache, but I see no malice around her. She meets my eyes with a nod, before we both look away. Everything I'm feeling right now, everything in this room, is what I'd expect to feel. But there's also so much to sense here, too, that I don't know if I'd feel another attack in time to stop it. I don't have foresight. I'm just highly attuned. But Torvin and I are moving on from one clustered group of nobles to another when I do sense weaving from the other end of the hall. I keep myself from visibly reacting, but turn in that direction, to see gods, to see a spiral of threads above Kian, his hands outstretched to try to control them. I told him not to weave. Torvin follows my gaze and stiffens.
Go,
he growls.
Get that under control.
I push through the people around us, trying not to run, trying not to attract more attention than necessary. What the hell is Kian thinking weaving here? In this crowd of people already nervous about weavers today? Yes, he's ambitious, I know that, but he's not a fool. And even though his father, the High General, isn't at the court right now, Kian knows whatever he does publicly will get back to him. I spot Morgan and Revain cutting through the crowd with me, and now I'm definitely attracting more attention than I should. But so is Kian. A shout goes up, then a scream. I break into a run. Kian's arms are up, trying to contain a shuddering mass of reality expanding above him as people rush to get back. He's holding it, but barely. I reach out and pull on the threads he's trying to gather back in, tying off loose ends, weaving reality back together into a pattern it can handle. He sees me, and I watch his face fall first in relief, then terror. I'm concentrating now, but I'm not trying to hide my fury either. Kian fully lets go of the weaving, and I'm only dimly aware of more shouts around me as I concentrate on unweaving the mess that Kian's made before it explodes. And I do, moment by agonizing moment, calming the maelstrom of reality that was threatening to unravel into chaos. I'm still holding my own illusion too. I don't dare let go of that now, in this very public space. But I still have enough concentration to unweave what Kian's done. And I'm not sure what he was trying to do, but by the time I got here, it wasn't coherent. And now, I'm not even pulling it into constructs, just soothing reality where I can, trying to put the threads back in their places, or at least new places that will hold them. I'm panting by the time I lower my hands, and my mouth is pressed thin with my own need to not explode as I turn to my apprentice. Apprentices. Arya and Sabella are near Kian, too. Arya rigid but moving to Kian's side, Sabella's face a stormy mask. Was it just Kian or all of them? But I don't have time to ask what happened before someone nearby shouts,
"We need a healer."
I turn and see a cluster of people around a young nobleman I've seen around the court the last few months. A second son of a minor lord. His handsome brown face, usually confident, is now contorted in pain. He's clutching a trembling, burned hand.
"He did it!"
The man gets out around chattering teeth.
"The Weaver tried to kill me."
Nodding toward Kian. Gods. I turn and find Morgan nearby. "Get them out," I hiss to him, and jerk my head toward my apprentices. His own fury is plain even in his guard's professionalism. And he grips Kian's arm, waving to Arya and Sabella.
It wasn't his fault,
Arya says to me, pleading. "Was it yours?" I snap. She flinches and I check myself. This isn't the way to handle this, but everyone is watching now. Everyone.
Come on,
Sabella says quietly, pulling Arya back. She gives me a look, and yes, we're all going to have to go over what happened later. But now, I have to try to mitigate the damage, if I even can. What was Kian thinking? But it has to be more than it seems. It has to have been an accident. Kian, looking shocky, goes with Morgan without a fight. And the crowd around us collectively takes a breath as the apprentices leave. That's not good. Oh, that's not good. They don't seem afraid of me, at least. I'm still being seen as the protector. Valter arrives, pushing through the regathering crowd, now that the apprentices are gone.
What happened?
He asks in a low voice. Kian, somehow his weaving got out of control. There's someone injured. Valter turns toward the young nobleman, his own hands twitching. I catch his arm, catch his eye. No, he can't help that man here. Valter showing he's an elementalist right now would be the disastrous end to another disastrous day. Valter presses his lips tight, then turns calling for a healer, sending 2 of the hall guards running.
Why, by all the seasons, was he weaving?
Valter asks under his breath. Then Torvin arrives. He didn't run. He'd be expected not to, even if I took off. Even if I've been here 6 months and more now, I'm still the outsider. And he is expected to act like a king. Heavy silence descends as Torvin surveys the scene and the injured man, like people are waiting for him to mete out punishment. On my apprentices, the eyes around me are cold, fearful, unyielding. There was a clear danger in their midst, and they want to know it won't happen again. And whatever reason Kian had for weaving, and it had better be a damn good one, I'm not going to subject him or the rest of my apprentices to the court's wrath any more than I have to. His heart has always been in the right place, even if his ego and ambition are often just as big. I turn to Torvin. I take responsibility for my apprentices. This will not happen again. He frowns at me, but he can't contradict me now. Not in front of everyone here.
Master Weaver,
he says carefully.
Thank you for protecting the court.
He holds my gaze, his own troubled.
Is this how Barella treats its guests?
Someone calls. Their voice heavy, with an unfamiliar accent. One of the Acrian delegates, the woman who caught my eye earlier. My weaver's senses are still narrowed in my focus to stop disaster, but I widen them again now. Something is off here. But though I'm looking for signs of weaving, signs of mind control weaving even, I don't find any. The Acrian meets my eyes again, then her gaze slides past me to Torvin. Another voice, familiar this time, joins the fray.
My son moved quickly to stop an accident from getting worse,
my mother says, and I stiffen as she joins us. She nods to me.
In my court, that is when we'd say, thank you.
And now Torvin's shoulders are tightening up again too, but he nods to my mother. Then turns back to me.
Master Weaver,
he says,
please attend to your apprentices.
There's a bustle at the doors. The guards coming back with a man in healer's blues. Torvin moves closer to me and leans in.
I'll see you tonight at the feast.
Should I even come? But I have to. Despite the danger, despite this chaos now, I'm still the king by his side. I have to be, especially now. I nod to him and stride out. Chapter 20. The Enemy. Caleb. Every step toward the mage's common room is another notch upward in my anger. I told them not to weave. Specifically Kian. What by all the gods of all the seasons would possess him to start weaving at that reception? And if Arya knows much of what's really going on with weavers in the kingdom just now, he does too. He's smart, he knows how many ways that could have gone wrong, which it did. I'm wondering, with a tightening chest, if I need to dismiss him from my apprentices. But then that's the point. That is the whole point, that weavers will follow their hearts no matter what, their own wills, their own ways. That is why we wield the power that we do. And gods, I wouldn't do that to him, not even mad as I am. I will not do to Kian what Aldrich did to Torvin. I will not tell him he's not good enough, because it's not true. I need to get the rest of the story. Frustrated, I don't stop, as Ravain opens the door to the mage's common room ahead of me. I storm inside. Pause to see my apprentices all sitting huddled near the hearth. Kian looks up, rears back, his whole body broadcasting his dismay. His court coat is unbuttoned, his hair messy like he was grabbing at it. He stands as I stride over. They all do. Sabella is bone pale, her hands clasped behind her back. Arya's arms are braced around her middle. Kian launches at me, and Ravain, still near me and still on alert since the attack last night, tenses. But Kian wraps his arms around me.
Caleb, I'm sorry. I know I shouldn't have.
Then he draws back, looking down.
Why is your stomach?
He's touching my illusion. I close my eyes, breathing through a moment of the most profound frustration, then drop my illusion. But I'm still Caleb, so I reweave my illusion as Caleb, with my pregnancy showing. There's no one else in the common room but my apprentices and my guards. 2 of my apprentices already knew. So did 2 of my guards. Now, they all know. This does not go beyond this room, I say. Kian nods. And his demeanor has shifted in his surprise and in his curiosity to something else. His shoulders are squared again, his whole penitent posture gone. I narrow my eyes and look between him and my other 2 apprentices. He would never be that apologetic on his own. He would be defending himself if he had been the one to start whatever it was that had just happened. He had been weaving, yes, but had it been his idea? Arya shrinks back from my gaze, and I do my utmost to soften it. Sabella. Sabella meets my gaze head on, her mouth a thin line. What happened? I ask, more quietly this time. Sabella shifts, then exhales, bringing her hands around to clasp in front this time. Where she was pale before, she's flushing now.
I don't know what happened,
she says.
I don't know why I reacted how I did. I thought I felt something, like an instinct, and then I was weaving a shield to my side to defend myself. Then the weaving sputtered. I didn't lose control, but it shifted in a way I didn't expect. Kian saw it and tried to weave around my weaving to contain it. but then both of our weavings flared up and caught the hand of the man nearest to us, which, I believe, scared Kian, so his weaving flared even more, and that's when you came in.
I blink slowly. Sabella is steadfast. That is her predominant trait. She is immensely stubborn, immensely determined, and immensely kind. Was she trying to take the blame for Kian or for Arya? Is that what happened? I ask Kian. He exhales explosively.
I tried to stop it, whatever the threads were doing. But I couldn't. I'm sorry.
I shake my head. You did well, Kian. I grip his shoulder. Truly. He doesn't look happy, but he nods.
And Sabella?
He asks. I turn back to Sabella and understand why Kian was trying to protect her. She's not a noble. She doesn't have noble parents or a general father like Kian. If she's blamed for this, the court will want her blood. Sabella faces me squarely, braced for rebuke or dismissal or worse. And that bracing is curdling my insides. But the story is still not adding up. What did you feel? I ask. What made you react? Can you describe it? I hadn't sensed anything from across the hall, anything that would have spelled danger or another weaver, but then I had been sensing broadly. How much had I missed? She shakes her head.
I don't know. It was just an instinct, like I said, like the feeling when you're in a dark corridor and you have to whirl around to see if someone is following or watching.
Cold slices through my lingering anger, rapidly chilling my blood. I step closer to Sabella and she holds her ground. But I pause when I see her gathering fear. I hold out my hands and, as gently as I can manage just now, say, I want to check for signs of mind control weaving. She stiffens, but after a moment nods.
You mean Nikolai?
Kian asks, moving close, still protective. Like his magic, yes? Kian, I'll need to concentrate. He huffs, but backs off a step and doesn't say more. And I widen my weaver's senses again, seeing the threads of Sabella's reality, her willpower, her soul. A human soul is a blaze of reality. And the resonance between her and me, her and Kian, and her and Arya, hums in the air between us. Not quite seen, but felt and known. It's the other side of soul weaving. If Nikolai sought to disrupt a soul's willpower with his own will, to override it to control, then these quiet connections defy that unnatural interference. I've been very careful not to try to weave them, even after I first saw this resonance in the fight with Nikolai. I gave Torvin my willpower through that resonance, and it strengthened the connection between us enough to interrupt Nikolai's control. But that was a surrender of my will to Torvin, and his will that used mine to strengthen the connection between us. These connections are forged through relationships, through both people's will. Trying to manipulate them would skirt dangerously close to Nikolai's kind of magic. But now I have to fight Nikolai's kind of magic again. Again here in this palace that's become my home. I don't know that I know what I'm doing, but I don't know anyone else who can do this either. Who might be able to see if Nikolai is controlling my apprentice, my friend, and if Sabella losing control today or having the impulse to weave at all was an act of sabotage. I carefully follow the resonance between myself and my apprentice, trying to find the sense of her soul within her threads, her own symphony. And here's where I pause. How do I see the threads of her thoughts without crossing that line between the glow of resonance and actual soul weaving? How do I see past the possibilities around Sabella to the actual threads of her reality that drive those possibilities? To the thoughts that make Sabella who she is. Torvin and I discussed this before. We both trained ourselves to see, but never touch. But as I listen to her sense of reality, I can almost hear there are notes in her symphony that feel off. There's something unbalanced, the pattern of her reality pushed out of true. She's looking up into my eyes. And maybe she sees my hesitation.
Whatever it is,
she says.
get it out of me.
I don't see anything causing the unbalance, but the feel of it, the feel has a ghost of familiarity, of unreality, of holding space for something that is no longer there but was. It feels eerily like the quiet of the late king's bedchamber, the absence of evidence. It's the empty spaces that violence left behind. Something happened in Sabella's mind, something that wasn't her own will, and her mind has subtly shaped around it. With the hands of my mind's eye, I carefully nudge one of the threads of her mind that seems slightly out of tune. Sabella shudders and I pause, check myself. I unweave my illusion around myself and give my full concentration to this now. Sabella, I ask softly, and I know she's attuned. I know she senses, at least on some level, what I'm doing. Can I fix this? She nods. Carefully, so very carefully. I touch one of the threads again with my own mind's hands, nudging it back into where it seems to want to go. Sabella flinches, but her eyes never leave mine, trusting me completely. I nudge one more thread that feels out of place, as if something else recently occupied where it wants to be. Her symphony goes back in tune. Sabella lets out a sob, which is so unlike her for a moment it stuns me.
Are you done?
Kian asks angrily. I swallow and retreat from Sabella's mind. Should I have done that? Did I feel what I thought I'd felt? That Nikolai messed with her mind before? Does Torvin have those same mental scars? Gods. Gods, what have I done? I should not have touched her mind. Yes, I manage, before Kian pushes me aside, wrapping his arms around Sabella, holding her tightly while she clutches him back, sobbing into his shoulder. I back away, struggling to catch my breath as my own eyes fill. I meet Arya's burning gaze.
That was mind control weaving?
She asks. I've never heard her voice so flat or so full of potential violence. Is she asking if I did mind control weaving or if I fixed it? But I didn't try to impose my will, just fix what had been done before. It's not there anymore, but it was there, I say. I saw where it had been and where it had disturbed some of her threads.
Then Nikolai Metriel is here,
Arya says.
He's here in the palace?
I freeze as the implications of all of this start to hit me. I hadn't felt anything in the Great Hall, and Sabella said her feeling was an instinct, not anything she could name. How long has it been since that weaving was done to her? And what exactly was done? I don't know enough about mind control weaving to know if time is a factor or distance, if a weaving is made and then the weaver goes away. Did the weaving trigger at the reception and now it's gone, only leaving the absence of it? The unreality weaving in Torvin's father's apartment had to have been there for months, and likely the same for his mother's before I found it. It's still there now. At what point does a mind control weaving just become reality? Become instinct? Sabella's mind seemed to be off from where it should have been, but not by much. Was that a fresh wound or a scar on her mind? And should I be looking for more signs like this in the people around me? I look to Arya, then Kian. He's still comforting Sabella, so I gesture Arya close. She swallows but steps close enough to touch. I don't, though. My mind's eye is enough. But though I'm looking as deeply as I dare, I don't see any sense of wrongness in her mind. No, I say, and she bites her lip, stepping back, her eyes filling with relief. Kian turns his head just enough to see me.
Can you check me?
He's entangled with Sabella just now, but I try. No, I say a few moments later. No, I don't see anything.
Then it's just me?
Sabella asks, pulling away from Kian, sniffing loudly. I've never seen her so vulnerable, and it makes a hollow depth open in the pit of my stomach. Yes, Sabella, I'm sorry. I did my best to fix it. I bite off the butt. But I don't know if I made it better. I've been worried about weaving my own body with my pregnancy, but I just wove her mind. Sabella nods, sniffs again, then wipes her eyes on the embroidered sleeves of her courtly coat. Kian fishes in his pocket for a crumpled handkerchief, but she fends him off.
So what now?
Sabella asks. She seems okay. She truly does seem okay. Beyond the emotion. I shake my head, my panic rising like a slow but inevitable tide. I knew there was a threat. I knew we had enemies. I even knew my life was in danger. But what if the person who threw the knife was controlled too? What if anyone around us at any time could be controlled? What if seeds were planted long ago and are only now coming to the forefront? What if Nikolai's not even here, but his agents are everywhere, unknown to even themselves? What if he has apprentices too, and what if they are here too? I don't know enough about how this works, and maybe I should have been finding and studying books on soul weaving and mind control instead of trying to fix my own concentration problem.
I don't want this to happen again.
Sabella says.
Or to Kian or Arya or anyone else. Caleb, you've shown us so much, but not how to see the mind control weavings. We have to know. You have to show us that.
I hadn't wanted even a chance of them getting ideas on how to use them. What I did just now is walking the line close enough. And I can't show my apprentices actual mind control weavings, no. I will not do them, but I can show them unreality. And that is a different variation of the same kind of magic. Torvin and I left his mother's apartment untouched, beyond my carefully showing him exactly how that weaving works. And I worked it out for myself. I know I can weave that unreality weaving if I want to, but I never want to.
We want to protect you,
Arya says, swaying slightly as she hugs herself. I swallow. I've been trying to protect my apprentices from the silent gathering danger, but it's already found them. I reweave my illusion as Caleb again and watch Kian flinch. They're all too keyed up, but they're watching. This, I say, and slowly unweave and reweave my illusion again, flattening my stomach this time, is how to create an illusion around yourself. You've all seen me do it, but I always do it quickly. Have any of you seen enough to figure it out on your own? Kian, of course, immediately weaves himself into an older, slightly taller, much more heavily muscled version of himself. Even with all of this, I can't stop my smile. And he makes an embarrassed shrug, but he doesn't unweave it.
I haven't,
Arya says.
Can you do it again?
I can show you how,
Kian says, bouncing on the balls of his feet. Let me do it, Kian, I say gently, and he reluctantly nods. I show them all 4 more times, talking them through all the steps, what it feels like, what they should be looking for in the reality around them, how they should be shaping their will into it. I'm going slowly as I both weave and unweave my illusions, and I'm bending the reality of light around me, but not reality itself, not my own reality. My throat tightens with every reweaving until I have to stop, because this is the one thing I still can't do. Safely weave my reality around my growing child. This is the one thing that's holding everything back. But Arya is now carefully weaving an illusion of Sabella around herself, Sabella being her closest reference point. She's going slowly, and I watch her threads, correcting her once, and she catches the slip, holds steady. Sabella frowns at Arya in her Sabella illusion.
I'm not that doer,
She mutters. Then, with a bemused tilt of her head, she starts to weave herself into Arya, but she's taking it too far. She's pulling in reality itself. And Arya trembles. No, I say, reaching out in case I have to grab the threads. No, Sabella, let it go. Let the threads relax. Sabella's breathing heavily now, her face ashen again.
What did I do? Arya, I'm sorry. What did I do?
Sabella lets the threads go, safely at least, then sits heavily in the chair behind her. She grips her hands tightly together. You were pulling in Arya's threads of reality, not creating the illusion, I say, which was a mistake I might have thought from Arya, but not Sabella. Sabella has the control, though she often lacks the raw strength that Arya has. Did Nikolai just mess that up? Did I, if Sabella was watching what I'd just done in her mind, shifting her own reality?
Gods,
Sabella says, scrubbing her face, but she stands again.
can you please, Caleb, show me one more time?
I swallow, but do so. She watches intently, then points at the place where her own weaving started to go wrong.
There. Okay, I have it.
She watches my full process of weaving my illusion, then unweaving again, then weaves herself into me. Well, but she did it, and the weaving is sound. Sabella breaks into a relieved grin, which is weird to see because it's still my face as Caleb. But then she unweaves it again, looks to Kian, and then makes herself look older. Her hair lighter, longer, all things within easy reach.
Did I get it?
She asks, and turns to look at herself in the mirror over the hearth, standing on her toes to see better. I exhale. Yes, you all three have it. That's an illusion you can wrap around yourself or someone else, though that takes a bit more practice, because you aren't just dealing with your own will around yourself. And here, I say, is how to obscure your presence altogether. Make it look like you aren't here. It's harder in the open, much easier in the shadows or corners, where people usually don't look. They watch as I obscure myself as best I can in the open, which is not particularly well. I step toward the far end of the room and the shadows farthest from the hearth and show them again. This time, they all pick it up on the first try, and then when they've unwoven their obscuring illusions, we stand a moment in the silence. I glance back at my guards, Morgan and Revayan. They've stationed themselves inside, with the others guarding the other side of the door and out of hearing. Morgan's expression is intent, like he's studying the lesson too. He couldn't have seen the weaving. It takes weeks or months of practice to be able to see the threads of reality around you, or another weaver's weaving. But I mark the interest, and maybe it wouldn't take him so long. He's already in some ways rewoven his reality with his will. Revayan's hand is still resting lightly on the pommel of his sword, but his attention is toward the door, not us. I need to not have an audience when I ask my apprentices to do what I'm going to ask, because Torvin's not going to like it. I'm not sure I like it, but what other choice do I have? Our enemy is here and active, and I just taught them the means to be spies in this palace. That will be their first task as court mages. They all just got promoted, though they don't know it yet. I know they can sense that things have changed, though. Gods help us all. I turn back to my apprentices. Come on. We're all going to the Dowager's chambers. The back way I eye Morgan and Revayan again, and they nod, Morgan moving toward the outer door to get the other two guards. If we go the back way, no one but the guards will know where we're headed. Should I examine the minds of my guards? I shudder. No, I can't let that panic overtake me. I can't. And I don't want to do what I just did to Sabella to anyone else. Not before I think it through. Not until I have a better handle on what I'm doing. I need to do more research, and soon. Chapter 21. Unreality. Caleb. I've been here many times now, but though the Dowager Queen Zanara hasn't lived in this apartment for over half a year, I still carefully push open the back service door into her bedroom, as if making more of a sound might disturb all of the pain that she's brought to this palace, might ignite it again. I'm not in the mood for feeling pain. I stride to the heavy curtains and yank them back with a poof of dust to let the afternoon light inside. I don't want to be here at all. Not and remember every bit of every Private agony Torvin has poured out to me over the last months, but this is necessary. My apprentices are quiet and self-contained. They know the weight of this room too, though not the entire history of it. There are some things Torvin and I haven't told the court. The court knows the king was killed by Nikolai at the dowager's request. They don't know how. Morgan, who's been here before with Torvin, glances around for threats, but then settles at the corridor door while Ravian heads into the rest of the apartment to make sure it's clear. But these rooms have been locked up for months, and I have absolutely no intention of occupying them myself. The feeling of unreality in the bedroom, familiar now, hums at the back of my senses. That old feeling of wrongness, the lack of life in this room. And yes, it has the same flavor as what I just found in Sabella's mind. My stomach quickly sours, and I place a fist to my mouth, waiting a moment to see if it passes. It does. I meet Sabella's eyes, and she gives back a tight smile. Not really a smile. And maybe this room feels less wrong now than it did the first time I felt it. It's been unoccupied for the last 6 months, and the stifling stillness is more believable. Kian shivers as he looks around. Can you feel it? I ask. He hunches his shoulders.
It's like nothing's in here,
Sabella says, turning around to look at the dusty chair, the dusty 4-poster bed.
It's creepy,
Kian says.
And she was a murderer.
I say. We think she's partly behind this new mistrust around weavers. I center myself in my magic and tug on the unreality weave, finding the anchor thread in the corner of the room, then unraveling it enough to see beneath it. Kian jumps.
What did you... Oh.
Arya, still quiet, focuses on the fireplace. Yes, she finds the loose brick and tugs it out, pulling out the pouch beneath it. The magical poison is gone. We destroyed that months ago, but the scraps of the books are still there, in their pouch, with its own unreality weaving. I watch as Arya pulls it out and looks over the scraps of paper. She turns to me, her mouth tight. Kian and Sabella move close to see the paper scraps too, and she passes them around. Then silently, the apprentices hand them back to Arya, having seen enough. Arya replaces the pouch in its place above the cold hearth. I carefully put the room's unreality weaving back in place, and Kian shivers.
What do we do?
Arya asks, her dark eyes blazing.
How do we fight this if it feels like nothing?
But it doesn't, I say. It's meant to, but it still feels wrong, doesn't it? Emptiness is a tangible thing, too. Arya holds out her hands like she's trying to sense the air itself.
It's like something you're waiting for that hasn't happened yet. Like you know what it will feel like, but you can't actually know until it happens.
Is that what you felt in me?
Sabella asks, and the others go quiet. I shift. It's the same kind of magic, I say. It's a narrowing of possibilities, I think. In a person or in a room. I can't show you the kind of soul weaving of mind control magic that Nikolai does. But yes, this has the same flavor. Sabella looks away toward the window, her posture rigid. I know the sense of violation she must be feeling, not from myself, but from Torvin. How will he react when I tell him Nikolai isn't just a threat gathering resources on his country estate, but that he's already here, his reach at least? I've seen the time it's taken Torvin to fully regain his confidence again. He's kept busy, yes, but I've seen the toll. He almost lost himself at the hands of those he trusted. Kian hunches, scuffing one booted heel on the rug.
Can we go?
His usual bravado is gone. Arya and Sabella are tensed, too. And we've already seen what we came to see. I lead the way back toward the service corridor, then take them out into the main royal apartments corridor and into Torvin's study. It's the safest, most grounding place I can think of just now. And I need that. Torvin isn't here. He's almost certainly still at the reception, which feels like a lifetime away now. On the other side of seeing Nikolai's mind control weaving again, he'll be trying to smooth over the damage done to Weaver's reputations today. Gods, and that was a good place for Nikolai to strike. I twitch with the need to rush down there to try and search everyone in that room, to see if they have an illusion. But a Weaver's illusion can't usually be sensed past when it was first made, or I would have been found out a lot sooner when I came to the palace in my illusion. I shut the door to Torvin's study, but don't lock it. Maybe I should have asked if he'd be okay with my bringing my apprentices here, but, well, we all did cross that line today between students and teacher and gods, soldiers in general. Did I dare even think that? Spy master and spies. Torvin won't like that either. But we no longer have the choice of keeping my apprentices apart. One of them was used against us today. At least that's still how I'm reading this. And that can't happen again. I won't let it. All three of my apprentices turn to me inside, looking around themselves, waiting. They're all solemn, all ready in their own ways. And I wish there could have been more time to show them the joys of weaving without the terrors of a reality where weavers are already locked in a silent war. I glance at Sabella, trying not to be obvious about checking again if she's okay. If there's any signs that what I did caused her pain. But she catches my eye and holds it. Her own gaze hard as granite. She wants to fight back. Okay, what happened today was meant to cause panic and fear against weavers, I say, and meant to undermine Torvin's and my authorities as weavers and as kings. And Sabella, I'm truly sorry this happened to you. I don't know from what I saw, when it happened, but we must assume that either Nikolai or other soul weavers are already in this court. Kian's face twists as he fidgets. Arya worries her lip. Sabella doesn't meet my eyes again. But, I continue, our enemies have told us they're here, which is something. And now you know both how to weave illusions and misdirections around yourselves, and what an unreality weaving feels like. I think you'll be able to see soul weaving too if it's aimed at you again, though it might be subtle. You'll have to be extra vigilant.
I will be,
Kian says, his eyes burning.
He's not going to get me.
I don't know that Kian will have the strength to stop Nikolai. It took Torvin's, Aldrich's, and my own will to subdue him. It took every shred of willpower that I had to break his hold on Torvin. I was a lot more confident in my ability to stop Nikolai when he was half a kingdom away. But I nod, because they have to believe they can. Good. So I want the three of you to gather intelligence. Kian's eyes spark with interest, though Sabella seems to have already worked out what I'm asking them to do. Her expression doesn't change. Starting tomorrow, I say, looking at Kian. And then for the remainder of the festival, you'll take a few hours each day and move among the guests and staff. Observe, listen. Become invisible. Socially, not actually invisible. You can't be obvious about it, you know. Be the staff. Be whatever makes sense in the moment. We'll practice yet today. We'll go through how not to be obvious. Then you'll tell me each night what you've seen and heard, or as soon as is safe, if you find something significant, which I'm hoping they will. My gut twists again, because what if Nikolai finds them out? What if they're not good enough at hiding their intentions? They aren't trained for this. But I can't search the entire palace on my own, and I know that's too dangerous. I know my life is more precious now that I'm a king at Torvin's side. I know that the new possibility I carry within me makes it more precious still, and damn it, I know Torvin's not wrong to want to protect that. I know. but I'm sending my apprentices into danger. Yes, I wanted to train more weavers for the sake of training weavers, especially women. I wanted that badly, but yes, I'm ultimately training weavers to be able to fight, to be able to defend the palace and the kingdom. Kian's father understood that. I don't think Arya's parents do, but Arya herself does. Sabella knew what she was walking into and walked willingly too. Being a weaver has never been about being safe. Just learning to weave is dangerous. Though I've been with them every step of the way, averting that danger when needed. And I will still join them in spying on the palace guests as often as I can. I won't make them do this all on their own. Because my enemies tried to kill me and tried to control one of my apprentices, and I am not going to let any of that happen again. And anyhow, if someone's trying to kill me, I'm more likely safer if I'm disguised with an illusion than I am on my own right now. So there's that argument, which I will carefully present to Torvin. When he finds out what we're doing, I glance at the door to Torvin's study. I'm not sure how long he'll be at the reception, but he'll stay as long as his duty as the king requires. But I am a master weaver, and the duty of a court mage is ultimately to protect the king, the palace, and the kingdom. So this right now is my duty, and now it's my apprentice's duty too. You're all court mages now, I say. Kian inhales sharply. Arya's eyes go wide. Because I'm not going to trust this responsibility to apprentices, and because you are all ready. Arya hunches back again. All of you, I say, and she meets my eyes, straightens. You won't get your medallions now. Because that's part of what we must do. Act out the fiction that I'm upset with your demonstration today, Kian, and that I'm giving you less responsibilities, not more. That I'm giving you more to study. That will help carve out more time for your spy work. And I'll have to find a way to tell Torvin that I already promoted them because that's supposed to be his choice. And they're supposed to take their oaths to him. Well, we will figure that out later. After we've found our enemies and driven them out of the palace. Is it impossible to hope that we can do that before I have to tell Torvin any of this? That I can spare him that very personal fear? Then again, someone did try to kill me. And I'm leaning more and more toward Nikolai's direct influence there too. My apprentices exchange glances with each other. They've become close these last weeks and months. We all have. Though I know I stand apart from them as their teacher. I wait until I see resolve on all of their faces, because a weaver's resolve, once found, is nearly unshakable. All right. We'll practice the rest of the afternoon, but we should move to my study. Then tomorrow, you will start.
Can we still go to the mage's trials?
Kian asks. And I let out my breath in exasperation.
No.
Sabella says for me, glaring at him.
Really, Kian?
I hold up my hands. I'll be participating, yes. I have to be visible as a master weaver. But your time is better spent finding out just who is trying to kill and sabotage weavers in this court.
He wants to kill you.
Arya says.
And control us. Nikolai.
That straightens Kian's shoulders again and he nods. And your best defense at all times, I say, making sure I meet all of their eyes, is knowing who you are and what you hope for and what you fear. Think on that. Think on it hard. And I will too, because I have so much more to fear for now. Right, I say. Let's go to my study and run through what you'll need to know. I'll teach them for the next few hours until I have to go to dinner, which will be late tonight because of the reception this afternoon. My apprentices will have to eat in the mage's common room, tonight at least. I don't have to know exactly what's going on in the Great Hall right now to know that. And what should I tell Torvin if I've already made up my mind that I'm not going to tell the whole of this yet? My gut is doing a fantastic job of churning today. I know I should tell him. I know he's in danger too. But if Nikolai preys on fears, telling Torovin Nikolai's here isn't going to help. And I know he wouldn't want me or my apprentices near this if he knew Nikolai was here. Nikolai or one of his apprentices. Torovin is keeping his fears from me. He asked me to trust him, and I do. But he has to trust me now too, as a master weaver. Because I can't protect him in this kingdom if he's fully focused on protecting me.
Chapter 22. Happy. Torovin. 4 letters now. 4 identical letters, all of which threaten Caleb, but are aimed at me, and an attempt on Caleb's life that almost succeeded. And now one of Caleb's apprentices injured a courtier in a public display of weaving that should not have happened. I spend the afternoon being polite, talking to people I both like and don't, trying to do what I can to show that the court carries on, the king carries on, and the fact that I'm a weaver too shouldn't matter to any of them. But I see them eyeing the medallion of a court mage on my chest. I almost regret wearing it today. Almost. Caleb's mother stays by my side through the rest of the reception, and that, I don't know what to do with that. Is it helping my cause to have the Gallandon Queen silently, or not so silently, often enough, reinforcing my authority as king? Is it a good reminder to the court that Caleb, a master weaver, is also the son of a queen? Or does it say to the court that I would have less authority without her? Without Caleb by my side, being the silent promise of protection, I stay in the great hall until the servants start to clear out the half-empty trays and prepare the hall for dinner. Maybe I should have gone to the trials of strength being held this afternoon, which have always been more of a draw to the common people rather than the nobility, and might run past dinner. But I couldn't bring myself to leave, and leave the court to work themselves into a state about what happened earlier. The setting sun has cast the hall in a faint pink glow, and staff has already lit the chandeliers and are lighting the extra lamps around the hall too. Musicians test their lutes and zithers in one corner. Most of the guests from the reception have filtered out. And maybe it was a good thing I kept them here this long, that they didn't flee at the first sign of a weaving gone wrong. I just want to sit. And I need to talk to Caleb about what happened, desperately need to know how he handled it on his end. But it's nearly time for the meal, and guests that have gone off to change are filtering back in again. It's Irava I see when she steps back into the hall, and while she did change her clothes, now wearing a calf-length split-panel indigo coat with a high ornamental collar, she isn't wearing a crown. She spots me and smiles, and I smile back, making my way over, offering my arm, which she takes. She's still wearing her Master Weaver's medallion, which for a heartbeat makes my breath squeeze tightly in my chest. Then I let it go, because it doesn't matter. In the end, what the court thinks of us doesn't matter, if we know our own minds, our own wills. Doesn't it? We have forged our own paths before.
My apprentices will take dinner in the common room tonight,
she says in a low voice, adjusting her spectacles as she looks around. She notes the people staring, I know, then focuses on me, her mouth a hard line before I watch her consciously try to soften it. To put on the royal appearance, the fiction that everything is fine. She's happy to be here right now, and doesn't care at all what other people think about her. Good, I say, and I know we can't talk here. Not really. It is well? She gives a tight nod, shrugging both her shoulders, trying to relax them again as a social necessity. I grip her arm on mine. Don't. She looks up at me.
Don't what?
I glance around. I spent the afternoon showing everyone just how fine everything is. My heart can't take much more of it. Don't be anything other than who you are. Her mouth twitches up, bemused.
I don't think I ever am.
But she tenses up again, her smile fading. Especially when her mother steps into the hall again, now regal in an all-gray gown embroidered with roses, her hair braided, not coiffed, not wearing her crown. Queen Savine, I say, calling out before she can make this meeting hers again. Will you join us at the high table? Her eating at the high table was never in question, but she nods graciously as if the invitation is a gift and crosses the hall alongside us. I glance around for Valterre. He headed off some time ago, and I haven't seen him back yet. My sister is crossing the hall to us now, though, wearing a knee-length tunic and trousers, her hair in a fraying braid.
You missed the carpenter Janarin from the town lifting a table with 6 men balanced on it,
She says, and grins at me.
Granted, one of them was only 13.
But she looks between Irava and me and quickly sobers. She doesn't ask what happened yet, but I know we're not the picture of happiness now. Then, news about Kian's weaving getting out of control hasn't reached the festival grounds below the palace, or at least not that Elsira heard. And maybe she hasn't heard precisely because of who she is, no matter if her clothes tonight aren't as fancy as she usually wears. Elsira's guards are hovering near mine, far enough away to give us some space, close enough to be here in a few strides if needed.
Princess Elsira,
Savine says.
It's good to finally meet my daughter's sister.
Irava beside me gives a soft exhale and settles more. She lets go of my arm.
She has been very good to me,
Irava says, and pulls Elsira on her own toward the high table. Drags her more like. Queen Savine makes a small huff.
Is she happy?
She asks in a low voice, looking up at me. I'm not prepared for the weight of that question just now, and I'm exhausted from the day. So I think it's the truth that comes out. Mostly. I wish there wasn't as much danger, but there would be more danger here without her. And that does seem to make her happy too, that she has that role in the kingdom. She likes being a master mage. The Queen of Galenda watches her daughter as Irava and Elsira take their places and pointedly do not look our way.
I didn't know she was training herself to weave until she was already a weaver.
Savine goes on, her voice lower still. In this crowd, with the space around us afforded by our guards, no one can hear us. I turn to her. You don't approve of her being a weaver? She frowns.
It suits her, actually. I never watched her weave before today, not in any concentrated effort.
She meets my eyes.
I don't like the air of this court around weavers, Torvin, and I don't like that she's at the center of it.
It wasn't a threat, not quite, and wasn't an ask either. But I nod all the same. It's nothing I can change, this danger we're in. Nothing I can change quickly, at least. What would Queen Savine think of the letters Nikolai sent? Am I fooling myself that I can solve this without putting Caleb in any greater danger? I stride toward the high table before Savine can go first and force me to follow. Chapter 23. Palace Spies. Torvin. I tell Caleb I'll be to bed late. That after the disaster at the reception this afternoon, I have more work I have to do. I don't know that he believes me, but it's not that it's untrue. I asked him to trust me. Is he trusting me? And he hasn't said much more about his apprentices than that he's handling the situation, that he'll be spending more time with them in the upcoming days and less time at the festival, which I guess I can't complain about. It's better that he stays in safety around people who can, mostly, protect him. At least until I find out just what the hell is happening in my palace, and who threw the knife, and why, and at whose command. Nikolai's or my mother's. And does it, ultimately, matter? My hands slowly squeeze into fists as I stride through the corridor toward Master Aldrich's study, my boot heels striking the stone floor, and the anger that I had to put off at the reception earlier. The anger I had to curb during the dinner and after, when Caleb was looking tired and vulnerable. That anger surges up in me now. It's a familiar friend, if not exactly wanted. And why do I feel echoes now of the days after I first lost my father? Haunting my palace like a wraith. But that Acrian delegate. The way she looked at Caleb after Kian's magic went wrong, like my husband was personally responsible for endangering her and her delegation. Not that she was even close to Kian's weaving. Like Caleb hadn't just prevented a disaster, but started one. How Barella treats its guests, she'd said, and then Caleb's mother stepping in, when I hadn't yet had the chance. I open my hands again, stretch my fingers out. I told Aldrich about the letters this morning, about Nikolai's threats against Caleb. But today's incident at the reception, the way that Acrian delegate spoke, the timing of Kian's magical failure right in front of foreign witnesses, it feels too convenient, too orchestrated. Like someone has their hands in the hearts and minds of my palace again, and with the letters, I'm starting to believe it's true. If there's one thing ruling this kingdom has taught me, it's that I can't afford to believe in coincidences. Was Kian provoked into whatever he did? Caleb hadn't said, and he was looking tired enough that I hadn't pressed. I reach Aldrich's study and knock once before entering. The older weaver sits behind his desk, surrounded by the neat stacks of books that always seem more for display than actual use. The lamplight silvers the gray in his thinning hair, still tied back in his braid, making him look every inch the harmless scholar. But he's neither a true scholar nor harmless. His eyes are sharp and alert when they meet mine.
Your Majesty.
He rises, but I wave him back down. We need to investigate the Acrians, I say, closing the door firmly behind me. Tonight. Aldrich's eyebrows barely raise.
That's a quick escalation from suspicion to action,
he says dryly. Did you see how their delegate responded to Caleb unweaving Kian's magic?
No, I was on the other side of the room.
It was like she was just waiting to use that jab. I begin to pace the small confines of the study. So now there are weavers going missing at the Acrian border. I have threatening letters sent to me every day. Another this morning. Same thing. And maybe Kian's mishap was a mistake.
Or maybe not.
I face him. Can we absolutely assume that Nikolai is the only dark weaver in Barella?
Nikolai Metrial is one of the most ambitious mages I've ever met. He might not want to share his power if you're saying he's teaching other weavers.
But other weavers would increase his power, wouldn't they? Yes, he's ambitious, but he's too spiteful not to use every weapon he can find. He was already trying to make weapons of us in the council meeting.
So you're saying he's controlling people in the palace again?
I don't know. He sits back, his chair creaking.
Do you think Kian de Varial is being controlled by Nikolai?
Do you? I fire back. He considers.
I would hope Caleb is able to sense if he is. But Caleb doesn't know about the letters.
And he can't know. Not yet. Aldrich spreads his hands.
Then what do you want to do, Toravan? If it is Nikolai already here, You and I can't hope to stop him alone. If he has his own apprentices, that's even worse, isn't it? You will have to tell Caleb whether there are traps in the letters or not. I think this chaos has gone on long enough, and it's only escalating.
I press my hand to my heart, brushing my own mage's medallion. I can't. Because even if there's a chance I might lose him, I can't take it. Aldrich sighs, wiping a hand across his face. He looks up at me and looks tired, showing every year of his age. I don't like this man. I truly don't want to ask him for anything. But do I have any other choice? If I can't tell Caleb and the apprentices aren't ready by any means, who else do I have?
So you want to investigate the Acreans?
Aldrich asks. I lean on the back of one of his chairs. I want to know if they have a weaver with them. If that's the angle we should pursue.
Why would the Acreans have a weaver if they are known to despise weavers?
Because I need something to make sense, Aldrich, and I need to know if they're working with Nikolai directly, or even sending those letters on his behalf. I need to know. I need to know something. I grasp at the air, trying to pull together my scattered, frantic thoughts. I take a breath. I have to start somewhere, or else I don't know where to start.
Whoever delivers the mail,
he fires back.
I thought about sending one of the elementalists to watch the palace mail exchange this morning, but I didn't want to alert whoever was bringing the letters.
Which isn't a bad idea. It's one I've had before, though I've been afraid, as he said, to tip off the sender, to escalate the threats. But he's right. It's one of the only leads I have. I nod. I'll look into that too. But tonight, I want to look into the Acreans.
It's late, Torvin. Are you just going to put on your crown and knock on their doors?
Illusions, I say. You know how to weave an illusion around yourself. He makes a sour face.
I know how, yes. It takes most of my concentration to hold it.
Caleb taught me how. But I haven't really used it. I haven't had the time. And that was months ago. Can I remember exactly how it's done? I haven't fully thought this through, but I picture who I want to be, pulling up the face of a kitchen server I'd seen at dinner tonight, who's been with the palace staff for years. He's about my size and build, if a little bit shorter. I haven't used these illusions, but it isn't like I haven't thought about using them. I hold up my hands, carefully, very carefully, pulling the threads of reality into a different shape around me. Weaving the light, as Caleb would say. Surprise flickers across Aldrich's face.
Your training has progressed this far.
Heat prickles up my neck. Even now, even when we're working together, there's that dig in his voice, that doubt of my willpower. He's told me for years that I lacked the willpower to be a weaver, but he'd lacked the courage to be outpaced, and so he'd tried to tamp my willpower down. Yes, I say, and pause. I'm still speaking with my own voice, and I don't remember how to change that. So, I guess I'll have to be as quiet as possible. I tilt my chin up. Can you hold an illusion? For a few hours? Aldrich shuffles some of the papers on his desk.
I can manage subtle changes. Nothing as dramatic as Caleb's transformations, but enough to avoid anyone recognizing me.
But he stands, moving to clear a space in the center of his study.
Shall we see what we're capable of?
I watch as he raises his hands, his movements precise and controlled. The air shimmers around him, and slowly his appearance begins to shift. His hair darkens from gray to brown. His face becomes slightly fuller, his clothing more common in cut and fabric. but the changes feel strained, held in place by careful will rather than natural power. Then he lets it all go.
We can't walk out of here like this,
he says, and waves at me. I reluctantly let go of my illusion weaving. Apparently, I didn't do it wrong, or he wouldn't be acting like we're actually going to do this. And anyway, it should be enough to avoid recognition in dim corridors, especially if we're careful about who sees us. And if we're caught? Well, this is still my palace. I nod and open the door. My guards outside follow us into the mage's common room, which has never been a place where I feel particularly welcome, even if I am a mage. This is Caleb's domain. Even though he is still a king, still my husband and royalty, the people do treat him differently than they treat me. No one is in the common room tonight, though, and the hearth is only a flicker, banked and letting the autumn chill seep through the walls and the floor. I turn to my guards. Stay here. We're going out with Weaver's illusions. They look at each other, and I can see a protest forming. I hold up my hand. We won't be ourselves. We'll be safe enough. I don't know that, but I carefully reweave my illusion around myself to demonstrate. My guards' frowns deepen. One glances to Master Aldrich as he painstakingly changes his appearance too. He isn't carrying his staff, and after he weaves his illusion around himself, I wouldn't think he's anything other than a palace guest, an elderly low noble. And I'm palace staff, maybe guiding him through the palace. Maybe he was lost. That sounds like a good enough excuse if we're asked. We slip outside the common room and join the night hush of the palace. The corridor outside is quieter now, most courtiers having retired after the long day of festival events. On any other festival in any other year, the halls might still have been overflowing long into the night. But this night, people are wary. The atmosphere of the palace is hushed, like a held breath, just waiting to see what disaster will happen next. The few servants moving through the halls barely glance at us as we make our way toward the guest quarters on the other side of the palace. Up past the administrative offices, Valter's, and the other members of the council. It feels strange to walk within an illusion, and stranger still to be unnoticed within my own palace. And maybe I can see why Caleb likes this, likes walking within the palace with anonymity. I'm not sure what I'll find ahead, but I find myself relaxing more than I thought I would. No one is looking at me just now. No one expects me to fix anything. And maybe that strain, that expectation of having to fix, has been wearing on me more than I'd thought. And no one is trying to tell me I shouldn't fix things they don't think are broken, even if they are. After a few minutes, though, maintaining the illusion starts to feel like a low drain on my energy. And Caleb does this constantly, whether he's Caleb right now or Irava. We pass a pair of my guards heading into the guest quarters, and I carefully don't look at them. But I don't know if that's suspicious. And I tense up again as we reach the first of the guest suites. I near Aldrich. Do you know where the Acrian quarters are? He gives me a look that says that I should have known that going in, and I brace myself against the shrinking back I used to do as a boy.
No,
he says.
But I'd think we should sense for weaving throughout this whole section. You don't know it's the Acrians.
But now that we're here too, I wonder how much good we can do sensing closed doors. Maybe Caleb's senses would extend that far, but I don't trust that mine will. Aldrich waits for my decision, and I feel the heat in my face again. He's humoring me, indulging this whim, because I think he does genuinely want to help, even if he thinks this late-night mission is pointless and not well planned. I swallow and push on, opening up my senses as I go, trying to feel for anything out of place. Aldrich follows me without a word, and I don't know what I'm looking for. That's the problem. A weaver like Nikolai isn't going to broadcast that he's here, and that's also the problem. But we've gone around a corner, and I slow as I do feel something ahead. A low buzz in my awareness. It's coming from a door ahead, toward the right. I glance back at Aldrich. Does he feel it too? Then I approach the door. There is a weaving overtop of the door frame, a shimmer of expectant reality. Aldrich looks up at it, then waves me on, and we walk past.
It's a sound-dampening weaving to discourage listeners,
he says when we're several doors past.
It needs to be rewoven every day, sometimes several times, depending on the strength of the weaver. And yes, I will find out who that door belongs to. There is another weaver in the palace, one at very least.
I glance back at the door, but keep walking, because even if I haven't done this before, I know enough not to pause here. Yes, find out. We take a service stairway down to the lower level of guest quarters, which sits behind the main palace. This is where lesser nobility and dignitaries are staying. But though we pass a few people still up and walking the corridors, we don't find anything else suspicious.
It's late,
Aldrich says, and by the set of his mouth, I think he's straining the edges of his ability to hold his illusion in place. He's gained the slightest limp along the way, too. So I nod, and we work our way more slowly back to the mage's common room. My guards are still waiting, and both visibly exhale when we come back inside. The common room is still empty, and maybe my guards kept it that way. But I unweave my illusion, fatigue starting to pull on me now. I truly don't know how Caleb holds his illusions all day, every day, but I know he must hold them too. I know he's trying with everything he has to find a way to reweave his reality without harming the child. And I wish with all I am that I had the strength and skill to help him with that. It was the 6th door on the right, from the end of that corridor, I say to Aldrich as he lets go of his illusion too. He gives me a look, but nods. We know precious little more now than we did a few hours ago, but knowing there's another weaver in the palace isn't nothing. Good, I say. Find out, and we'll meet again tomorrow.
Chapter 24. Information. Irava. My books lay in a scattered mess across my desk, piled higher than before, giving no more answers. I spent the day in places I did not want to be, talking to people I did not want to talk to, because I want to be searching the palace for my enemy. For Nikolai, if he's here. I dreamed restless, queasy dreams, and woke up to Torovin asleep beside me, his face pinched even in his sleep. He's afraid. He's so afraid, and he's not telling me why. And now, I'm not telling him what I know would terrify him more. That the man who haunts his nightmares, the man who killed his father, might be here again. This morning, in the dark, I watched my sleeping husband and wondered if I should try to reach out and find any signs of mind control within him again. If the reason he's not telling me everything is because he can't. Because he's compelled not to. But he asked me to trust him. And now I'm pacing my study, after a blur of meals and meetings I hardly remember, some of them on Torovin's arm, my mind all the way bent on searching everyone, anyone, for signs of mind control weaving. Not looking closely, no, but alert. Looking for anything inconsistent. Anything. Because I'm drowning in a sea that has no answers. I want to tell him. I want him to tell me that we'll figure this out, that it will all be okay. But I'm the master weaver, and he's the king. And he has to stay steady enough to keep being the king, so that means I have to do my duty as a master weaver, at least through the rest of this festival week, because I haven't been doing it well enough if Nikolai is already here. I straighten when I hear the knock on my study door and adjust my spectacles. I'm Irava right now, but I'm not showing my pregnancy, even to those who know. My illusion is my armor. It has to be. Enter, I call, my voice coming out harsher than I intend. I swallow and try to steady myself. My apprentices aren't my enemies, gods, and they were my other worry all day. I sent them out to spy on the court with only a few hours of practice, hardly enough. Knowing the enemy we're facing. How could I have done that? Yes, they're all skilled weavers, but are they truly ready for this? When Arya lost control of her magic only a few days ago, when Sabella still lacks the raw strength needed for significant weaving, and Kian's ego gets the better of him at least several times a week. No, that's not fair. It's not actually fair to any of them, and none of it is as true as it seems from the outside. My apprentices file in, and the sight of them sends a fresh wave of anxiety through me. Arya's mouth is pulled tight, and she won't meet my eyes. Sabella's tension is a palpable presence, and Kian is vibrating with a restless, angry energy. I force myself to settle back behind my desk as they arrange themselves in the chairs across from me, and, catching 2 of the volumes open on my desk, I shut them. I know, too, that if the court knew I was studying Taishi and his book that praises mind control weaving in my spare moments today, they would only find more reasons to fear weavers, to fear me. But I have to know more. I have to know how to defeat Nikolai this time. Not just subdue him, but make sure he's never a threat again. My research into how to reweave my reality can wait. Sabella's brows flick up as I shut the books. I usually leave my sprawl when they're here. Are you all right? I ask, ignoring her silent question. Arya grimaces.
I heard more people are leaving the palace. The man that was burned yesterday? He's left too. They're saying what happened with Kian's weaving wasn't an accident, that weavers can't be trusted.
We didn't do anything today, Caleb.
Kian says, his voice tight with frustration.
We walked around all day and found nothing useful. If Nikolai is here, we're just walking around while he plots against us.
He pauses.
Can you, check us again?
I swallow. If Nikolai is here, would my apprentices have given him the chance to weave their minds? Did any of them slip up, or put themselves in a place where they could be compromised? I lean forward and look to Sabella and Arya for permission too. May I? I know that this kind of looking into the threads of their minds is invasive, and I hate that. I hate what Nikolai is doing to us again. Sabella and Arya nod, though, and I concentrate my weaver's senses, trying to see the shapes of their souls and minds, trying to see if they've been tampered with. But I only see them. The connections between us, the resonance of their souls. The temptation is there to dig deeper, though, to be absolutely sure. But I let go of my concentration again and sit back, shaking my head. I don't like that I'm spending so much time looking at souls through my weaver's senses either. How much time has Nikolai spent looking at souls, if he's learned how to manipulate them so deftly? I pull off my spectacles and rub at my eyes, and look up to see Kian's anger as a mirror to my own restless energy. He feels as powerless as I do, and that feeling is poison. That we must change at all costs. Okay, I say. You all did well. Thank you. I couldn't join you today, but
But it wouldn't have made a difference.
Kian says, his eyes intent on me.
Irava, we have to find him before he tries to kill you again.
I don't know that he's the one who threw the dagger, I say.
But he might have controlled who did.
And he's not wrong.
We have to protect you, Irava,
Kian says.
What we heard about weavers today, after I messed up in the Great Hall yesterday.
Which is not your fault, I say. None of this is any of your faults.
No.
Sabella's eyes are hard.
But it doesn't make it any better. And no one is going to step out and say they tried to kill you, or tried to control me.
She's right, too. I put them into danger in spying on the palace today, but I didn't give them everything they'd need. Gods. I don't want to do this. I need to be at the festival events. I need to be at Torovin's side. But I should be doing this on my own, not putting my apprentices in this position. Kian looks like he's going to start pleading for a better plan, or he'll go off and make one on his own. All right. Today wasn't enough, I say. I pull a fresh sheet of paper out from under a stack of books. My hand is a little unsteady as I sketch the palace corridors, the service passages, the patrol routes of the royal guards. I know them by heart. I know how to be a ghost in this palace when I want to be. They watch me in silence as I draw. This, I say, pushing the map across the desk, is how you actually become invisible. This isn't about avoiding the guards, you see. It's about knowing which corridors are truly empty so you can listen at a door without being seen by anyone. They all look at the map. None of them even suggest that what I'm showing them is treason of a sort. It's nothing that should ever be on paper, the blind spots between the guards. It's what I've found after months of careful observation. And maybe I haven't felt as safe as I should in this palace if I've been collecting this all along. But if Nikolai is here, we're past the point of caution. Kian picks up the map, his earlier frustration replaced by a steady resolve. I've been in council meetings with his father, High General Devriel, when he's in from the garrison at the eastern border. The High General makes that same face when he's digging in on a point. Arya watches Kian, her shoulders tight, but she nods. I haven't prepared you enough for this fight, I say. Sabella, you should never have had that happen to you. She glares back at me.
We'll say the same thing to you. This is Nikolai's doing, not yours.
She looks at the others.
We know why you're teaching us. It's not just to teach us. Gods, Irava, we know that. We know Nikolai is a threat, and he'll be a threat again.
She takes the paper and carefully folds it.
We're going to study this, then we're going to actually get good information tomorrow.
I tap my desk. Tomorrow is the harvest ball. I will need to attend, but
it's best if we don't,
Arya says.
So we can do what we have to do anyway, and we won't make the courtiers nervous.
I don't like it, but I nod. Then I stand. I'll give you another weapon to use. Kian, I'm going to weave around you now. Watch what I'm doing, please. I raise my hands, gathering the threads of reality, then weave a sphere of absolute night around him. The light in the room seems to bend into it, swallowed by the perfect, silent darkness.
Fuck,
Kian hisses. Then,
this is amazing.
Arya inspects the weaving from where she is, but Sabella approaches.
This is useful,
she says. And more importantly, they're not likely to hurt each other or anyone else with darkness, but it might be enough to let them run from danger. Might be. I hold the construct for a long moment before letting it unravel. Your enemies will have a harder time attacking what they can't see, I say. If you're caught, use this. Will the construct to follow your target and run, then find me.
This won't stop Nikolai,
Kian says. No.
Then will you teach us to do what you did for Sabella? To undo the mind weaving? Can you show us, please, how you defeated him before?
I swallow. Because I don't like that I did what I did to Sibella yesterday, and I still don't know what I did exactly. I've added it to my stress around being able to reweave my reality around my growing child, because I can't protect those I love with my weaving if I'm not sure it's safe. I shake my head. Mind control weaving, soul weaving, preys on your fears. It tries to reweave the reality of your soul and your willpower so that you want to obey the weaver instead. It tries to replace your will with theirs, and you have to resist that. You have to know who you are. If anything, focus on that. Be sure of yourself. That isn't what Kian wants to hear, but he nods slowly and doesn't push me. None of them do. They murmur thank yous and file out, and I collapse back behind my desk, scrunching my hands into my hair. I want to scream in frustration. I want to talk to Torvin, to tell him everything. I want to talk to Valter and have him yell at me for not telling him last night. But yes, part of being a master weaver is knowing the tensions of reality around me, and I'm so afraid that Torvin's tension is about to break. I've seen it in him. He's barely sleeping. His eyes dart, and with good reason. He only barely caught a dagger spinning toward my heart, and he won't tell me what's going on. So I've given my apprentices all that I can, all that I dare. Tomorrow I'll be more vigilant in my searching the court for signs, but I know I won't find them. Not in the open. And I'm not willing to search people's minds without a clear sign of coercion. Because that feels like the slippery slope towards the disregard for minds and souls that Nikolai himself has. My gaze drifts back to my books, and the thought of everything I don't yet know threatens to overwhelm me. I stare at the place on my desk I'd just cleared enough to sketch the guard rotations. I trust my apprentices. I know them. I'm doing the right thing, aren't I? By not telling Torvin yet? By telling more than I probably should to my apprentice weavers? I huff out a sigh and put away the most damning of the books I've been reading, locking them in the bottom of one of my bookcases, then pause to reweave my illusion as Caleb. Then I stride for the door. Because maybe I can get some surveillance in tonight. Maybe. Or is it too late? Gods. Yes, the glass I set has already run out. Torvin will be expecting me in our apartment. Not that we'll do anything but dance around each other, each lost in our own problems. I swallow. Outside, I catch sight of Morgan, and then hesitate again, a new and different thought rising up. You were watching my weaving yesterday. He stiffens, eyeing me before looking away with a guard's blank stare. I need more weavers. I need more people on our side. I need more people to tip the balance of Nikolai's control. Would you like to learn? I ask. His gaze snaps back to mine, and I watch a flush creep over his sun-tanned cheeks. Oh gods, does he think this is an insult? He knows that I'm wearing an illusion right now, and that I weave my reality into my body as Caleb when I can. And yes, I'd thought about teaching him anyway. I want everyone who wants to know how to reweave their reality to know how to do this. I'm asking, I say quietly, because I think you'd be good at it, and it would strengthen your ability to guard us. I wet my lips. My child will need all the protection they can get. He does meet my eyes, looks away.
I'll think on it, Your Majesty.
Chapter 25. Relentless. Torvin.
It's the Acrian delegation suite,
Aldrich says to me at the archery trials.
That's where the weaving is.
I'm supposed to be paying attention, and even more so with my sister is up to compete in this round. But I turn to him. You're sure? He gives a nod, then gathers his robes to sit in Caleb's vacant seat beside me, leaning his staff on his shoulder. I grimace, but let it pass. People are already giving us looks, wondering what's so urgent that a master weaver had to interrupt the king during the trials. But when they see Aldrich settling, they settle too. He is still an important figure in this court, even if Caleb has, in many ways, overshadowed him. Aldrich sighs, but he keeps his thoughts mostly to himself throughout the rest of the competition, only making the occasional comments for appearance's sake. This isn't the place to talk about hidden and desperate things. He knows I don't like him, but he seems to have made his peace with it. And he is helping in his way. And he's still the only one I can rely on to help me with this. But what do I do with the information that there's a weaving to stop eavesdropping on the door of the Acrean suite? Does that mean there's a weaver among them after all? I got the 5th letter today, and I wish they'd say something different. Vary the threats. Make it anything but this slow, relentless onslaught. When the archery trial ends, I award Elsira the 3rd-place medal, and that is a highlight. That is one singular bright point during this day, and I keep my eyes on the members of the Acrean delegation as I dine in the Great Hall, as I talk to the courtiers who wish to speak afterward. Caleb is distracted too. Can he see just how afraid I am whenever we're together? He can't see that. I can't let him see that. So I do my best to be the king that I need to be during the festival, even if some of the courtiers and dignitaries left after the weaving at the reception the day before. And Caleb is doing his best too, despite the appraising looks his way. I'm watching the strain and understanding more of it now that I know the physical toll of holding an illusion for so long. And now, at the end of the day, I'm with Caleb in bed, watching him sleep in the pale moonlight from the window. Watching him in this moment of peace. He's still holding his illusion. He's learned to keep it during sleep. Gods. I could ask him to do what he always seems to do anyway, spy on the palace for me, to find out just what is going on with the Acreans. He'd even like if I asked. I know he would. But what if he would run straight into Nikolai? What if he would run straight into his would-be assassin? What if he wouldn't be prepared? So I watch my husband sleep and wonder, as I'm starting to wonder every day now, if it will be the last time. My eyes sting and my throat burns, and I clench my hands into fists. I tell myself again that I can't tell Caleb what I know. Not until I fix this, or know more, or the danger is past. He was distracted all the last day, tense and not saying more than he had to. And I know he's dealing with his apprentices and the public humiliation of Kian's loss of control, and I wish I had more time to help with that. I wish I didn't have to sit through archery competitions and diplomatic meetings, with or without Caleb, though they're always better with. Though yes, I did enjoy watching my sister defeat grizzled veterans on the archery field. I hadn't known she'd gotten so good with a bow. I will have to go on more hunts with her, with an aim like that. I lay awake until the pre-dawn glow, bleary but unable to stop my rushing thoughts, then slip out of bed. Caleb stirs, his eyelids fluttering, but then he curls around himself, burying his face back in his pillow. My hands spasm with the need to hold him, but I have to protect him first. I don't want to see that tension in his shoulders, even in sleep. So I get dressed, quietly, and freeze when my belt buckle clanks against the bedpost. Caleb stirs again.
Tor?
I have to do some work before my meetings today. I'll see you at breakfast. He groans. mumbles into his pillow, makes a little wave before flopping his arm back down again. I wait, but he doesn't stir again. I rub my hand over my face, then pad out into my study. Another weaver went missing near the border to Acreal yesterday. I did register that much in the blur of the day. It's escalating to a crisis, and I don't know what to do about that either. And what does it say about the state of the kingdom that this crisis feels like the lesser threat, the much more distant threat among many? I got that news the night before. I didn't tell that to Caleb yet either. He's carrying enough with his apprentices right now. And how can I protect him when keeping him safe means I have to keep pushing him away? I'm shuffling papers on my desk without sitting down, without proper light to look at them, because I know what I want to do next, and I'm stealing up my courage to do it. I have to investigate where the letters are coming from. Have to. But I hear the inner door to my study creak, and Caleb pads out, his hair still messy, nightshirt hanging low on one shoulder. I catch my breath and open my mouth to say something, anything, to interrupt the need building up in me alongside my desperation. But Caleb yawns hugely, bending over in the effort. I love him. With all my soul, I love him. And in that vulnerable moment, in that space between what we say and what we know, I almost tell him everything. But he stands up and grimaces, pressing a hand to his back. His illusion right now shows his pregnancy, and he looks up and stills. What does he see in my face? He approaches and carefully uses his sleeve to wipe around my eyes. I blink. Yes, my eyes have been welling.
We'll find the assassin,
he says. As if that's the only thing worrying me, and normally it would be. If any of this was normal. He tilts his head.
We have the harvest ball tonight.
Yes.
We haven't practiced the dance.
We haven't had time. Are you saying you want to practice now? I ask. He smiles, but it's a wan smile.
It's basically just the sun dance, but we'll mirror each other instead of one of us leading.
Yes, basically. He's trailing a hand down my neck, and I swallow. He leans in to kiss me, and I hungrily kiss him back until he breaks away, pressing a finger to my lips.
Later,
he says. He smiles again, and there's something forced about it this time. And he turns around, studying me, like he wants to memorize my face, like he's accepting that an assassin might succeed, and that this might be the last time he sees me too. Caleb, I reach after him.
I'm going to dress and go to my study. I'll meet you before the ball. We'll do one practice dance, okay?
My throat's tight, but I manage. Okay. I have to go. I have to leave right now, or I will tell him everything. Chapter 26. Unsorted. Torovin. I grab a coat from a hook on the wall. It's my shabbier older coat I've had for years, that I've always worn when I'm chilled, but not out into the public places of the palace. But I'm not going to have to be myself where I'm going, and I'm starting to understand Caleb's fascination with that too. I can't stop replaying the kiss and the look he gave me. Or does he expect an assassin to take me away from him? It's almost happened before, though not quite in this way. Nikolai almost took my will from me, and he might have succeeded if Caleb hadn't been brave enough to show me who he really was. My actual betrothed. But once I'm out in the corridors, my purpose today starts to clear the haze in my head. It's motion. It's a direction, and I've always done much better when I'm in motion. When I'm on the hunt. I lead my guards down the stairs and into a lesser meeting room, one with no one else around at this hour of the morning. Then I weave the illusion of myself into someone else. This room has an ornate gold-leafed mirror on one wall, and it's unsettling. Looking into it and not seeing who I am. I don't know the servants' rotations enough to not accidentally run into one of them, so I choose the face of one of the garrison soldiers I sometimes train with, who I know is at the Acrean border right now. No, that won't work. He's known here. So I do my best to shift my features away from his, too. I end up decidedly unattractive, but then I don't have to be attractive to do what I need to do today. At least I'm not myself. I shrug my shoulders in my coat and decide it looks shabby enough to fit this person in the mirror, so I leave the rest of myself as I am. Then I head out again past my guards. It's the same pair from the night before, with the outer guards across the hall, looking for incoming threats if there are any. Stay here, I say. I still haven't figured out how to weave an illusion over my voice, but I'm not about to run back and ask Caleb how. No. One of my guards, Cass, a tall man with a medium brown, pock-marked complexion in his middle-aged prime, leans in.
Wherever you're going, sire, you should not do this alone.
But I can't do it with you. He pulls a sour face but nods.
I'll tell the outer pair. We'll all four go back to your study as if you're there.
He hesitates.
Whatever you're about, sire, be careful.
I nod. My safety now is in obscurity. I know another letter will be delivered to me this morning, to be handed to me among other letters, or handed to me by an unwitting messenger. So I make my way toward the palace's mail exchange, out into the sunlit outer courtyard, striding past people already bustling with either the day's festivities or the day's chores. Courtiers and staff both. And I have to remind myself more than once to slow my stride a little, to not act like I own this palace. No one stops me, though, as I enter the outbuilding where the mail is sorted, and the mail chamber is bustling despite the early hour, which makes sense with so many guests here for the Harvest Festival, though less guests now than there were when we started. There should be more guests as the Harvest Festival goes on, not less. And that's not a good sign for my people either. I know they'll note it, and note it as one of my failures as king. Inside the mail chamber, 3 clerks sort through bags of letters and parcels, their movements efficient despite obvious exhaustion.
You're early,
one says as I approach, barely glancing up.
Bless the gods of all the seasons. We're drowning here.
They're not even going to ask if I belong here? Where do you need me? I ask, and try to drop my voice into a gruffer accent. It comes out weird, but the clerk doesn't seem to notice. He gestures to a pile of unsorted mail.
Start with those. Separate by kingdom, then by district of the sender, then by priority. Mail originating in the palace always gets priority. Red seals go straight to the top.
I nod and get to work, scanning every piece that passes through my hands, looking for something that feels wrong to my senses, looking for the numbness that means unreality, or even the same paper, the same handwriting. But there's nothing. Letter after letter, all perfectly normal. Trade agreements from Cardalan, social invitations from visiting nobles, reports from border garrisons. Nothing that hums with the wrongness I've come to dread. I try to get closer to one of the clerks to see the mail he's sorting too, because I'm only seeing a fraction of it. Busy night? I ask casually as I work.
Always is during festival,
Another clerk replies.
though most of the urgent stuff came in yesterday evening. This morning's been lighter.
He spits a seed he's been chewing into a cup.
I think all the misfortunes rattling, folks. But when our kings dance tonight, That'll set them all right again. That'll make sure the harvest is prosperous for the next year. Bad business, though, with the dagger and the magical attacks.
My hands slow as I sort, absorbing that before I force myself to speed up again. I shake my head. Yeah, bad business. And maybe if I'm trying to help the common people of my kingdom, I should actually get among them more often. It's a weird feeling, being within sight distance of my own apartment, but feeling like I'm a world away here, working with these clerks. I keep searching. But as time passes, and the sun rises, and the clerks turn down the oil lamps in favor of the morning light, my pile dwindles. I found nothing. Again. Nothing but an earful of rumors that make me think that Nikolai has been busier playing with the hearts and minds of my people than I thought. The unease around weavers is stifling, and when I reach the end of my stack, I stand and say, I need to check on a letter's seal, without having a letter in hand. I quickly dart out before anyone can protest. I return through the palace corridors, keeping my illusion until I'm in the corridor of the royal apartments, and only my guards are in sight. Cass looks toward me, taking a visible breath of relief, which isn't something any of my guards show often. Did Caleb leave?
Yes, sire, a while ago.
But I knew that. I'm jittery, and bump into my study with an uncoordinated fluster that's more like Caleb than myself. I pause in the empty, quiet room. I was so sure I'd find something, some trace of how those letters reach me. But whoever is delivering them to the palace isn't using normal channels, which means they have access to the palace staff directly. They have to, or are paying someone off, or coercing them. And at this point, how can I think it's not Nikolai himself here in the palace, just taunting me? I move to my desk and freeze. A space has been cleared in the center of the desk, my papers pushed aside. Sitting squarely in the center, all on its own, is another letter. Same paper. Same black plain wax seal. My blood turns to ice. I stride back to my door and swing it open. Did you deliver a letter to my desk? I ask, looking between my guards.
No, sire. No one has been in or out. Is there something wrong, sire?
I slam the door shut and rush back to my desk, my hands shaking as I reach for the letter. It takes me 2 tries to crack the seal and open it. The familiar wrongness of the letter buzzes in my hands, hums in my blood. The words blur for a moment before snapping into focus. I will kill him if you tell him, and your heir. My heir, our child. The letter slips from my nerveless fingers, fluttering to the desk. I stumble back to my chair and sink into it, all the strength leaving my legs. He knows. Nikolai knows about the child, and he's been in my study, in the heart of our private apartments, close enough to touch our belongings, to see where we sleep. He got past my guards. I don't know how. I look toward the door that leads into my father's old chambers. He had to have come in that way, but that way is also heavily guarded. Do I tell my guards? I hesitate a long moment, and I'm still sitting another moment later. How many people know about Caleb's pregnancy? 5, maybe 6. Caleb, myself, Valterre, Elsira. The guards who witnessed Caleb's illusion drop after the assassination attempt have suspicions but no confirmation. That's it. Which means either one of them is feeding information to Nikolai, willingly or not, or Nikolai has found another way to spy on us. I think about the missing weavers at the border, about the mind control magic he wielded before, about how easily he could twist someone's thoughts, make them forget they'd ever seen him. Has he twisted my mind again? Is that why I feel this nameless terror? Has he been in my apartment before? I slam my palms to my desktop. Breathe, Torvin. Just breathe. The letter lies open, like an accusation. All my attempts to protect Caleb have failed. The secrets I've kept to shield him have only isolated him, made him more vulnerable, and now our child is threatened too. I can't keep holding this all alone, or even just with Aldrich. I can't protect them by myself. I need Caleb's strength and skill, and I need to stop trying to be the sole protector of everything I love. I know that doesn't even make sense. Caleb was the one before who protected me. But I wanted to keep him safe. I know my reasons for not telling him about the letters are shattering, even while the necessity of telling him is warring with the threat of telling him. My feet carry me toward the door without conscious decision. Down the corridors again to Master Aldrich's study. Each step feels like I'm walking toward the loss of everything I love, but also toward the only hope I have left. Aldrich opens the door at my pound, takes one look at my face, and steps aside to let me in.
What happened?
I pull the latest letter from my pocket and shove it at him. This was left on my desk in my study, while my study was guarded and I wasn't there. Aldrich's eyes lock with mine. He understands what that means and quickly opens the letter. He scans it, his face grim.
And now he threatens the child.
Aldrich. My voice cracks on his name. It was on my desk, in my study. Someone walked into the heart of my apartment and left it there. Aldrich carefully folds the letter.
You must tell Caleb. Tell him now. This isn't even a question anymore.
I take the letter back, tuck it back into my coat, which is still God's, the shabby coat I wore out before. I hope no one puts it together with the man who helped sort the mail this morning. And I remember the conversation of the clerks, that so many people are looking to the harvest ball this evening, and the dance I'll perform with Caleb. With my first harvest ball as the king, and his first as my king, or my queen, if he's Irava. That dance is an offering before the gods, a renewal of agreement, a sign the people need to know there will be prosperity ahead, a sign that I need too. I need to know that everything will be okay. I'll tell him after the ball, I say. Aldrich frowns.
And if that's too late, Torovan.
After the ball, I say again. Do I risk the well-being of my kingdom, the goodwill of my people, for my husband and my child? Do I risk my husband and my child for the well-being of my kingdom? I don't think it's an accident this letter arrived today. Caleb knows to stay vigilant, I say, remembering his look this morning. Oh, gods of all the seasons, that look. Like he knew the danger was ready to swallow us both. Well, but of course he knows. It's only been days since he watched a dagger spinning in front of his chest. I forget that my greater knowledge of the threat doesn't outweigh the fact that someone still tried to steal him from me. Aldrich grips both of my shoulders, and startled, I look into his eyes. He's always been grandfatherly to the court, and I've always hated it. Because I know the person he is, the person who tried to steal from me my own inner strength. But his eyes are shining now, intent on mine.
Do your dance. Wait only the acceptable amount of time, then tell him, Torovan, tell him.
I stare back into his eyes and slowly nod. And it's just now, this moment, that all the grief I've been holding back this week comes rushing in. Right now, when I have the least capacity to deal with it. This is my first harvest festival without my father. My first as the king. And I would never be the king without my father being gone. I close my eyes, stay very still as I try to rein it all in again. I have to. I have to be strong right now. Caleb and my child and the entire kingdom depend on it. Aldrich is still bracing me, and I open my eyes but don't meet his. I pull back from his grip, and he lets go. Tonight, I say, because he seems to be expecting an answer. I don't feel like a king just now. I feel like a prince without his father. I feel like a boy adrift. I back out, hardly seeing where I'm going, but manage to straighten as I reach the corridor. I glance down the hall to the closed door to Caleb's study, and my heart kicks into a pound. I could tell him now. But I don't want the fight that I know will happen. I don't want him charging off after Nikolai. Not yet. Not when people are already leaving, when the mail clerks are casually saying that weavers are a threat, when so much depends on the people still believing in weavers, because I am a weaver, and this is my kingdom. There's more than one way to take a kingdom from someone, isn't there? There's more than one way to control it, if you can control their hearts with your own lies. And I can't seem to gain enough foothold again with my truths. But tonight, I'll tell Caleb tonight. I will tell him tonight. Despite the risks. I can only pray that it won't be too late.
Chapter 27. The Telling. Irava/Caleb. My mother finally corners me in my study on my third day of avoiding her. I've been dreading this conversation for 3 days now, ever since she arrived and found me with a dagger spinning in front of my heart. 3 days of careful maneuvering around the palace, of sending polite excuses through servants when she asks, of making sure I'm always with other people when she's near. And with everything else going on, this isn't a conversation I think I can handle with care right now. But Queen Savine of Galenda didn't raise a fool, and she certainly didn't raise a child who could evade her forever. I look up from yet another stack of weaving books scattered across my desk. I'd been diverted for most of an hour from trying to find more about soul weaving to a Taishe passage that talked about changing the shape of a thing without changing the state of it. I'm not quite grasping it yet, but I gather it's about making more than an illusion, but less than a reality. There's a soul component to it, though, which feels troubling. I don't know if this is the answer I need. I look up to find my mother standing in my doorway, having invited herself without knocking. Her arms crossed, wearing the expression I remember from childhood, the one that means I'm about to explain myself whether I want to or not. I'm Irava right now, and though she's seen me move back and forth between Irava and Caleb, it feels like less than the armor I want. Mother, I set down my book. I wasn't expecting you.
I'm sure you weren't.
She closes the door behind her with a soft click.
You've been expertly avoiding me.
Her brown hair silvers in the afternoon light outside my window, pulled back in a severe knot that makes her look every inch the queen she is. She's dressed for court in deep blue silk with the golden seal of Galenda at her throat, and the way she moves toward my desk. This is my mother in full interrogation mode. I straighten, smoothing down my own gray coat, which I realize now I've worn more than once this week, a definite social blunder in the court. I've been busy, Mother.
Well, yes. You're a queen now.
She settles into the chair across from my desk, her posture straight as a blade.
And that's exactly what we're going to discuss. All of it.
My stomach clenches. From nerves more than the lingering morning sickness this time. I glance toward the door, toward the stacks of books, toward anywhere that might offer an escape route. But there isn't one. There never was with her. I don't have a lot of time, I say. Which is true. I should be heading up to my apartment shortly to change for tonight's harvest ball, and I'm feeling the pull toward being Caleb again. I'm feeling that more often these days, my time spent as Irava growing less. Is that the pregnancy or something more? But I can't change my illusion now. I'd have to show her my pregnancy. I want to get back to my research, to my surveillance plans, to finding out how to draw Nikolai out and how to defeat him.
Make time,
she says simply.
I need to know what's actually happening in this kingdom, Irava. I need to know why someone tried to kill my child 3 days ago, and why you look like you haven't slept since your wedding day.
I swallow against the sudden tightness in my throat. Because she's not wrong. I am tired. I'm tired of the constant low-level nausea and the strain of maintaining illusions. I'm tired of feeling like I'm failing as both a ruler and a protector. And most of all, I'm tired of the disconnect between Torvin and me, the careful conversations and worried glances that we pretend the other doesn't notice. He looked at me this morning like it might be the last time, like he's terrified that an assassin will succeed in killing me. Not that I'm not afraid of that, too, but I don't have time to be afraid. I need to figure out how to fix all of this, defeat Nikolai, because I just want the danger to end so we can go back to being happy. I shrug, hunching my shoulders. Things are just complicated right now. Well, and she knows that. There are threats on the Acrian border.
This isn't about politics,
she says.
And I'm not some visiting dignitary you need to manage like all the rest. I'm your mother, and I can see that something is very wrong here.
I start to protest that the Acrian threat is part of all of this. It's a lesser threat now that Nikolai is active in the palace, yes, but my mother leans forward, her brown eyes, so like mine, fixed on my face.
Start from the beginning. All of it. Now, Irava, you have put me off long enough.
I close my eyes, just for a moment, and it's like I'm back in the palace in Galenda, standing straight under my mother's withering glare. Her disapproval. Or is it worse now, with the weight of everything pressing down on me? Nikolai. The mind control weaving. This pregnancy that's keeping me from being myself. Torvin slipping away in the night. Torvin, with dark circles under his eyes. Torvin, who I have to protect at all costs. And my child, who I have to protect at all costs, too. We said we'd practice the dance tonight, before the ball. And I want to be in his arms. I ache to be in his arms. And also, it's so much. So much. When I open my eyes, my mother is still waiting. But then, I hadn't really hoped she'd be gone. Nikolai escaped, I begin.
No,
she says.
I know that. I want to know everything. Start from why you came here without telling me.
My shoulders tense, my anger rising. I want to bite out that it's because she betrothed me to a stranger when she promised me she wouldn't. I almost swallow that need. I don't have time for a fight, and I know she knows that. This meeting, despite her support the last few days, is my classic mother. I look up and meet her gaze. No, this is not the time to swallow this back down. I came because I needed to know if you actually betrothed me to a murderer. Her eyes narrow.
I told you, I would never have...
You promised, I hiss. You promised me I could marry who I want. And then you signed a treaty, marrying me to a stranger.
It worked out,
she said.
You do love him.
I half rise, leaning on my desk. You asked me to go back to Galenda with you. You obviously don't think it worked out. She holds up her hands.
I should have asked you about the marriage.
Yes, I roar, and pause, my voice echoing off the walls. I close my eyes, sit back down. Let me tell you all of it, if you want to know all of it, but I'm going to tell you why, and you're not going to like it. But don't interrupt me, or I won't get this out. I look back at her. Her expression is still, nearly serene. She's angry, yes, but she nods. So, I start from the beginning. She listens as I tell her about becoming a court mage candidate, about unraveling Nikolai's out-of-control weaving, Torovin asking me to help him, and what we found in his father's bedchamber, and what Valter and I found in his mother's, about unweaving the vortex with Torovin, side by side, and accidentally showing him I'm a woman too, about standing with him, shielding him with my willpower, shielding him with my life and my name and the whole of who I am, and breaking Nikolai's control of him, about telling him I'm both Irava and Caleb. I look up at my mother with that, but she only nods. So I try not to squirm and rush through the rest. Nikolai's family protecting him from real justice, and his flight to his estates. Torovin's mother escaping too, and that we think she's in Akrial. The rumors of anti-weaver sentiment Nikolai's spreading throughout the countryside, the missing weavers at the border with Akrial, and that Torovin's doing his best to carry out his father's reforms, but the people are pushing back against it, and that we think that might be Nikolai's influence too. I don't need to tell her about the assassination attempt, and I absolutely don't tell her about the mind control weaving I found in Sabella's mind. That's a threat I need to handle myself. When I finish, she's quiet for a long moment, her fingers drumming against the arm of her chair.
And Torovin?
She asks finally.
There's tension between you two. I've seen it.
My cheeks flush hot. He's trying to protect me, but I'm the master weaver.
And you're pregnant.
I sit back as if slapped. My hand moves toward my stomach before I can catch myself. How did you?
I'm your mother.
Her expression softens, just slightly.
I carried you for 9 months, Irava. I know the signs, and I know you well enough to see when you're actively hiding something.
I stare at her, biting my lip. And what will she do, knowing this? Yes, I say quietly. Yes, I'm pregnant.
How far along?
5 months. I shift in my chair. And Torovin knows, obviously, and Valter and Elsira. My guards know, and my apprentices. But I haven't told the court yet. She stills her drumming fingers.
Telling is both a vulnerability and a shield. You're losing ground, Irava, by being a weaver right now in a court that is growing hostile to weavers. I know it's a risk, but telling them will show you're still one of them. It will bring empathy back to you.
She pauses.
I saw you weaving at the reception.
I stiffen.
And you did well to handle that incident before it got worse.
She goes on. I let out my breath. But you still want to take me back to Galenda. Mother, I'm not going.
Of course I want to take you home,
she snaps out, before making an effort to relax again.
But yes, I also see how critical you are to this kingdom's balance. How much they need you, even the ones who are afraid of you.
Her brows draw down.
And how much he needs you, and how much you need him.
She looks down to my stomach again, back up to me.
How are you doing, Irava? Really. I know you're Caleb often, and I see that. I see I have another son when you're Caleb. But the pregnancy...
To my horror, my eyes start to fill with tears. Oh gods, not now. But Torovin checks on how I'm feeling, yes, and Valter's hovering has become more stifling than not. But this is different. This is my mother, who I've spent months expecting to disapprove of everything I've become. And now she's asking about the part of myself that she hadn't met until a few days ago. Like she truly cares about my life as Caleb, too. I press my hand to my mouth, and the careful control I've been holding for days starts to crack. I'm straining at needing to change my illusions. I'm Caleb again now. Well, but she knows about the pregnancy now, too. With a glance toward my mother's face, I drop my illusion, then quickly reweave it as Caleb.
And like I did with my apprentices, I weave the pregnancy in as part of it. My mother's gaze drops to my stomach again, but when she meets my eyes, I don't see... Well, I don't know what I expect to see, but I don't expect the softening around her eyes. And something in me, something I've been holding tight for months now, breaks. I don't know who I am, I whisper. And then the dam breaks. I can't be myself, Mother. I can't be with him like I'm just an illusion right now. I'm not real. And I'm too distracted, and I can't protect him. And I don't know how to fix this. I've been trying. I've been studying. But I can't find... My mother has never been affectionate, but she bumps her hip on her way around my desk, and I push up into her embrace. She holds me tight. She holds me, while I shake against her, baring my teeth against the sobs. I'm a grown man, and she holds me like she hasn't held me since I was a child. She doesn't say anything, just lets me cry it out. And my face burns as I finally pull back from her, but she gives me a wan smile, pulling out a lace kerchief from a hidden pocket in her skirts to dab around my eyes. Mother!
Gods, Caleb, let me care for you. I'll stay a week after the festival ends. Let me actually spend some time with you, and with Torovin.
I shake my head, sniffing hard. But you have to get back.
Your brothers could use the practice at ruling a kingdom.
And she could use the break, I hear, but she doesn't say. And I understand that now. I do.
You are so much stronger than you think,
she says, adjusting my collar, smoothing down my sleeves. Though from how you said you won against Nikolai, I think you do know your strength. She meets my eyes.
And pregnancy isn't forever, and the rewards are usually worth it.
A half smile.
But you have to stop trying to carry everything yourself. I see you trying to do that. I recognize it from myself. Even if you're not carrying the management of the kingdom, I know you're carrying its safety. But you have a husband who loves you, allies who respect you, and a mother who didn't travel all this way just to watch you struggle on your own.
She squeezes my hand once before releasing it.
I'll see you tonight at the ball.
She hesitates, then nods at my stomach.
I'm not going to tell you to rest, because I know you won't. But I was nauseous through every single one of my pregnancies. It never got better. But rest did help. Stress did not.
She gives a shrug, then smooths down her skirts and moves toward the door. Thank you, I say softly. She pauses at the door.
I'm proud of you, Caleb.
I don't move. She leaves and shuts the door behind her, and I stay rigid, one hand braced on the desk so I don't sway. She's proud of me? She's never said that to me. That's always been reserved for my older siblings, my brothers, and my sisters. If even, my eyes fill again, and I sit heavily in my chair, my hands spreading across my stomach. Is she proud because I'm pregnant? Proud because I managed to make her betrothal into an actual family? I lean back in my chair, letting myself feel the growing life inside me, all of its possibilities and potentials. Will I be proud of them too? I need to make a world that's safe for them to live in. And I still have some time before I must go with Torovin to the harvest ball. So I spread out my books again. Chapter 28. The Weaving. Caleb. After the talk with my mother, gods. After the cry with my mother, and I'm growing more and more mortified about that now, I can't focus on what I'm reading. So I get up to pace, moving about my small study. It's smaller than Aldrich's even, because I might be a master mage, but I'm the least senior of master mages. No one in the mages' quarters will give me more than my due because of my title. They never have. I'm one of them. But the space is mine. It has a window, and I pull back the half-drapes to peer out into one of the palace's back courtyards. A group of young boys are bouncing a weighted bag between them. Nearby courtiers in clothing that's definitely not Barellan talk to each other, waving their hands around. One of them doubles over in laughter, supporting himself on the man next to him, who's also laughing. I smile, I would think, knowing that Nikolai or his agents are in the palace, that life would suddenly just stop. But it never stopped when he was here before, not for anyone but the late king and Torvin. It almost stopped for Torvin and me. A sharp knock interrupts my brooding, and I turn, praying it's not my mother coming back. But no, she'd likely just come right in again. And I'm not happy that my guards let her in the first time, though I know my mother well enough to know they hadn't had much choice. I expect one of my apprentices, the knock isn't Torvin's, but it's Morgan who steps inside, his leather armor softly creaking as he turns to shut the door behind him. Quietly, like he's disturbing the room with his presence. "What's wrong?" I ask, my pulse kicking into a pound. Morgan straightens and turns back to me. He starts to say something, then hesitates. He bows.
"Respectfully, Your Majesty."
Then, with his cheeks flushing, he blurts,
"You need to tell the king about the mind control weaving. I know you haven't."
Because if I had, the tension of the palace security would be something else entirely. Morgan wets his lips and steps closer.
"I know it's not my place, but I was in the council chamber when Nikolai tried to control you both before. I was near the back. I was paralyzed. I could not move to help anyone."
I step back toward my desk to give myself a moment to think. And he tracks the movements, gods. I hadn't considered that he and Revain might tell Torvin what I wasn't telling him. Because that isn't the kind of men Torvin surrounds himself with and me with. They are loyal to who they're protecting. But that's the problem. They're loyal to who they're protecting. And even if Morgan and Revain are assigned to me, they are ultimately still protecting Torvin above anyone else. I wave to one of my chairs. "Please sit." Morgan's eyes dart a moment, but then he slowly lowers himself into the same chair my mother just left. "Torvin has scars from that day," I say. And I'm not going to ask Morgan if he knows what Torovin's not telling me too. I know he wouldn't tell me. And that's why he's here. Because he is loyal. And the surest way for Nikolai to control someone is to play on their fears.
"Respectfully,"
Morgan says, sitting stiffly, hands braced on his knees.
"Isn't that what Nikolai Lord Metriel is doing to you?"
I bite my lip. Morgan sits forward.
"I want to be a weaver. We need more help. That is so clear. I know you're busy now, and I'm happy to learn from books, or be taught by your apprentices."
But from the lackluster tone of that last statement, no, he doesn't want to be taught by my apprentices. And my scattered thoughts pull back to the present because I think I know what he's asking too. He's like me. He's a man all of the time, and I'm a man part of the time. But we're both men who weren't raised to be men. My pregnancy is still showing. Am I that tired, getting that careless? But I don't feel like hiding it again just now. And Morgan already knows. And he wants to be himself too. Fully himself. Maybe I can't be that right now. I can only have my illusions, but Morgan's never had the chance. I nod. "Yes. Of course I'll teach you. I've already offered." He relaxes the fear in his posture, but not quite the wariness.
"I don't know if I want to be a court weaver,"
he says, drawing back,
"or an actual apprentice, or if I'd be good at it. but I like being a guard, and...
He meets my eyes, looks away again, then brings himself to meet them again.
You're going to be a father,
he says more softly.
And you won't be able to keep your full attention on keeping the palace safe. I know you do, and I don't know if I'll be enough to help with that, or if your apprentices will be better. But I want to try.
I shift in my chair, considering him. You were watching my weaving with the apprentices. What did you see? He flushes again.
I want to understand what's going on around me.
Can you see the threads of my weaving? He tilts his head.
I can see where I think they should be, according to your hand movements.
I hold up one hand and with the other, weave a small reality construct above my palm. A butterfly again slowly, with deliberate emphasis on the threads I'm weaving. Morgan watches intently.
I don't understand what you're doing, but I feel like I understand why.
I know what he means, not why I'm weaving the construct, but why I'm moving my hands the way I do. I don't always need to move my hands, but it does help with the focus, and it's certainly helpful to teach. I stand an idea rising, and along with it both misgivings and a sudden hope. Morgan, I can't reweave my own reality right now because of the child. At least I don't yet know how to do it safely, but some of the snippets and hints I've read over the last days and weeks snap into place in my mind. I think it's possible to weave someone else's reality. Not just an illusion, their actual reality. Is that a soul weaving? No, I don't think so. And this would be with Morgan's permission. I don't even know if that would be possible otherwise. His face blanks, and he stands as I come around my desk. What makes me think I might be able to do this, that I can do this, is how I nudged the threads of Sabella's mind, how I was able to hear her full symphony and know where it needed to be nudged back to true. So, maybe it's a little bit of soul weaving, but not anything against Morgan's will. Working with his will, not against it. Can I do that? It doesn't feel wrong. I'm not going to weave the threads of his mind. But if I can hear where the threads of his body are out of tune with himself, can I weave the reality of his body to match them? Would it remotely be safe? He turns to face me as I approach him.
You're asking if you can weave me?
His face is lighting with a hunger I understand. I swallow. I've done this to myself hundreds of times. I know how. What I've done to myself is instinctual, though, and maybe I did look at the threads of my body and match them against my mind and found where they needed to be pulled into true. Did I? I've never read about anyone in the books who rewove their reality either. That was one thing I found in my studies. There is no map for what I want to do, and if I can control my weaving in such a way that I'm only affecting one person, not me, can I do it in a way that only affects me and not my child? I shouldn't have offered this to Morgan. I don't know for sure it will be safe. But then I didn't know that when I rewove myself the first time either. I just did it, and it was right. I hold up my hands and hesitate. Morgan nods quickly.
Yes. Do it. Do I need to?
He twists in his armor, but he's already muscular. He'll fill it out a little more, but I don't think by much more. Just loosen it, I say, and he does so. And I think through what I'm going to do. And his trust in me. Torovan says he trusts me. He says I should do what I have to. But weaving is dangerous. It always will be, because realities are forged with willpower, with the collective pressures of society, with the self-assurances of a soul's knowing who they are and who they can be, and who they should be, with the God's wills, with the possibilities of everything. I watch Morgan as he loosens the buckles on his armor, taking everything out 2 notches, and I start to see the possibilities around him. But they're not seething and unformed like many men's are. His focus is intense, his knowing of who he is. He absolutely knows who he is. I can see the outline of the body that should be his. And before I can lose it, before he's fully done loosening everything, I weave it into reality. Morgan gasps, and I know the feeling. It's not pain, but it's a shift, a different reality from the one he stood within a moment before.
Shit,
he says, then stills as he hears his deeper, rougher voice.
You did it.
Morgan holds up his hands, shakes out his shoulders, his legs, looks down expectantly. Well, but he's still wearing his armor. I grin, a little shaky, but I grin. I'm still looking at his threads. The threads of his mind and the threads of his body. And they are humming together in a harmony they hadn't had before. Go, I say. The harvest ball is God's. We need to get back to my room. I need to dress. Okay, no, you have to come with me. But you can go into the spare bedroom, tell me if everything's okay. But I know it will be. His sense of possibilities and my weaver's senses have honed into a knife's point. That humming energy is still growing as he's aligning himself to possibilities that are suddenly his. I want that again. I want that with an ache that rocks me where I stand. Morgan turns, eager to go. I'm not sure if it's permanent, I say. I'm always weaving and unweaving my own realities, but we'll train so that you can keep it permanent. He hesitates at the door, but nods.
Thank you. Thank you, Caleb.
I meet his eyes and nod. And God's. I'm quaking inside. I just rewove his reality. I just did that. Do I dare even attempt to reweave my own? Do I do it now? And have my senses about me, all of my concentration for the harvest ball? But if there's even a chance I might fail, if there's even a chance, I swallow. What if I had harmed Morgan, and what if I'd been wrong? I hadn't been, but what if? What if I placed more trust in my abilities than I should? Should I have taken that risk, even if he'd trusted me with it? Even if I'd trusted myself? A yawning chasm opens inside me. Because I can't take that risk again. Not if it could harm my child. I follow Morgan out into the corridor, my hopes sinking again.
Chapter 29. The Harvest Ball. Torvin. I stop in the doorway to our bedroom when I see Caleb dressing. He looks over at me, his eyes already shimmering with gold and orange shadows. He so rarely wears makeup. And is it actually makeup? Is it part of the illusion? I don't care. He's not an illusion to me. His light brown hair is pulled back, and he's just now wrestling himself into a knee-length green coat. Let me help, I say, and he does, holding still as I button up the front. He's still watching me with that intensity he had this morning, but it's softened a bit. My hands shake between one buttonhole and the next. Has he softened into acceptance of the inevitable? No. No, I can't believe that. Caleb would fight until the last breath. I know he would. I finish the buttons and straighten as he turns away, then move toward my own clothes, which were also picked out before the festival. Every part of the festival meticulously planned. I pull a russet coat from my wardrobe and blue-gray trousers. I eye the cosmetics jars that Caleb left sitting on the bed and pick them up until I find a gray and golden brown that's close enough to what I'm wearing. I hear the rustling stop behind me, and Caleb's approaching.
Let me.
I surrender the jars, and he inspects them, then swaps the brown for something more golden, too. I hold still as he carefully brushes around my eyes, and I study his. I open my mouth and almost ask if he's all right. That constant question. But then I press my lips tight again. Tonight, after the ball, I know I'm going to shatter what little peace we have left. And I don't want to shatter that now. Caleb pulls back and nods, then steers me toward the standing mirror in one corner.
What do you think?
He spread the powder broadly around my eyes, like he has his own. I turn my head, watching the metallic shimmer, and smile. Caleb. I turn, but he's not still behind me. He's capped the bottles and is already moving toward his crown. And I can't name why. But that sits heavy in my soul. Watching him place the crown on his head, adjust it slightly. Like I'm the one who put him in this danger. Because I am. I turn back and pull my own crown off its stand. Then go back to the bed to get my coat and tug it on. Caleb silently helps me do up the buttons, straightening the collar. He trails his fingers briefly across my mouth. He looks up and leans to kiss me. There is so much silence between us tonight, so much that's heavy and unspoken, but I'm not willing to break it.
Do we have time for one round of dance practice?
He asks. I glance out the window. The sun is almost set. We're the kings, I say. They'll start when we arrive. One side of his mouth quirks up, and he lets me lead him out into my study, which has more space in which to not bruise ourselves by bumping into things. There's no music, but we position ourselves for the start of the dance, then slowly bow to each other, the formal start of the dance. Then we circle, dip, spin, come together, step back apart, circle in the other direction, dip, spin, then the second rotation of the dance facing apart, before we come back together again, facing each other. His steps aren't perfect, but he does have it. He knows how to lead this dance. He's done it before, though not both of us leading together. If there's any disaster tonight, it won't be because we fumble the dance. We end with a last bow to each other. Then Caleb breathes out.
Okay, Torvin.
Stay close again tonight, I say, because I can't help it, because the fear is rising in me again, because this is the room where our enemy delivered another more potent threat only hours ago. Here in this room, which is supposed to be safe. He frowns, but he nods.
Be watchful tonight,
he says, tilting his head at me.
All your weaver's senses.
I finally notice, that he's not wearing his master weaver's medallion. I touch the mage's medallion over my heart, and then slowly pull it up over my head. He sighs explosively.
Yes, that's a good idea, but I hate this tour.
I set the medallion on my desk. Then, because this space already feels violated, snatch it back again and slip it into my coat pocket. Nikolai doesn't get to take that too. I know, I say. We'll wear them again after the festival ends. We'll have to think about how to regain the people's trust in weavers. Caleb looks bleak, though, and I feel the same. Neither of us say what I think we're both thinking, that how do we win against enemies who are already stealing the hearts of our people? Enemies who can invade our most private spaces and threaten those we love. I look at the long glass, sitting on top of a lower shelf. Time to go. I hold out my arm, and Caleb takes it.
Caleb. The air is thick with music, expensive wine, the murmur of 100 conversations, but the mood is brittle. Far too bright. Everyone at this court knows that the festival has gone sour. And there aren't as many people here at the harvest ball as there should be, even with its importance. Musicians within the orchestral band fill the space with flowing melodies, while the nobles watch each other like they're all secretly enemies. Every delegate is glaring at every other delegate, even if it's over a smile and a nod. Maybe it's the lingering threat of the attack from the first night, or Kian's out of control weaving, or both, but I'm glad I didn't wear my medallion tonight. Not that it fools anyone that I'm not a weaver. Gods, I want to do this dance with Torvin and leave. I've never much liked palace balls and the need to be on display. The eyes on us now are colder than usual, wary, far too assessing. Like Torvin and I might snap at any moment and suddenly weave danger at all of them. I widen my weaver's senses, but I don't see the threads of mind control weaving here, not obviously so. Whatever's going on is far more insidious than that. My grip on Torvin's arm tightens. And somehow we smile and get through. I spot one of the Acrian delegates watching me, the same woman who snapped at me at the reception the other day. Do I see contempt in her eyes? But then, it's well established that they don't like weavers. The mage trials are supposed to be tomorrow, the combat trials the day after, the last day of the festival, and maybe I should ask Torvin if we should cancel both trials. Because we've been trying to hold this festival together, but just now, it feels like the biggest farce, knowing that Nikolai is here. And even if everyone else doesn't know that yet, Nikolai's presence is palpable in this room. He's here. He's orchestrated the events that have led to this night, this tension. Even if he hadn't thrown that dagger, and it could have been him, I still don't know. I still can't look and not see enemies everywhere too. Every single face around me, any one of them could be him. I know how to weave myself into an illusion of someone else. I'm sure he does too. Am I being paranoid? But Torvin beside me is tense too. Somewhere in the bustle of the ball, of the many people we have to greet, some of whom seem genuinely glad to see us, my resolve to keep Nikolai's presence in the palace from Torvin crumbles. I've told myself it's for his protection, but he's not in much better shape than I am. We're both rigid and haggard, and the gulf between us feels wide enough to fill an ocean. Torovin's eyes keep sweeping the crowd like he's expecting an attack at any moment, which probably he is, and so am I. I spot my mother across the hall. I see Voltaire laughing with an older man, one of the foreign delegates, and Elsira looking like she wants rescued from a conversation with a dour noble matron. My apprentices, if they are here, and they might be too, won't be faces I recognize in this crowd, and will I recognize Nikolai if he chooses to attack? The dagger was thrown the first night. A significant night of the Harvest Festival. Kian's weaving, well, publicly Kian's weaving, went out of control at the reception, which was important diplomatically. If there will be a third incident or attack, tonight would be the most optimal time, because the dance Torvin and I are fast approaching is important to the hopes of the people. I'll tell him tonight. I'll tell him about Sabella and the mind control weaving. I'm tired. I'm so tired. And I want my husband wholly, and if he still chooses not to tell me what he's holding back, well...
How are you holding up?
Torvin murmurs against my ear, his breath warm against my skin. It's the first private word he's spoken to me in over an hour. Nausea, my constant friend, sits in the back of my throat, more jittery tonight than usual. And do I feel better knowing my mother had that nausea too? Or does that just make me feel even more like a stranger in my body? Well enough, I say, though it's not true. And he knows it. I look up at him. And he looks at me. Then the chords strike for the beginning strains of our dance, and the crowds move aside to clear the center of the hall.